Han Sen did not find anything peculiar about the lake, which was quite shallow. There were a lot of grass growing in the water and around the lake. Otherwise, there was nothing special about it. Maybe the guy is a neat freak and went down for a shower? But then it should have left its mount. Han Sen could not tell the reason and decided to forget about it. He took up the diamond sword and summoned Meowth, charging the creature in the form of Bloody Slayer. Han Sen and Meowth fought the creature together, but they could only last for about 20 minutes. The spear skills of the creature were so great that Han Sen's arms were only still functioning thanks to Jade Skin and Sparticle. Even his Sacred Blood armor was broken. Han Sen did not hesitate to fly away and take back Meowth. If it were not for Meowth, Han Sen could not even last 20 minutes. With his wings saving him each time, Han Sen fought the creature once in a while for a week. Brother, it doesn't make sense to continue. How about we seek other people's help? Lu Weinan saw Han Sen continue to fail, and became worried. Although Han Sen would not die, it was clear that he was not the creature's match. Although Han Sen kept failing, he started to understand the weird spear skills of the creature. Now he was even more interested in the spear skills than the creature itself. The spear of the creature would not only spin, but it could spin both clockwise and counterclockwise. When it was spun clockwise, anything touching it would bounce off. When it was spun counterclockwise, anything touching it would be drawn in. This was similar to Yin Yang Blast, which could reach the same effect by combining the Yin force and Yang force. Like Yin Yang Blast, the clockwise and counterclockwise spin also depended a lot on understanding the opponent's psychology, which was similar to black and white boxing. The Sacred Blood creature was formidable in that it could always use the spinning force spot on, which puzzled Han. Senator Han Sen was a master of tricking his opponent, yet the creature could always predict his movements and use the corresponding force. Can it really read my mind? Thought Han Sr. Lu Weinan was very upset and said to Han Sen, brother, you keep trying. I will hunt some mutant creatures nearby and try to spot other Sacred Blood creatures. These days, Lu Weinan had seen countless failures of Han Sen's and now he had given up. Even with more help, these two Sacred Blood creatures could hardly be killed. With their speed and strength, even a large group of people could not block them from running away. Han Sen agreed and was still thinking why the Sacred Blood creature could see through his mind. He thought over all the fights with this creature in these days and was even more certain that the creature could see through his mind. Otherwise, it was impossible for the creature to make the right decision every single time. If it really could read my mind, then regular attacks would not work, thought Han Sen, touching his chin. If he wanted to beat the creatures, the only way was to conceal the actual force he was using. Even if the Sacred Blood creature could see through one's mind, the best it could do was to tell the target of the attack, instead of what kind of force would be used. In order to achieve that, Yin Yang Blast was a great option. With the same strike, the Yin force and Yang force would create completely different effect, which was perfect to beat this creature with. However, Han Sen was still worried. Unfortunately, I have just started with the Yin Yang Blast, and could not even use it to its full potential. In the next 2 days, Han Sen fought with the creatures multiple times, and was even more certain that the creature could tell what his target was. Han Sen had to start practicing Yin Yang Blast, which was the only method through which he could kill the creatures alone. More people would not really be a help, because the creatures could always manage to run away. Not to mention Han Sen was not really willing to share with other people such special Sacred Blood creatures. It was fairly easy for Han Sen to practice Yin Yang Blast because he had already accumulated a large number of Geno points. However, to switch between the Yin force and Yang force was not easy. Han Sen had gained some experience in switching forces during his fight with the creatures and made some progress. However, it still took him more than half a month to reach the first phase of Yin Yang Blast and use the forces properly. In the beginning, Lu Weinan would come back at times. Recently, however, Han Sen rarely saw him. Han Sen did not know if Lu Weinan had given up or gone to seek others' help. With no one around, Han Sen thought about using his bow and arrows to shoot at the Sacred Blood creatures. However, he did not even have a Sacred Blood Beast Soul arrow. Even if he could hit the creature, a mutant arrow could not cause enough harm anyway. Luckily, Han Sen had reached the first phase of Yin Yang Blast, and was ready to try it out. Taking a deep breath, Han Sen carried the diamond sword on his back and shapeshifted into the Bloody Slayer. Clenching his fists, He threw himself at the sacred blood creatures. The reason why he did not use the diamond sword was not that he did not want to, but that his level in yin-yang blast was not enough for him to integrate the forces in his weapon. This time Han Sen was completely focused. Without the sword he could get seriously hurt once he made a mistake. Han Sen was not sure why the creatures were lingering here. Han Sen had been here for almost a month, and the two creatures did not mean to leave at all. They were always around the lake and sometimes in the lake. Seeing Han Sen was here again, the creatures were not surprised at all. The knight immediately charged Han Sen with its spear, which reached Han Sen's neck almost instantaneously. Han Sen growled and used Spartacle to dodge the spear with his four hooves moving rapidly. Then Han Sen threw his fist at the knight, who immediately used its spear to block his strike. The fist clashed with the spear. The spear suddenly spun clockwise and was about to bounce Han Sen's fist away. Han Sen was overjoyed in that now he could see that this creature could only tell his target to attack, but not what kind of force he was using. The clockwise spinning force did not drive his fist away, but drew his fist faster toward the creature's chest. Han Sen wanted to hit the knight in the face, but did not control his strength very well, which was why the blow ended up thumping the creature in the chest. Han Sen quickly moved backward after the blow, because the unicorn horse had already come toward him. Fortunately, in nearly a month, Han Sen had seen how the mount fought many times and was prepared for it. I used the Yin force, which should have some effect on him. Han Sen was not certain about the result. The creature stared at Han Sen with a pair of bloodshot eyes and did not charge again. A second later, blood began to flow from the corner of its mouth. Han Sen was pleasantly surprised. He did not realize that the Yin force had such a great penetrating effect. He believed that the armor of this creature was no weaker than any sacred blood armor, while he was still able to use the Yin force to hurt its inner organs. Roar! When Han Sen was getting excited, he suddenly saw the sacred blood creature growling and charging with a spear in his hand at a greater speed than before. Han Sen did not dare to spar with it without a weapon anymore. He drew his diamond sword and blocked its attack. Bang! When their weapons clashed together, Han Sen lost his balance and moved back, while the sacred blood creature had blood welling from its mouth. Using fierce spear skills, the creature was unstoppable. This is so weird. How come it became even stronger after getting hurt? Han Sen decided to give up after taking 2 hits from it. He quickly summoned Meowth to distract the knight so that he could fly away himself. When he was up in the air, Han Sen took Meowth back and thought he was safe. Feeling a chill all of a sudden, he tried to fly higher, but it was too late. A black lightning bolt went across the sky and hit a wing of Han Sen's with a strong spinning force. Crack! Although the wings were also covered in sacred blood armor, it could not stop the spear carrying a strong penetrating spin. A wing was pierced by the spear. Han Sen was covered in cold sweat. He was fortunate that the spear merely hurt his wing. If it were his body, he would be dead by now. His instinct and experience gained in all his fighting and hunting saved his life. Han Sen had to drag his injured wing and tried to maintain his balance in the air. He could not fall down, or the sacred blood creature would definitely catch him. For some reason, the sacred blood creature decided to let him go and left to pick up its spear. Han Sen let out a sigh of relief, took back his wings and landed on the grass. I hit the sacred blood creature, and it was spitting blood. I believe when my flying beast soul is recovered, I could then beat it. Han Sen got excited inwardly. Before his wings recovered, he took a sneak peek at the sacred blood creature at night and discovered that the creature seemed to be well again. What? Does this creature have such a strong ability to recover? Han Sen was dumbstruck. If the creature could heal itself overnight, it would be impossible for him to kill it. Soon Han Sen discovered that something was wrong. The sacred blood creature seemed to be just out of the lake. With such a serious injury, it was unlikely that it decided to have a bath. It is just a creature. I don't believe it enjoys bathing so much. Something must be different with that lake, thought Han Sen, gazing at the lake. A+A Chapter 244 Chapter 244. Last resort. Han Sen wanted to explore the lake, but the sacred blood creature would not leave the area, giving Han Sen no chance. In addition, Han Sen did not want to take the risk in case there were anything dangerous in the lake. I should finish off the sacred blood creatures first before exploring the lake. Han Sen had made up his mind to kill the sacred blood creatures. Now he had a better command of Yin-Yang Blast. As long as he practiced it more, it would be easy for him to kill the creatures. Very soon, Han Sen came to realize that it was not easy to kill the creatures. Although in repeated fights with it, Han Sen could cause damages to the creatures with different uses of the force, the creatures could always recover after soaking in the lake no matter how badly injured they were. Unless Han Sen could kill them directly, he hardly stood a chance. It was almost impossible to kill the creatures directly, which would become faster and stronger after getting hurt. Han Sen did not dare to stay around them at that point. It seems that I have to understand what's going on in the lake before I can ever kill them. Han Sen flew in the sky and watched the lake from above. The lake was around 6 feet wide, shallow and clean. In daylight, it was easy to see the aquatic plants growing on the bottom. When the knight rode the unicorn horse to enter the lake, the head of its mount would still be above the water. Han Sen looked around and did not see anything but some aquatic plants. He had also watched the sacred blood creatures healing in the lake. They basically did nothing and became healed after a little while. Is the water special? And that must be why the creature would not leave here? Han Sen guessed but did not believe that was the reason. There were so many lakes like this in Dark Swamp. All these lakes were formed through rain. Since other lakes did not have any special features about them, Han Sen did not think that this lake would be different. There must be something in the lake, Han Sen told himself. After observing carefully for a long while, he still could not tell what was in it, at least not anything visible. I don't believe I'm not able to kill it, decided Han Sen and continued to fight with the two creatures every day. After almost being killed by the spear, Han Sen had become more careful. Even when he was up in the air, he would always grab the diamond sword tight and stay focused. Even if the sacred blood creature tried to shoot him with its spear again, he could fend it off with the diamond sword. When Han Sen was there for almost 2 months, he was able to use Yin-Yang Blast quite well, much faster than the previous candidate selected by Ishan. It took at least 2 years for those soldier volunteers by Ishan picked to get the hang of this hyper-geno art, and Han Sen only spent 2 months. Han Sen did not know if it was because he was talented, or because he had a large number of geno points, or because he had practiced jade skin. At this point, Han Sen was able to fight with the sacred blood creatures well, but it was still difficult for Han Sen to kill the creatures. The knight was much stronger than Han Sen, even without its fierce spear skills. Also, the unicorn horse could always launch a threatening attack to force Han Sen back. Han Sen did not know that equestrian skills could be so effective and practical. Now watching the two creatures working together, he almost wanted to learn riding himself. He did learn a little bit in integrated compulsory education, but only with ordinary horses. He had also fantasized riding on Meowth and charging his enemies, but it would take a lot of time and practice for him to reach that level. It seems that I need to take some risks. Han Sen went to find the creatures again. This time he did not use the Bloody Slayer or Black Beetle armor. Instead he summoned the Fairy Queen when there was no one around. He suddenly turned into a blonde and went to challenge the creatures with no weapon. The creatures had hated Han Sen's guts at this point. Seeing him here, the knight immediately attacked with its spear. Han Sen used the sparticle to dodge the spear and moved to the other side of the creatures. The unicorn horse immediately rushed over, trying to ram Han Sen with its horn. It was so fast that even Han Sen were wearing sacred blood armor. He would be impaled. However, Han Sen did not mean to stand still. The move of the unicorn horse seemed slow to him. With another step, he dodged the horn and threw a punch at the waist of the sacred blood knight. Since Han Sen did not use Bloody Slayer, his height only allowed him to reach the waist of the knight. The knight had taken back its spear and swept it at Han Senator Han Sen had to take his fist back to protect himself. Having made a dozen attempts at attacking the sacred blood creatures, Han Sen was still not able to approach them. With the Fairy Queen it was very difficult for the creatures to hurt him. However, without the strength and speed of the Bloody Slayer, Han Sen could not cause any harm as well. In the end, Han Sen had to leave again. The two creatures were so strong and could not easily be killed. Another half-month had passed, and Han Sen was still not able to kill the two creatures. He thought of the creature that he was feeding, which was about to evolve into a sacred blood creature, and decided to go home. After these 2 months, Han Sen had known very well about these 2 sacred blood creatures. In First God's Sanctuary, Han Sen did not think that anyone could kill them alone. However, Han Sen had one last resort. In darkness, Han Sen shapeshifted into the color shifter and moved in the direction of the lake. The sacred blood creatures were on the other side of the lake, but Han Sen was still taking extra care when moving. Until he slowly entered the lake, the sacred blood creatures were still unaware of his presence. He let out a sigh of relief. It had been a long while since a sacred blood creature could force him to launch a sneak attack. This time, he had no other option than waiting in the lake and hitting the creatures when they came into the water. With or without injuries, the creatures would always soak in the lake several times a day. Han Sen was not sure what the ritual was for. Han Sen sensed nothing special about the weather. The sacred blood creatures could heal rapidly in the lake, while Han Sen did not feel anything but wet. In fact, when Han Sen was puzzled about the lake before, he had turned into the color shifter to sample some of the lake water and drank some, which did nothing. When Han Sen was in the water, he hid himself behind some lush aquatic plants and turned into himself, since he could not last very long when shapeshifting. Han Sen had decided to shapeshift into the color shifter again, when he noticed the sacred blood creatures stepping into the water. After a couple of hours, Han Sen saw the sacred blood creatures moving over to the lake and quickly shapeshifted. Han Sen was wearing the phantom ant armor and holding the 3-blade harpoon. Under the effect of the color shifter, Han Sen's body and belongings were all integrated into the water. No one could sense his presence. Han Sen's assassination skills did not go to waste. As he was controlling his breath, neither creature noticed him there. The unicorn horse carried the sacred blood knight and walked towards the center of the lake, where Han Sen thought they would be. Without moving a hair, Han Sen relaxed his entire body and waited for the creatures to come. Not realizing the danger nearby, the creatures came to their usual spot. When they were about to reach the spot, the unicorn horse suddenly neighed with terror and kicked about. A long wound almost split open its belly. Blood and inner organs fell into the water, coloring it red. The knight immediately fell off its mount into the water. Han Sen was excited. His target was the unicorn horse to begin with, and without the mount it would be much easier to kill the knight. Struggling in the water, the unicorn horse was too injured to fight. The sacred blood knight stabbed Han Sen with its spear furiously. Moving sideways, Han Sen dodged this blow and shortened their distance, his 3-blade harpoon slashing at the creature. The creature lifted its spear and blocked the harpoon. All of a sudden, Han Sen threw a punch at the creature's chest with his left arm. The creature was indeed strong and managed to block Han Sen's fist with its spear swiftly. Without being affected by the spinning force, Han Sen's fist avoided the spear and still hit the creature in the chest. The Yin force suddenly penetrated its armor and hurt its inner organs. Without moving its body, the sacred blood creature suddenly spitted blood and swept the spear violently toward Han Sr. Han Sen remained still and suddenly became one with the water, confusing the sacred blood creature temporarily. Jumping out of the water, Han Sen threw another punch at the creature, who learned from the previous experience and spun the spear in the other direction. Unfortunately, Han Sen was using the yang force this time. With the clockwise spinning, Han Sen's fist was drawn toward the creature's chest even faster. Boom! The sacred blood creature fell in the water with a splash. Han Sen did not stop and threw himself at the creature. Previously, when the knight had its mount, Han Sen couldn't approach it. However, they were now both in the water and the unicorn horse was dying. There was no suspense in how this was going to end. The water was suddenly red and Han Sen heard the voice. Sacred blood creature Beetle Knight killed. Beast soul of Beetle Knight gained. Meat inedible. Sacred blood creature Magic Horn killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. As the Beetle Knight died, its mount died as well. Hooray! Han Sen stood up from the water and almost jumped up. He was so lucky to gain a beast soul and some sacred blood meat at the same time. The body of the Beetle Knight quickly dissolved in the air and Han Sen dragged its spear and the body of the magic horn to the bank. The body of the magic horn was the size of a camel. Han Sen did not waste any time and started a barbecue. Han Sen also dried some meat to preserve, in case it went bad. He hadn't seen Lu Weinan in more than a month. It seemed that Lu Weinan had given up on the two sacred blood creatures. Han Sen wondered what Lu Weinan would think if he ever learned that they were killed by Han Sen after all. Soon after, Han Sen searched the entire lake but saw nothing special. Then Han Sen had some time to look at his newly gained beast soul of sacred blood beetle knight. Type of beast soul of sacred blood beetle knight. Doppelganger. Han Sen was puzzled, as he had never heard of this kind of beast soul before. He tried to summon the beetle knight, but it simply did not work. How can I use this doppelganger beast soul? Han Sen studied for a long time and did not find out how it was supposed to be used. He did not have too much time for research anyway. It was about time that he should go back eat the creature he had been feeding. Han Sen eventually understood what it was like to have too much to eat. There was so much meat of the magic horn. Even with his sacred blood wings, he could not fly fast with a few 100 pounds of meat on his back. Han Sen had fed the bones and inner organs to the golden rockworm king. Otherwise it would be even heavier. On his way back, Han Sen had been feeding himself with the magic horn meat all the time, and now he would vomit when he saw more. He had to eat though. It was sacred blood meat, and he could not afford to waste anything. Eventually Han Sen reached his limit and thought of the holy angel. He summoned the holy angel and fed her a piece of barbecued meat of the magic horn. This time the holy angel took the meat and started to eat. She looked very cute and had a nice manner. However, she did not ever stop and finish the piece of meat of 2 pounds in just a little while. The little girl regarded the remaining meat with desire. Han Sen decided to let her eat as much as she wanted. He was really tired of eating this kind of meat at this point and decided not to torture himself anymore. He could feed sacred blood creatures at home anyways and could spare this one. The holy angel looked like a little girl but had an appetite of a monster. In just 1 hour, Han Sen could only ram a pound of meat down his throat, whereas the holy angel had already consumed more than 24 pounds. So, is this the appetite of a typical sacred blood pet? Han Sen gazed at the holy angel enviously. If he had the same appetite, he would not have to worry about the size of sacred blood creatures anymore. If people learned that Han Sen was picky about eating sacred blood meat, they would probably want to kill him. The next few days Han Sen ate some meat himself and fed the majority to the holy angel. When they were out of the dark swamp, the meat was almost finished. Han Sen thought the holy angel did not really grow anywhere after eating the better half of the meat, but her breasts seemed to be a little plumper. Am I seeing this right? Han Sen thought to himself. If this kind of meat could lead to a boost in bra size, numerous women would kill each other to have some. Han Sen gained 2 sacred Geno points from the part of the magic horn meat he ate, and now had 52 sacred Geno points. He eventually went back to his own room at Steel Armor Shelter. The cloud beast he was feeding had evolved into a sacred blood creature. Han Sen killed it to make a meat stew. After 2 bites, Han Sen heard the voice indicating the increase of sacred Geno points. He thought with content, this is how it should be. It is such a torture trying to eat the entire magic horn. The sacred blood cloud beast added 5 more sacred Geno points and made the count 57. Han Sen was slightly disappointed that he did not gain a beast soul from this cloud beast, and chose to feed another cloud beast. On the campus of Black Hawk Military Academy, Situ Xiang was going crazy. After Han Sen entered God's sanctuary, she hadn't heard from him in 3 months. It was almost time for the archery tournament, and Situ Xiang was afraid that Han Sen might have run into some accident in God's sanctuary. On one hand, she was worried that he would miss the tournament. On the other hand, Situ Xiang did not want anything bad happening to such a talent. Situ Xiang almost went to ask the security department of the academy every day, trying to see if Han Sen had been back. Since every student needed to swipe a student ID when entering and returning from God's sanctuary on campus, Situ Xiang would know if he was back. After her morning exercise, Situ Xiang heard from the security department that Han Sen was back. Without hesitation, Situ Xiang immediately went to find Han Sen and let out a sigh of relief. Eventually he's back. I need to give him another training in the next few days. This guy is so much trouble. Han Sen wanted to find his girlfriend, but was stopped by Situ Xiang. Coach Situ Xiang. Han Sen saw Situ Xiang, who came in a hurry and did not know what happened. Follow me. Situ Xiang took his arm and led him away. Han Sen was crucial to the school team and she had to make sure he was his best self. Situ Xiang took Han Sen to the facility of his last training. Instead of calling her dad, she decided to train him herself this time. Situ Xiang knew very well that at Han Sen's level, he no longer needed to learn more techniques. She was only worried that after staying in the god's sanctuary for so long, he would be less familiar with archery. She wanted him to do a recovery training to make sure his archery skills were perfect. Coach, I don't think I need to do a full-on training. Some exercise will do. Han Sen licked his lips and said. He had always been using his archery skills, which were in his bones. 10 moving targets. If you could beat me, you can skip the training, said Situ Xiang decisively, handing the training bow and arrows to Han Sr. Coach, this is not fair. You are an evolver and much better in strength, speed and reflex than I. If I beat you as an unevolved person, you would feel so bad, said Han Sen casually. Situ Xiang paused. She had anticipated complaints from him, but did not expect Han Sen to have such a response. If you could beat me, I would be very happy. Situ Xiang suddenly smiled and narrowed her eyes. However, Han Sen, it is not easy to achieve that. I look forward to seeing your performance. Situ Xiang carried her bow and arrows to her spot and Han Sen went to the other spot. 10 moving targets meant that 10 targets would randomly come from different locations. Whoever hit the effective area of the target first would gain a point. Different from a regular target in archery, these targets had no rings on them, but only the differentiation between effective area and non-effective area. An arrow on the non-effective area meant 0 point, and an arrow on the effective area meant 1 point. Han Sen tried his bow. They were both using 7.0 bows, so the bows could take a certain level of strength. Although Situ Xiang was an evolver, she could not put more strength into it. Hence Situ Xiang's advantage was only her speed of reaction. Can we start? Situ Xiang also tried her bow out. Although she was an evolver, she did not dare to slack in front of someone like Han Sr. Yes. Han Sen nodded. Situ Xiang started the system and a countdown began. They both drew their bowstrings. Suddenly, a target in the shape of a human emerged from behind a wall. 2 arrows left the strings at the same time. Bang! The 2 arrows hit the neck area of the target, which was the effective area, almost at the same time. Ding! Situ Xiang's scorekeeper rang. She gained a point because she hit the target first. A coach is a coach, said Situ Xiang with content. Well done. You almost needed no time to react. Han Sen had spared no efforts, but Situ Xiang was absolutely faster than him, which was something he could not make up for. Even among evolvers, Situ Xiang was doing very well. You did pretty well already. Top of the unevolved for sure. Situ Xiang meant what she said. It was only slightly slower than her. She had never seen this kind of speed among Blackhawk students. Situ Xiang was even more satisfied with Han Sen after this round. He was also able to hit the target right in the neck, which showed that he was dexterous. I believe that there's no point for us to continue, decided Situ Xiang. She had already tested his ability, and thought it would be needless for them to continue. Competing as an evolver with him, she was not being fair in the first place. 9 rounds left. I believe I still haven't lost, Han Sen said with a smile. If they were both in the battlefield and Situ Xiang were using a bow that could match her strength, Han Sen would not stand any chance. However, in a game like this, things were different. Situ Xiang was only using a 7.0 practice bow, and all Han Sen was lacking was his reflex. Normally speaking, Han Sen would definitely lose because of this difference. In Han Sen's eyes, however, he believed he could still manage to win. Sure, let's continue then. Situ Xiang was considering losing to Han Sen on purpose in the next round. Otherwise Han Sen might end up with too bad a score to maintain his confidence. As the two were talking, the game was still on. Suddenly a fox-shaped target jumped up from the floor. All the targets appeared randomly in this game. Because Situ Xiang needed less time to react, she could always hit the target first. Situ Xiang shot her arrow with confidence and saw Han Sen shooting slightly slower than her. Although she was pleased with Han Sen's performance, Situ Xiang believed that she had won. Just when her arrow was about to hit the target, Han Sen's arrow knocked hers away from the target and ended up hitting the target. Ding! As Situ Xiang was dazed, Han Sen gained 1 point. 1:1 now coach. It seems that I'm rather lucky. Han Sen smiled at Situ Xiang. Is it luck? Situ Xiang frowned. This kind of situation would happen when two archers were shooting at the same target. However, the probability of such circumstance was really low. Maybe it is luck. Situ Xiang did not pay too much attention to this incident and prepared for the third round. After all, even she could not guarantee hitting the effective area of the target after knocking another arrow away. Soon Situ Xiang was shocked. She could not believe her eyes. 3 rounds in a row, Han Sen's arrow knocked hers away and hit the effective area of all the targets. Situ Xiang thought it was incredible and widened her eyes. Did you do it on purpose? She was not questioning him but confirming. If Han Sen could really accomplish this, his archery skills were simply beyond her imagination. Other than this, I could not think of any other method to win, Han Sen shrugged and said. He had already wasted too much time and would like to see his dear girlfriend as soon as possible. Hearing him admit doing it on purpose, Situ Xiang asked the student with complex emotions, "How did you do that?" "It is rather easy. To knock your arrow away, the hardest part is to determine the trajectory of the arrows. Since we are aiming at the same target, it is easy to make the judgment," explained Han Sen casually. Maybe Blackhawk will have a monster as well, someone like Jing Jiwu, thought Situ Xiang to herself, gazing at Han Sr. Han Sen wanted to find his girlfriend, but had no chance at all. The moment she came out of the training facility, he was summoned by Qin Xian to the steel armor shelter. Qin Xian was supposed to enter Second God's Sanctuary a month ago, and had delayed until now just to wait for him to make the transition in the leadership of the special squad. Qin Xian called Han Sen over and handed to him all the documents he needed to have. Yang Monli was still the deputy head of the special squad, and other people were also staying. Han Sen was familiar with them all. After the transition, Qin Xian told Han Sen in private, "Yang Monli is proud, but she's a good and capable person. Do trust her with important things. As a leader, it is more important how you delegate. For example, Yang Monli cannot make a good leader because she has to do everything herself." "Yes, Captain," said Han Sr. Qin Xian stood up and said with a smile, "From now on, you will be the captain. I'm leaving the special squad to you. Do well, but no need to linger here. Evolve as soon as possible. Second God's Sanctuary is where you truly belong." After leaving the shelter, Han Sen could not wait to log in the online platform of the special squad. It took several authentication procedures before he could access it. After entering the platform, Han Sen searched his name and found he was indeed already the new head of the Steel Armor Special Squad. Under him were 8 members including Yang Monli. The special squad system was very selective about the members' qualifications. Thanks to Qin Xian, Han Sen did not run into too much trouble in joining the special squad in the past. The missions accomplished by the 8 members would not only bring rewards to themselves, but also points to the head, which could be used to exchange for some internal resources. Because Han Sen had just become the head, no one had contributed anything to his points. However, for members including Gambler were all in the middle of some missions. When they finished their missions, Han Sen would be the one who will benefit from them. He checked the ongoing missions and found that Gambler's mission could bring him 3 points when accomplished, while the missions of the other 3 persons could only give him 2 points. If they could all finish their missions, Han Sen would be able to gain 9 points. What could 9 points be worth? Han Sen entered the resource page and was shocked. There were S-Class St. Hall licenses in Geno Solutions. A bottle of S-level Geno solution would only cost 10 points, and an S-Class St. Hall license 30. Eventually I have become the boss. Han Sen became very excited. After leading the special squad for some time, he would be able to earn all these with no effort. No wonder Yang Monli wanted to be the head. This is so good. Han Sen celebrated secretly. He immediately checked the available missions to take, and saw that only one mission was available in Steel Armor Shelter, which was submitted by Yuan. The content of the mission was to assist Yuan to kill a specific sacred blood creature, with the condition that the last strike must be made by Yuan. The reward for this mission was a bottle of S-level Geno solution. Also, as the head of the special squad, he would be able to gain 10 points, which equaled another bottle of S-level Geno solution. So generous. I wonder if anyone would take this mission? Han Sen now had many subordinates and did not want to work so hard himself. He printed out the information of the sacred blood creature provided by Yuan and entered steel armor shelter again. Calling young Monli over, he said, "Monli, who do you think could finish this task in our squad?" "Captain, please refer to me using my full name." Young Monli saw the documents but did not reach out. She said, "This one is beyond our ability. How would you know that if you did not look at the file?" Han Sen frowned. Qin Xian had determined that even with the entire squad, we will not be able to kill the sacred blood creature, and that was why she did not take it. If you need, there are more detailed reports on the sacred blood creature in the cabinet on your left, explained Yang Monli calmly. Han Sen got up and walked over to the cabinet. He found Qin Xian's report on the sacred blood creature, which was quite detailed. It seemed that Qin Xian had tried to kill it but given up. After reviewing the files, Han Sen smiled at young Monli. "Monli, if I remember correctly, you have a duty to assist me? Only in the squad, also please don't call me." Han Sen cut in, "Okay then go back and pack. You're coming with me." "Where?" Young Monli paused. "Wherever the sacred blood creature is." Han Sen knocked at the files on the table with his knuckles and added, "Tell Yuan that we will take the task and ask him to lead the way." Qin Xian said that. Young Monli wanted to argue. "I am the head and you are the deputy. Now I have decided to accomplish this mission. Do you have any question?" asked Han Sr. "No." Young Monli saluted him and did not argue any longer. "Please bring Yuan here then," Han Sen said with a smile. Young Monli went to execute the order, but deep down she did not believe that Han Sen could really finish this task. After all, Qin Xian had told her that it was impossible. As the top and first god sanctuary, Qin Xian was of course stronger than Han Senator. The mission that she deemed impossible was definitely too difficult for Han Sr. As a soldier, young Monli still obeyed her order and called Yuan over. Qing also came with Yuan. When Qing saw Han Sen, he immediately said, "Han Sen, I knew you could make it. Look at you, the head of the special squad now. You must look out for Yuan and me in the future. We are counting on you." "Captain, it is a sacred blood creature we are going to hunt. I don't think we could bring any irrelevant person," objected young Monli when hearing Qing was also coming. "Han Sen, this is such a good opportunity. I really would like to see how you hunt. Please bring me with you." The condition was not a compulsory one written in the mission, so Qing had to beg Han Sr. "I'm only suggesting because of safety concern," said young Monli. "It is fine. Let's go together." Han Sen knew that young Monli was right, that they would save a lot of trouble without Qing. Although Qing and Yuan had maxed out on all other Geno points except for sacred ones with money, they were still lacking in real combat experience and would not be very useful when fighting a sacred blood creature. Han Sen had his own plan, which was why he agreed to take Qing. "Ha Monli, you should learn more from your boss," said Qing contentedly. Young Monli gritted her teeth and did not speak. This was something she had never experienced when Qin Xian was the head. Young Monli was even more skeptical of Qin Xian's decision to choose Han Senator, such an unreasonable person. Could he really make a better head than her? The team of 4 were on their way, all riding mutant mounts. It only took them 2 days to reach the destination. Han Sen, the sacred blood creature, is in that forest. It looks like an ape and is incredibly flexible. The scariest thing was its speed. "Last time, if Gambler were not there to protect us, we would have been dead," said Qing with lingering fear. Han Sen nodded, as he also heard that Gambler was severely injured. Due to the non-disclosure agreement, he did not know why he was hurt. And it turned out to be about this sacred blood creature. Young Monli said seriously, "Last time Qin Xian and I had checked. The sacred blood creature is too fast and sly. In the forest it was extremely difficult to kill it unless with a large group. In this mission we are not allowed to kill it directly, which makes the task even harder." Han Sen looked at the forest, which was quite lush. The trees were all more than 10 feet tall, and even the sun could not shine through. To fight a sacred blood creature in darkness was indeed difficult. Qin Xian had also written that this sacred blood creature was very fast and strong. She could match its strength but not its flexibility. Even Qin Xian said that it was easy to tell how hard it would be to kill the sacred blood creature. Qin Yuan, please wait outside. I will enter with Yang Manli and call you over when we had disabled the sacred blood creature. Han San said to the two boys and led Yang inside the forest. Yang was good at archery, which could not be of much use in such an environment. However, as Han Sen's deputy, she had to obey Han Sen's order and follow him into the forest. When they were at the border of the forest, Han Sen stopped and said to Yang Manli, Manli, you go ahead and lead the sacred blood creature out. I will cover you with bow and arrows. Do not worry, I will kill the creature immediately when it's out. Yang Manli was dumbstruck, her mind filled with the word revenge. With trees everywhere, what good will a cover do? Archery could barely be of any use here. Yang Manli thought that there was only one possibility for Han Sen to do this, trying to kill her. You're trying to get even with me in the name of public interest. Yang Manli gritted her teeth and said. Han Sen did not explain himself, but smiled and said, you can also choose not to execute my order. Yang Manli gave Han San a fierce stare and walked into the forest. Different from Han San, she was from a service family and valued order. The trees were so dense in the forest that it was very dim. Yang Manli summoned a broadsword and walked carefully. As she was walking, she thought she would definitely apply for a transfer if she could get out of here alive. Qin Xian, you did make the wrong choice. The minute you leave, he is turning on me. Is this what you call a talent? Yang Manli felt sadness and anger at the same time. As Yang Manli turned back, she did not see Han Sen at all, and was even more certain that Han Sen was trying to get a revenge. When she turned her head, a black ape jumped out from the thick fallen leaves on the ground. The ape was so fast that it was in her face in an instant. Because she turned her head back, Yang Manli did not discover the creature in time. It was too late for her to dodge or run. She had to hack her broadsword at the ape. Although she had nice broadsword skills and decent strength, she was not able to match a sacred blood creature in anything but archery. The sacred blood creature grabbed her weapon with one paw. The mutant weapon couldn't even hurt its skin. The ape's other paw quickly snapped at Yang Manli's neck. Watching the nails as sharp as daggers, Yang Manli could no longer fight back. She sighed inwardly, damn, I'm going to die under the bastard's scheme. When she was almost desperate, she saw a silver flash cutting off the paw next to her neck. As the paw fell, blood sprayed out. Han San quickly rushed from the side and moved to the screaming sacred blood creature. Yang Manli watched Han Sen's figure and did not know how he appeared. With complex emotions, she did not move. Didn't he want to get even with me? Where did he come from? Yang Manli saw Han Sen's figure moving swiftly, a silver weapon dancing away. The sacred blood creature lost all 4 limbs in an instant and was about to die. Chapter 250. Against the monster on her way back, Yang Manli rode her mount following Han San, watching her boss with mixed feelings. Yang Manli suddenly felt that Han San had become someone she did not know. The guy who she used to despise had grown so strong. When she lost in the archery competition against him, she was a little bit unconvinced. However, now she felt ashamed for how she looked at Han San, who had grown to be someone she needed to look up to. Qin Xian does have better judgment than I do, thought Yang Manli. Yuan and Qing marched together with Han Senator. Although Yuan did not get the beast's soul after killing the sacred blood creature, he was still praising Han Senior Han San. In the future we can live with ease. With you in steel armor shelter, we don't need to worry about hunting anymore. Qing said excitedly. I am not able to kill every sacred blood creature. Han Sen smiled and said. This time it was such an easy kill for him because the environment was perfect for an assassin like himself. Also, Qin Xian had already left him with detailed information, which helped him a lot. After returning to his office at Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen said to Yang Manli, Deputy, your performance today was not professional. With your ability you should have done better. Blushing, Yang Manli moved her lips but failed to mutter a word. Indeed, as Han Sen said, she could have done much better even though she could not beat the creature. The reason why she acted poorly was that she was distracted by her grudge. Yang Manli had no argument to make. As a soldier, you should trust your comrade. Obviously, you did not trust me. I am sorry, Captain. It will not happen again, Young Monli said with her head down. It was rare that Young Monli would apologize. However, she realized that she had made a terrible mistake, and Han Sen's performance had won him her respect. Great, Han Sen said with satisfaction. This stops here, and I do not want to see it happen again. Never, said Young Monli. After Young Monli left, Han Sen went back to the Alliance and logged in the special squad platform. Yuan had marked completion of the mission. Because Han Sen had accomplished it on his own, the gift card of the S-level Geno solution and 10 points were added to his name. Han Sen was overjoyed, but he did not have something in mind to buy, so he kept the gift card and points. Actually, if he could find the tutorials for Hyper Geno Arts, he only needed to buy the corresponding Geno solutions and would not need a license. However, Han Sen did not have a tutorial at the point and could not make use of the gift card. Eventually, Han Sen had time to enjoy a nice meal with his girlfriend Ji Yen Ran, without knowing that there was a storm approaching. Because the Military Academy League had forbidden one player competing in multiple subjects, Jing Jiwoo chose to participate in the archery tournament this year, driving many to pay special attention to the archery tournament. When the list of players and game schedule were published by the league, a lot of people discovered that the opponent of the Alliance Central Military Academy was Blackhawk in the second round. If it were the Blackhawk that people had known, no one would pay extra attention to them. However, people noticed that Han Sen was one of the Blackhawk players. Many people were suddenly reminded that Han Sen was an archery student after all. BRL. That'll be something to watch. Jing Jiwoo versus Han Sen. I only know that Han Sen is great at Warframe and black and white boxing. Who has any idea about his archery skills? Being an archery student himself, he would definitely be very good. As good as he is, he could not compare to Jing Jiwoo the monster. Aha, I never watch archery contests, but I'm watching this time for Jing Jiwoo. Jing Jiwoo, you are always my number one. The best military school student ever, Jing Jiwoo. I admit that Han Sen is very strong, but against Jing Jiwoo he stands no chance. Han Sen is weaker than Jing Jiwoo, and his teammates were way weaker than Jing Jiwoo's teammates. In the team competition, there is no suspense who the winner will be. I hope Han Sen could do well in individual contests. I like them both. Whoever loses will make me sad. It is such a shame that Jing Jiwoo can only be in the archery tournament. I really want to see his Warframe performance. I prefer to watch his martial arts competition. Jing Jiwoo, forever king. No matter what, this should be a very good match to watch. I hope that Han Sen could do well so that we can watch for a longer time. On the Skynet, no one thought the Alliance Central Military Academy would lose. After all, Jing Jiwoo had ruled the league for 3 years without losing in anything. Although Han Sen was also doing well in Warframe and black and white boxing, he did not seem to be quite Jing Jiwoo's match. Even Fong Mingquan, who had always had faith in Han Sen, was conservative when predicting the results, only wishing Blackhawk and Han Sen the best. After watching Jing Jiwoo's previous games, he had to admit that Jing Jiwoo was indeed a monster. In the entire Military Academy League, or the entire unevolved population, it would be hard to find Jing Jiwoo's match. Fong Mingquan could not see any flaw in Jing Jiwoo. Han Sen would always surprise him, but Jing Jiwoo made him feel absolute pressure. No matter what kind of opponents Jing Jiwoo ran into, the monster would always win. A perfect monster was all that Fong could say about Jing Jiwoo. If Nailan Chengnua could be described as wise, then Jing Jiwoo should be called a ruler. The atmosphere during the training of the school team was somewhat depressing. After they saw the result of the draw, many old members found it devastating to meet the Alliance Central Military Academy in the second round. Invincible monster. For the old team members, the pressure was simply too much. The schedule also disturbed Situ Xiang's plan. Originally, she planned to let the team practice in rounds of matches. With Han Sen in the team, they could at least make it to the 5th round. After other team members gained enough practice and confidence, they could then face the Alliance Central Military Academy. Even if they could not win, they would have a decent performance. However, now in the second round they would run into the monster, and if they lost at the round they would have an even worse ranking than last year. Situ Xiang knew that they could not lose this one. But even with Han San on the team, she was not confident. After all, the main item in the archery tournament was a team match, whereas the individual match was more of a performing nature. The school's ranking mainly depended on the result of the team match. In Black Hawk, except for Han San, there were very few people she could rely on. The old team members had lost their confidence, and the new ones could not be completely trusted in such a big game yet. The current situation made it very difficult for Situ Xiang. She thought secretly, damn you, hand. Why did you have such bad luck in the draw? No matter how bad the luck was, as the coach, she had to boost the team's morale. It was not working though. Basically, all the old team members thought they would lose for sure. Even if they could make it to the second round, they would lose then. So unfortunate. Such a strong opponent in the second round, Shizhikong couldn't help but complained. It is a good thing. Only strong opponents could bring us more progress, said Zhongyang excitedly, full of hope. Lu Meng said casually, more progress but less opportunity. With our current team, even Han Sen could not get us past the second round. The result does not matter that much as long as we grow. We have not tried yet, so how do you know that we would lose? Do you agree, Han San? Zhongyang asked Han Sr. Of course we will win. Han San smiled and said, don't you feel it is quite interesting? What is interesting? Asked Shizhikong, puzzled. The Alliance Central Military Academy is the king in the league, and Jingjiwu is the #1 military school student. If we beat them, we will be ending an era. Don't you think it's interesting? Asked Han San, smiling. I don't feel as interesting at all. I would rather have a weak opponent. Shizhikong smiled bitterly and said, Han San, do not take Jingjiwu lightly. He is a formidable man, said Lu Meng solemnly. I never take anyone lightly, but I do feel it is very interesting. To end a dynasty and bury it in history, I cannot think of something more exciting than this, Han San said seriously. Exactly, Han San, I support you. Zhongyang had fires burning in his eyes, and it looked like he could not wait to fight. You are not normal, but since we are roommates, if you decide to go, I will go with you. I am just afraid that the coach would not give us the opportunity, Shizhikong said worriedly. Lu Meng curled his lips. Relax, we will definitely go. The coach is clever and she would not use those old teammates who have lost all their confidence. It is very likely we will represent the school. As Han Sen was walking toward the cafeteria, his comlink rang. It was from Tang Junliu. When he answered the call, the holographic images of Lin Feng and Tang Junliu both appeared. Have you decided to participate in the archery tournament? Asked Tang Junliu hurriedly. I am in the archery department, and as a member of the school team, I will definitely be participating. Is there a problem? Han Sen did not understand why Tang Junliu would care about this. Tang Junliu did not speak but looked at Lin Feng. Do you think you could win? Asked Lin Feng. I'm not sure, replied Han Sen quickly. Jingjiwu was so strong that he could not tell whether he could win before actually fighting the monster. I'll be watching your game, said Lin Feng calmly. Han Sen cast an odd look at Lin Feng, not knowing what he meant. Tang Junliu couldn't help but explain, Han Sen, Jingjiwu used to go to the same school we went to. He was as strong as Lin Feng. Unfortunately, he transferred to the Alliance Central Military Academy later, and never had a chance to have a proper fight with Lin Feng. It will definitely be difficult battle. You feel nervous now? Han Sen shrugged and said, I have never thought that I would lose, so there is nothing to be nervous about. If Jingjiwu has heard this, he will definitely be very happy. Should I tell him you said that? Tang Junliu grinned. As you like, Han Sen said casually. Be very careful. Jingjiwu is the most talented and hardworking guy I have ever seen. Lin Feng suddenly cut in. Han Sen was surprised and nodded seriously. Someone that was able to get such a remark from Lin Feng was definitely incredibly formidable. Well then, we'll go there and watch your game. Tang Junliu quickly hung up and called Jingjiwu. #1 military school student, that sounds so much better than dollar. Han Sen touched his chin contentedly. However, to gain that title, he must get rid of the guy who was named the monster. When he came to the cafeteria, Ji Yanran had already took a table. Luckily her roommate was not here, and Han Sen felt he was about to get lucky. I heard that the archery school team will run into Jingjiwu in the second round, said Ji Yanran. Yes, what about it? Han Sen was surprised that even Ji Yanran started to care about the archery tournament. If you could beat Jing Jiwoo, I will treat you to a 4-day deluxe couples tour to the AGNC. Ji Yanran blinked and said. Han Sen suddenly felt a strong desire to win. His eyes lighting up like a light bulb, Han Sen muttered, 4-day deluxe couples tour. Originally, Han Sen wanted to wait and see how it went. However, he now had every drive to beat the Alliance Central Military Academy. Thinking of the 4-day deluxe couples tour and his sexy, beautiful girlfriend, Han Sen felt his blood was boiling. The reason Ji Yanran wanted Han Sen to beat Jing Jiwoo was that last year when she led the team of Hand of God, they lost to Jing Jiwoo and stopped before entering the top 16. Women were vengeful creatures, and Han Sen's team happened to be running into Jing Jiwoo. Obviously, Ji Yanran did not want her boyfriend to lose to the same person. Eyes on the bonus, Han Sen researched many videos of Jing Jiwoo's previous matches. Han Sen had to admit that Jing Jiwoo was very strong. He could barely find any flaw. It was almost impossible to beat the guy through his weaknesses. However, Jing Jiwoo was also absolutely among the top of all military school students in terms of strength. To overpower him was also out of the question. Han Sen compared himself to Jing Jiwoo and found that he was worse in both strength and speed himself. Tang Jinliu told Han Sen that Jing Jiwoo had already maxed out on all Geno points. The reason Jing Jiwoo had not gone to Second God's Sanctuary was that he wished to fight with Lin Feng in the next chosen contest. In addition, the hyper-Geno art practice by Jing Jiwoo was also incredible. Even Lin Feng and Tang Jinliu did not know what kind of hyper-Geno art it was, but it worked very well in that an average person whose Geno points were maxed out was not Jing Jiwoo's match at all. It is very difficult. If I have maxed out on my Geno points, I could definitely beat him fair and square. However, my Geno points are still not there yet. What Han Sen did not know was that he was studying his opponent. His opponent was also studying him. Lin Feng had said that Jing Jiwoo was the most talented and hardworking person. Jing Jiwoo had a strong mind, but he never took any opponent lightly, especially someone that Lin Feng valued. Jing Jiwoo had gathered all the information about Han Sen on the Skynet, including the video of the Warframe contest in the Starry Cup. He also watched the black and white boxing video and Han Sen's commercial. Jing Jiwoo had found almost everything and watched them all carefully. Jing, what are you watching? Qin Cheng walked over and stood behind Jing Jiwoo. Qin Cheng was number 2 in the school archery team of the Alliance Central Military Academy. Originally, Qin Cheng was not in the archery team but the Warframe team. He used to be the captain of the Warframe school team, and won the championship for the school. Because Jing Jiwoo said, "I want you as my teammate," he transferred to the archery team. Even so, Qin Cheng was among the top in the Military Academy League. Even without Jing Jiwoo, Qin Cheng could lead the team to win. Han Sen from Black Hawk, said Jing Jiwoo, his eyes on the video, not missing a single detail. "I've heard about this person. Since he beat Nailan Qingnua in black and white boxing, he should be very strong." Qin Cheng sat down next to Jing Jiwoo and asked, "What do you know about him so far?" "Very good," said Jing Jiwoo. Qin Cheng looked at Jing Jiwoo in surprise. Not many people could get such comment from Jing Jiwoo. At least in all the contests that they participated together, he had never heard Jing Jiwoo say this about anyone. "How good?" Qin Cheng asked seriously. "His fitness level is similar to yours, and he could make amazing judgment about his opponent's thoughts. It almost looks like he could read one's mind. Then it'll be very interesting." "That's great. If we do not even have a decent opponent, this game would be too boring." Qin Cheng laughed. "That's right. But I would rather watch his videos and study more. It is very hard to deal with someone like him." Jing Jiwoo also laughed. He would never fear any opponent. Qin Cheng nodded, opened 2 cans of beer, passed one to Jing Jiwoo and leaned on the sofa. After watching all of Han Sen's videos, Qin Cheng said, "He is indeed very strong. How are his teammates?" "Not so good." Jing Jiwoo showed videos of other players from Black Hawk. He did a very thorough research. Qin Cheng was used to Jing Jiwoo's style. After watching everything, he lamented, "The teammates are too weak." The archery tournament was an unpopular game. However, this year's game received extra attention because Jing Jiwoo had chosen to participate. Many fans wanted to see Jing Jiwoo or Qin Chang in person, even went to Planet Goth to watch the game. All the archery teams from different military academies were also led to Planet Goth and arranged to stay in the hotel opposite the stadium. When Situ Seong went to arrange for the team's accommodation, the Black Hawk School team were standing in the lobby, watching other teams coming in and out. "Are you Han San?" A girl in uniform saw Han San and walked over. "I am. And you are?" Han San looked at the girl standing in front of him, who was wearing a uniform of a different school and carrying a quiver. "My name is Cho Mingmei. I liked your commercial a lot. Could I ask for signature?" The girl took out a pen and paper, watching Han San expectantly. "Cho Mingmei. You're Cho Mingmei from Sinwu Military Academy?" Shi Kong and several old team members stared at the girl incredulously. The name of Cho Mingmei was known by almost every archer in military schools. Last year when she was still a freshman, she led her team, which was rather weak, to rank the third in the tournament. Cho Mingmei had also become famous after that. This year she and Sinwu Academy received a lot of attention. Han Sun had only studied the team members of the Alliance Central Military Academy, and did not have much knowledge of other military schools. Nor did he know Cho Mingmei's name. He signed for her and gave her the piece of paper back. "Thank you so much. I wish that we could have a match together." Cho Mingmei was very excited and returned to her team. Han Sun turned back and saw the jealous look on his teammate's face. Shi Kong put his strong arm around Han Sun's neck and shouted, "Han Sun, Cho Mingmei asked you for a signature." Not only his own teammates, but also other students in the lobby were throwing angry looks at Han Sr. Cho Mingmei was gorgeous and had great archery skills. There was no doubt that she was a star in the archery tournament. Her asking for Han Sen's signature naturally made many guys bristle. "Stop it, guys. Behave yourselves, please." After Situ Seong and the team manager finished the paperwork, the team members went to their own respective rooms. "Do not run around. When you finish eating, just go to the stadium and do some training on the spot." Situ Seong did not want the team to run around and make trouble. After dinner, the team went to the Goth Stadium, where the 10-day competition would be held. "It's Jing Jiwoo." When they reached the venue, Shi Kong whispered. Everyone looked over and saw the school team of the Alliance Central Military Academy were doing a training. Jing Jiwoo was shooting at a moving target 300 feet from him, and had hit the bullseye 8 times in a row. "Insanely stable," commended Lu Meng. Suddenly, a guy came to Han Sun with a bow in his hand and asked in a provocative tone, "Are you Han San?" "I am. Who are you?" Han Sun looked the guy up and down and did not recognize him. "Remember me. I am Fong Wending from Smith Military Academy. And we will beat your team and enter the second round to face the Alliance Central Military Academy," said the guy arrogantly. Han Sun smiled and did not speak. When Shi Kong was about to say something, another person came over to them. Shi Kong moved his lips and did not make a sound, staring his eyes wide at the person who had come. Not just Shi Kong, almost everyone was looking at that person because it was Jing Jiwoo from the Alliance Central Military Academy. Jing Jiwoo. Jing Jiwoo introduced himself and reached out his right hand in front of Han Sr. Han Sen paused and shook his hand. Jing Jiwoo smiled and said, "I wanted to say hi when we meet at the match. However, since I've seen you here, I should probably say hi now. I look forward to our game." "Me too." Han Sen was quite confused. The strong players he had met were all kind of strange. Jing Jiwoo just came to talk to him out of nowhere. Han Sun did not feel anything when he heard what Jing Jiwoo had said. But other people were quite shocked. The reporters around the venue were drafting millions of headlines in their mind. An invite from the monster, nemesis of the emperor, on the probability of the victory of Black Hawk. Either way, many people now knew that Jing Jiwoo took Black Hawk, or rather Han San, very seriously. Fong Wending was left alone, felt terrible. No one was paying attention to him, and his remark was completely forgotten because of Jing Jiwoo's presence. When Xiao was also doing a live show of the training in the stadium. When she saw the scene, she was pleasantly surprised. She was supposed to do a show on black and white boxing, but volunteered to do a show on the archery tournament, knowing Han Sen would be participating. She did not understand why Han Sen would give up black and white boxing for archery. He was doing so well in black and white boxing that he could guarantee great performance. Although he was from the archery department, Wen Xiuxiu still did not understand his choice. This year, Jing Jiwu had chosen to take part in the archery tournament, and according to the rules, he could no longer show up in black and white boxing competitions, which made Saint Germain the strongest team. Han Sen had proven that he could easily beat Saint Germain, and this was supposed to be a perfect opportunity for him. However, he chose to compete in archery and ran into the Alliance Central Military Academy in the second round, which was beyond her comprehension. Watching Han San and Jing Jiwu talking, Wen Xiuxiu suddenly thought she understood something. Han San and Jing Jiwu must have made a pact to compete in the archery tournament. That must be why they have chosen the archery tournament together. Wen Xiuxiu let her imagination run wild. She had even drafted the title of her piece, The Rendezvous Between the Monster and the Emperor. As Wen Xiuxiu got more and more excited about her work, she went back to her office and started writing. Wen Xiuxiu did have a lot of creativity. In fact, Jing Jiwu was only saying hi to Han San because he had heard about Han San from Tang Xinliu and Lin Feng. In her writing, Han San and Jing Jiwu had all sorts of love and hatred between them. Paired with the pictures she took, it almost seemed real. After reading her reports, everyone started to discuss the relationship between Jing Jiwu and Han Sr. I was just wondering why they both chose archery. It turns out that there's something going on between the two. Exactly. I can't wait to see their duel. Monster and Emperor, very interesting. I believe Han Sen's black and white boxing ID is Emperor. I have seen Han Sen's black and white boxing competition. He even beat Nalin Chenghua 5-0 and Jing Jiwu only beat Nalin Chenghua 3-2. Must be a great show. So exciting. The Alliance Central Military Academy won their first round without any suspense. However, the team did not leave after the game, but changed outfits and sat on the stands to watch other teams' games, giving more evidence to those who were speculating about the relationship between Han San and Jing Jiwu. Wen Xiuxiu became super excited and focused her camera on Jing Jiwu and Han San instead of the game itself. The viewers of the game were also in a heated discussion. Eventually it was Black Hawk's turn. Their opponent was Smith Military Academy. People were guessing who Situ Xiang would pick to represent Black Hawk and were surprised by the result. Except for Su Tianhao was the old captain, the other four teammates were the four freshmen from room 304. Shi Zhikong was so surprised that he opened his mouth wide. He did not expect to be able to represent the school. His level was only average and even slightly worse than those old team members. As for Lu Meng and Zhang Yang, they had been performing at top levels in the school team, so that it made sense the coach picked them. Carry on. I believe in you. Situ Xiang smiled and patted Shi Zhikong on the shoulder. Like Lu Meng had predicted, Situ Xiang was someone who valued morale very much. She would rather take Shi Zhikong than those who had lost their confidence. If the old captain Su Tianhao did not have faith, Situ Xiang might even replace him as well. Don't worry. We'll be here for you. Zhang Yang patted Shi Zhikong and said. Shi Zhikong immediately exclaimed, "What's to be worried about? This round we don't even have to face the monster. Even in the next round, Han Sen will win it for us." Lu Meng and Zhang Yang threw a contemptuous look at Shi Zhikong and went back to training. The team competition was a playoff system. Each group had 5 members. In the venue full of obstacles, the team that outed all 5 members of the other group would win. It was almost like a shootout, only with arrows. The arrows used in the game were flat-headed magnetic ones. Once the arrow hit a player, the person would be out immediately. In the show hosted by Wen Xiuxiu, a famous archery expert Feng Jiluan was invited to analyze the game. Professor Feng Jiluan, could you make an analysis of the current situation of the two teams? Wen Xiuxiu asked Feng Jiluan. Although Wen Xiuxiu did not know much about archery before, she did her homework before she came and now knew quite a lot about the rules and the teams. Smith Military Academy was on the same level as Black Hawk. Last year, Smith Military Academy did not do that well in archery either, only slightly better than Black Hawk. This year, Smith Military Academy also recruited many archery students, among whom Feng Wending was one of the top. Feng Jiluan cleared his throat and said lightly, Black Hawk and Smith are on the same level, and I will say it's a 60% chance of winning. You think Black Hawk only has a 60% chance of winning? asked Wen Xiaoxiao, surprised. No, I believe Smith has 60% chance of winning, said Feng Jiluan casually. Wen Xiaoxiao was a bit dumbstruck. Everyone knew that Han Sen was the player that Jing Jiwu took very seriously, so she did not expect Feng to say that. Feng Jiluan did not wait for another question before he continued. I know that there is a lot of hype on the Skynet about Han San and Jing Jiwu. However, as a professional archery analyst, I could tell you that it is just a PR stunt. Han Sen and Blackhawk did not have what it takes to be the Alliance Central Military Academy's match. I would say that it would be hard for them even to beat Smith. Feng Jiluan's remark led to fury of the viewers. What kind of expert is this? What's all this bull crap? My emperor is handpicked by Jing Jiwu. Smith is nothing. Where does the so-called expert come from? Pure stunt my ass. Both Jing Jiwu's fans and Han Sen's fans voiced their dissatisfaction. Although Wen Xiaoxiao felt embarrassed, she could not discredit an expert on her own show. She had to say, there must be a reason why you support Smith? Feng Jiluan smiled and said, as an expert, I would not be easily affected by public opinion. To the contrary, I value data. The reason that I say Smith has a better chance at winning is that through scientific analysis, Blackhawk is nowhere near Smith. I do not need to make a judgment, only an interpretation of the numbers. Although the public are misled by the PR stunt and fake news, that does not change the fact that Blackhawk is a weak team. Wen Xiaoxiao was mortified at this point. One of the fake news Feng Jiluan talked about was her article. Feng Jiluan, on the other hand, did not know that Wen Xiaoxiao had written such a report. The reason he made such an analysis was that Feng Wending was Feng Jiluan's nephew. Feng Jiluan knew that Feng Wending's parents were professional archers, and that Feng Wending had really good skills, so he utilized this opportunity to brag about his own wonderful analytical skills and gain his nephew some popularity. Feng Jiluan continued to say, Smith has recruited a lot of great students this year, especially a student named Feng Wending. If you knew anything about archery contests, you should have heard the names of Feng Hua and Feng Yunmei, the two professional archers among evolvers. Feng Wending is from such a great family background and talented himself as well. Such a star archer. What you're saying is that Feng Wending is better than Han San at archery? Wen Xiaoxiao tried to contain her anger. How is that even a question? Someone who plays the Warframe, does black and white boxing and even shoots commercials, versus a real archer. I bet you don't know this. This Feng Jiluan is the elder brother of Feng Yunmei. Really? Yes, it is true. I live in the same building as Feng Wending and often see Feng Jiluan visiting him. Shameless. What kind of expert is this? How dare he say such crap? I've never heard that archery skills could be inherited. The viewers soon found out about the relationship between Feng Jiluan and Feng Wending. At this point, the game had already started. Each team entered from one end of the field. The field was of a rectangular shape more than half a mile long. All kinds of obstructions were dotted in the area, including small hills, woods and walls, allowing the players to use different tactics. Players must choose among different bows and arrows provided by the sponsor. Since everyone had different strength levels and habits, there were no rules about the model of weapons. From 6.0 to 20.0, there were many options on each strength level. Although there were many high-tech composite bows that combined ease of use and accuracy, Han San still chose a traditional longbow. Longbow was the hardest to practice, but it was the most flexible under all kinds of circumstances. Han San had been using a traditional bow since the beginning. He had learned the basics in the integrated education, and was further corrected by Yang Monli. After that, he learned many techniques in the military school. At this point, he had reached a considerable high level in archery. 11.0 traditional longbow was a popular choice. Normally speaking, senior military school students could reach 13 to 14 in their fitness index, so they would normally go for a bow of 11.0 or 12.0. The one Han San chose was relatively weak. Shi Zhikong had great strength, so he chose a 14.0 modern composite bow. The bow was very powerful but lacking in flexibility. Although a composite bow was easier to manipulate than a traditional one, the speed must be sacrificed. Shi Zhikong planned to be a remote attacker in the game, and did not plan to sneak up on any player from Smith Military Academy. Zhang Yang picked a traditional bow like Han San did, although he picked up the 12.5 one, which was stronger than Han Sen's. Lu Meng chose a recurve hunting bow with an arrow rest, which had a higher accuracy than a traditional bow. It was a mix between the traditional and composite, so rather practical. Su Tianhao chose a 13.0 composite bow. Like Shi Kong, he was also a player more used to attacking in a fixed place, only his strength was not as great as Shi Kong, who was either a born Hercules or had a great count of Geno points. Among the 5 bows, Han Sun chose the one with lowest strength requirement, which led to Feng Zhiluan's criticism. He picked a bow of 11.0, which means he has a terrible fitness index. As a member of the school team, although he is just a freshman, he should still be able to use a 12.0 bow well. Otherwise, he is for sure on the bottom of the entire tournament. I mean, I can understand that. Han Sen put all his energy into Warframe and black and white boxing, which could explain his bad physique. Feng Zhiluan then turned the topic back to his nephew. In this respect, Feng Wending is much better than him. They both picked traditional longbows, yet Feng Wending chose a 12.5, which says a lot about his fitness level. Feng Zhiluan spared no effort to sing his nephew's praise, while the viewers did not really buy it. Bullshit. That's no indicator of anything. I'm using a 15.0 bow but cannot make much use of it. Such a phony. How do you know that Han Sen could not beat him with that 11.0 bow? Exactly. In the hands of a master, any bow can be used well. I have only heard of Han Senator. Who the heck is Feng Wending? Analysis led to strong antipathy. Even fans of the other team started to defend Han Xian, not to mention Han Sen's own fans. Professor Feng, I think that was a little subjective. Our viewers seem to have a lot of different opinions, said Wen Xiuxiu. Feng Zhiluan glanced at the comments and said casually, the truth always lies in the hands of a few. I'm just stating a fact, which might not be easy to accept for those who have a weak mind. Very soon I believe they will see what I'm talking about because the result of the game will prove everything. Words like this made the viewers hate this know-it-all even more. Ji Yanran and Chu Lily were also pissed off by his remarks. Chu Lily bristled. What kind of crappy expert is this? So unprofessional. Ji Yanran's face was grim. She curled her lips and said, he is right about one thing. The result of the game will prove everything, just not anything he said. Although the viewers had been complaining, Feng Zhiluan managed to ignore all those comments and continued to talk about Smith's strengths. At this point, players from Black Hawk and Smith had used all kinds of obstructions as their cover to approach the other team. The fight was about to begin. Feng Zhiluan did have his own reasons to praise his nephew, who was indeed a strong archer. Feng Wending had great techniques and was good at commanding the team. In the Military Academy League, he could absolutely be counted as a top player. If it was not for Han Sun, he could easily lead Smith to beat a good team. Let's go occupy the heights first and seek opportunities to fight back, said Su Tianhao. Captain, I don't think that's necessary. We are completely capable of fighting them head-on, Zhang Yang suggested. Lu Meng also said, we haven't been practicing as a team for long. If we fight them far away, our teamwork would not be very impressive. We should go over there and keep them close. Han Sun is such a good archer that he could even finish them off himself. What do you say, Han Sun? Asked Su Tianhao. It's just Smith. We will win anyway, Han Sun smiled and said. Shi Kong suddenly became excited. What are we waiting for? Let's go there right away. Let's go. Su Tianhao hadn't had this kind of spirit for 2 years in the school team since they had always been losing. Since the freshmen had all shown great courage, Su Tianhao was happy to oblige. The team of 5 used different objects as their cover and quickly ran toward Smith's half-court, without any intention to occupy the heights. Black Hawk went all in. They did not even take Smith seriously. Awesome. That seems a bit dangerous, doesn't it? Dangerous how? Han Sen does not need to worry about Smith at all. He is on the same level as Jing Jiwu. Awesome, I like this. Watching the 5 players of Black Hawk taking the risk, the viewers became thrilled. In an archery game, the most interesting was definitely a head-on fight instead of a set offense. Originally Feng Zhiluan was worried that Feng Wending would have some trouble winning the game, Seeing Black Hawk going all in, he was amused and said, "It seems that I still gave Black Hawk too much credit. In addition to their bad skills, they had no tactics either. There is no cover or cooperation. If they want to do this, why did some of them pick strong composite bows? Everyone should have chosen a flexible longbow. I'm sure that Smith would win more easily than I predicted." Watching the game, Wen Xiuxiu also frowned. Based on what she had learned recently, Feng Juluan was making a lot of sense. Black Hawk's strategy did seem quite clueless. Normally speaking, if a team were to approach their enemy, they needed to do it under all sorts of covers and push over slowly. When all five rushed together like they did, the team members could easily be hit by an enemy hidden in the dark. The only chance of winning now was that Black Hawk could beat Smith instantaneously, leaving them no opportunity to launch any sneak attack. However, by rushing over first, Black Hawk had put themselves at a disadvantage. It was almost impossible to beat Smith at once. Seeing the Black Hawk players rushing over, Fong Wending smirked and ordered, "Lay low and occupy favorable spots. Shoot at my command." "Captain, they have entered my shooting range. Should I start now?" A player holding a 14.0 composite bowl asked. "Hold it. When they entered the area of fallen trees, we will launch a serious attack," said Fong Wending, observing his opponents. The Black Hawk players seemed to be going all the way. Although the Smith players could shoot them right now, only one composite bow was close enough to them. At such distance, one bow could not make a huge difference. Since Han San and his teammates were still running, Fong Wending would let them get a bit closer to launch a better attack. The area of fallen trees was the most open area in the entire field, and within the shooting range of all the Smith players. Seeing the Black Hawk players moving into that area, even the viewers felt bad for them. This game should be ending in less than 5 minutes. Feng Juluan saw that and smiled. Very soon, Feng Juluan's smile froze on his face. When Han San and his teammates entered the shooting range of the Smith players, it also meant that the Smith players were now within the range of Han San's shooting range. When Fong Wending gave the order to fire away, arrow after arrow flew toward where the Smith players were hiding. Two of the Smith players who thought they were hiding well were out immediately. Although Fong Wending and the other two reacted fast and dodged the arrows, they lost the opportunity to shoot back. Silence fell as everyone was shocked by Han San, who shot 5 arrows in the blink of an eye. The next moment, loud cheers sounded in the stands. What the heck? How did he know where the 5 persons of Smith were hiding? So fast. I did not even see him touch his bow. Such a strong player. No wonder Jing Jiwu takes him so seriously. He is not only the black and white boxing emperor, but also an amazing archer. Invincible. The field was so large that if players were hiding, it would be hard for them to be found. However, Han Sen's arrows were like missiles and located the Smith guys accurately, immediately pinned his enemies down. It was like a match between an adult and children. It was not that hard for Han Sen though. He was good at assassination and the field had a fixed map. Han Sen knew that the moment they reached the fallen trees area was the best opportunity for the Smith guys to launch an attack. And to tell where they were hiding was one of his strengths anyway. Let's go. No need to watch anymore. Jing Jiwu got up first. He is indeed a formidable opponent. I look forward to fighting against him. It's such a shame that all his teammates are weak. Qin Chung nodded. As a player who had a similar style to Han San, he was very impressed by Han Sen's ability to judge correctly. Life was full of competitions, but to find a rival on the same level was something worth celebrating. When Qin Chung observed Han Sen, he kept thinking what he would do if he were Han Senator, and it turned out that he would do exactly what Han San did. Qin Chung would have had the exact same speed, route, and timing. Although Qin Chung had not met Han Sen officially yet, he had thought of Han San as his biggest enemy and strongest opponent. Now Qin Chung wanted to beat Han San even more than Jing Jiwu did. He even wished that Han Sen's teammates could be stronger, so that he and Han San could compete on the same level. The moment that the Alliance Central Military Academy team left the site, loud cheers exploded behind them. It seemed that Black Hawk had already won. In just 3 minutes, Smith had lost completely. It was like a nightmare for them. They did not have any chance to shoot. Even if they exposed themselves just a little, they would be shot immediately. Han Sen's arrows had eyes. Archery was different from firearms. The fastest archer would still need time and space to draw the string. That was why until the end Fang Wending still had no opportunity to make a comeback. It did end in less than 5 minutes. Professor Feng Zhuluan knew it all. A genius is a genius. Fang Wending will definitely win. What a statement. Now archery is more interesting than I thought. Ji Yanran let out a sigh of relief and jumped with joy. Chu Lily waved her fist and ridiculed. Well done, genius. The so-called expert had some nerve to sit there. If I were him, I would have killed myself choking on my own feces. Feng Zhuluan could not say a word. He had praised Fang Wending so hard, but Fang had suffered such a loss. This victory once more put Black Hawk and Han San under the spotlight. All the media that covered the archery tournament published stories on this game. Although Smith was not a strong team, Han San's 5 arrows were simply outstanding. In addition, Jing Jiwu had taken Han San so seriously, which added to people's interest. When Xiuxiu spared no effort in praising Han San as well. She wrote an article with the title From Black and White Boxing to Archery Tournament Emperor Han San, in which she introduced Han San's past experience, making more readers familiar with him. After reading Wen Xiuxiu's report, many people found Han San's black and white boxing game video on the Skynet and fell in love with him even more. As Han San gained more and more fans, there had been more attention on the game between the Alliance Central Military Academy and Black Hawk. Most people hoped that Han San would do well, but believed that the Alliance Central Military Academy would still win. After all, Jing Jiwu's image was more established, and he had the best teammates who were also well-known players and could each lead a team in any other military academy. On the Black Hawk side, there were no strong players except for Han San, and 3 of his teammates were freshmen. That was why most people were excited to see the match between Han San and Jing Jiwu, but did not have much hope for Black Hawk winning. No one believed that Jing Jiwu would lose. He was a monster after all. And the monster was invincible. Even the Black Hawk themselves did not have much hope. Before the match, when Situ Xiang was explaining the tactics, she had also said doing their best was enough. The team members had the same mindset. No one dared to think about winning. Even Zhang Yang, who had always been positive, said, it would be good enough to finish off 1 or 2 players in Alliance Central Military Academy. Han Sen frowned. If it were any other game, he would not care as much. However, this game meant a couple's trip with his girlfriend. He had to win. However, in a team competition like this one, even he needed support from his teammates to stand a chance in front of the Alliance Central Military Academy. If his teammates were convinced that they were going to lose, then no one could help them. No. I must inspire their fighting spirit. Han Sen looked at his teammates and gazed upon Zhang Yang. Without a doubt, Zhang Yang was definitely the one person that had most fight in him. However, he alone would not make much of a difference. Han Sen hesitated and laid his eye on Situ Xiang. As the coach of the school team, Situ Xiang was doing quite well. If Han Sen did not spend too much time in God's sanctuary and had more time to practice with his teammates, they could probably do even better. However, this would not make much of the difference in front of the Alliance Central Military Academy. When Situ Xiang was explaining her arrangement in the next match, Han Sen suddenly stood up and walked to her. Situ Xiang did not know what the student wanted. He should listen to her or raise his hand instead of walking up to her. Coach, when you recruited me into the school team, didn't you tell me that the goal is to win the championship in this tournament? Han Sen walked up to Situ Xiang with his back straight and eyes sharp. I did. Situ Xiang nodded and blushed a little. She had to admit that even she did not believe that Black Hawk could beat the Alliance Central Military Academy. Then please tell us how to win this. I want to win. Staring at the coach, Han Sen said slowly. Situ Xiang did not know what to say. She wanted to win more than anybody. However, the gap between the 2 teams was too big. Situ Xiang had no clue herself as to how to beat the strongest military school. But as a coach, she could not tell her team that they had no hope. After watching the first match of the Alliance Central Military Academy, Situ Xiang had to say that this was probably the best team the archery tournament had ever seen. With the monster Jing Jiwu and other players like Qin Chang, the team was so strong that it was beyond her imagination. If you really want to win, there is only one way. Situ Xiang pondered for a while and said to Han Senator, in fact, Situ Xiang had thought about this match a million times. But no matter what decision she made, she thought they would still lose. The absolute gap in strength was beyond any strategy or tactics. But even so, Situsiang still hoped to win. She had a tentative plan, but she did not even believe it was possible to execute. It was deep in her mind, but she did not even have enough confidence to share that with her team. From a coach, the plan was quite absurd. Questioned by Han Sen like this, Situsiang had half a mind to share her plan. Although it was a bit ridiculous, what if they could actually realize it? The desire to win burned in Situsiang, which motivated her to speak her mind. But she did not say it immediately, and chose to test the water first. I really want to win. Whatever the method is, please tell me, said Han Sen earnestly, full of fighting will. Situsiang was quite touched. She did not expect that Han Sen, who seemed to care little about the school team, had such a sense of honor. If she knew that he was actually thinking about a trip with his girlfriend, she would probably be pissed off. Situsiang felt all her team members watching her, full of hope. No one wanted to lose, even the old team members, as long as there was a chance to win. Coach, please tell us, how can we win? Zhang Yang asked Situsiang hurriedly. Situsiang gritted her teeth and said grimly, when it comes to the absolute strength, you had no chance at all. Each and every one of their players is more experienced. Even the collaboration among them is much better than you guys. Situsiang paused and continued, however, that doesn't mean everything. Although they had a huge advantage, it does not mean you have no chance. Situsiang's gaze fell upon Han Sr. Although this chance is extremely slim, if you're willing to try, there is a possibility. Whereas if you do not try, you will definitely lose. If you decide to give it a shot, you will still have a 99% chance of losing. Are you still willing to do this? Please tell us how to do it. Han Sen was calm and determined. Other team members also looked at Situsiang eagerly. Here. Look at this. Situsiang pulled out the simulation of the field and started to explain. Before the match began, the stands were filled with the audience from all over the alliance. People were extremely enthusiastic about this match between Jing Jiwoo and Han Sr. All sorts of media platforms were also all over this match. The unpopular archery tournament became such a hit this year. When Xiaoxia was doing all the talking today, as the expert Feng Juluan was pulled off by Huaxing Station because of the complaints. At the back of the stands, two young men in sunglasses were whispering to each other. Lin Feng, do you think Han Sen could win? Asked Tang Xinliu casually. In terms of the overall strength of his team, Han Sen has no chance. Lin Feng smiled. And? Tang Xinliu knew Lin Feng had more to say. Lin Feng thought about it and said, however, Han Sen's strength was assassination. So, he might be able to get rid of a single person without using the entire team. You mean Han Sen has a chance to eliminate Jing Jiwoo? Tang Xinliu regarded Lin Feng. Very hard to say. Maybe there is a chance, whispered Lin Feng. Even he could not predict the result of this game and had to wait and see. On the stands were almost all the participating teams. Even the teams that did not have a match this day were here. Qiu Mingmei was also here with her teammates. Most of them were here to observe the Alliance Central Military Academy. In the first round, the team's opponent was too weak to make them show their real strength. Although they did not believe that Blackhawk was the match of the Alliance Central Military Academy, they thought Han Sen would be able to force the monster to show what he got. In the waiting room, Shi Zhikong nervously rubbed his hands together and murmured to Zhang Yang, "You think Coach's idea will really work?" "Why not? If we make every effort, there's definitely a chance," replied Zhang Yang calmly. "But this is beyond our efforts. It is simply too risky. Once they could tell what we're doing, we will definitely lose." Shi Zhikong was still nervous. "It is risky. But this is our only chance. Maybe you would like to share a better idea?" said Lu Meng. "If I have a better idea, I will not be so nervous. What do you think, Sen?" Shi Zhikong smiled bitterly. "This is the best way and our only chance. Let's just do what the coach said," said Han Sen calmly. The light was on and all the team members looked to Situsiang. "It's time." Situsiang took a deep breath and led her team out. The moment they appeared in the sight, they were greeted by waves of cheers. Less than 5 minutes until the game started, everyone opened their mouth wide. Even the online viewers forgot to comment and could not believe their own eyes. Because the entire field had a blocking system, The Alliance Central Military Academy players could not hear or see the audience. Otherwise they would know that something was wrong. From the beginning of the game, the 5 players from Blackhawk lined up in a single file and ran into the half-court of the Alliance Central Military Academy. Because there were obstructions including hills and woods, normally speaking, the two teams were not able to see each other when the game just started. It was a common practice to occupy the heights to observe the other team. There were a few heights in each half-court so that both teams could utilize the terrain. Blackhawk players had given up on the heights and chose to enter their opponent's half-court following a route hard to be discovered, which was a risky move. Once they were noticed by their opponents who had occupied the heights, they would be finished off in the blink of an eye. Everyone was shocked by the daring move of Blackhawk. Normally speaking, when the Alliance Central Military Academy occupied a height nearby, they would notice the Blackhawk players and end the game once the Blackhawk players were in their sight. What kind of tactics is this? This is so risky. They are bound to be found. Of course, Blackhawk have made such a bad move. I thought this game would be excellent to watch. Now it seems it will end very soon. Even an average motor school would not overlook such an intrusion, not to mention the Alliance Central Military Academy. What trick is this? Those who had the slightest understanding of an archery game thought Blackhawk was committing a suicide. At this point, Situ Seong was wringing her hands nervously, her eyes fixed on her team. She had designed the tactics which looked like a suicide. No team would make such a mistake to neglect this daring move. However, this was her last resort after watching all the games of the Alliance Central Military Academy in recent years. If she used this tactics on another team, then the failure was almost certain. However, on the Alliance Central Military Academy, maybe they stood a 1% or lower chance of success. Theoretically speaking, all teams would occupy 1 or 2 heights near them first to observe their opponents. Most of the time, the Alliance Central Military Academy would do the same. Under very rare circumstances, however, they would choose to go directly to occupy the highest point in the center of the field. These circumstances were so few that Situ Seong had only seen them do it 3 times in recent years. The chance was so small that it was not even meaningful. But Situ Seong's analysis made her see hope. All 3 times that the Alliance Central Military Academy made that decision, which was a more aggressive approach, were when they encountered strong opponents. It served them well too. The teams thought to be their match all turned out to be crushed. Although no one believed that Blackhawk was strong enough to pose a challenge to the Alliance Central Military Academy, because of Han Sen, the media was working up the hype. Situ Seong wondered if the Alliance Central Military Academy would take Blackhawk seriously enough to use their special strategy. If they chose to do their routine, then Blackhawk would definitely lose. This was a gamble, while Situ Seong did not even know if Blackhawk had any chips. In any case, this was Blackhawk's only chance. Sweat in her palms, Situ Seong was praying that there would be a miracle. Han Sen was leading the way, watching the timer in his hand from time to time. Their route and timing were carefully designed by Situ Seong, in a way that it would allow them to circle behind the Alliance Central Military Academy under the circumstances that the team chose to go directly to the center. Maybe Situ Seong's prayers were working. The 5 players of the Alliance Central Military Academy indeed went to the center instead of occupying the heights nearby. A classic battle was often produced under the influence of many coincidences. When the audience saw the players from each team went past each other from different routes, they were shocked. WTF. This must have been rehearsed. This is funny. Blackhawk has such good luck that the Alliance Central Military Academy chose directly to go to the center and avoided them. Incredible tactics. I cannot believe such tactics would work. The coach of Alliance Central Military Academy became very upset. No one could predict that Blackhawk would have such strange tactics. Even more unbelievable was he happened to be the one who made the decision to go to the center, which was part of the opponent's calculation. It was not a failure of the players, but the coach himself. At this point, he regretted so much that the plan to crush Blackhawk became the biggest crisis of the Alliance Central Military Academy. All the coaches from other school teams cast their eyes upon Situ Seong in awe of this woman. Such a daring and successful move. As the Alliance Central Military Academy was marching toward the center, the Blackhawk players had arrived at the woods behind the central mountain. The backs of all 5 players in the Alliance Central Military Academy were exposed in the sight of the Blackhawk players. An attack on the enemy's back was the most effective attack. In history, countless famous generals died under attacks from the flanks. Without knowing their backs were exposed, the 5 players from the Alliance Central Military Academy were still climbing the central mountain. All of a sudden, arrows were shot from their rear. Although there were 5 players on their team, the target of the arrows was one person. Qin Cheng, the number 2 in the Alliance Central Military Academy, and the second star of the team. Maybe Qin Cheng was not as famous as Jing Jiwu, but his contribution to the team was no less than Jing Jiwu's. As a student Warframe commander, Qin Cheng had not only great archery skills, but also excellent leadership talent. With Qin Cheng on the team, Jing Jiwu could focus himself on getting rid of the opponents. Without Qin Cheng, the Alliance Central Military Academy would still be strong, but no longer invincible. From the very beginning, Situ Xiang's plan was to first get rid of Qin Cheng, who was the brains of the team, instead of Jing Jiwu. On one hand, Jing Jiwu's physique was so strong that a sneak attack like this might not work. On the other hand, getting rid of Qin Cheng meant more to Blackhawk strategically. Watch out! Jing Jiwu noticed the attack before the arrows even arrived. It was too late for him to fend off the arrows, so all he could do was to use his voice. Qin Cheng acted quickly. It was an archery game, so it was forbidden to use anything to touch the opponent's arrows. A player could either dodge or use his or her own arrow to fight back. The arrows blocked every direction Qin Cheng could move. Their intention to kick Qin Cheng out was clear. Qin Cheng grabbed his bow and shot 3 arrows in an instant, which shot down all the 3 arrows coming at his face. Qin Cheng, well done. The coach of the Alliance Central Military Academy waved his fist in the excitement, feeling lucky to have Qin Cheng on his team. Such skills and calm were next to nobody other than Jing Jiwu. Qin Cheng's teammates were also overjoyed. Awesome. Well done, Qin Cheng. Ha! Blackhawk spent so much effort to attack Qin Cheng and failed. Qin Cheng was indeed the king of Warframe. We have more than Jing Jiwu. Qin Cheng is equally good. As they were celebrating, Qin Cheng suddenly exclaimed as an arrow ended on his chest. Beep! Beep! Alliance Central Military Academy. Qin Cheng. Out! Archer! Blackhawk. Hansen. Qin Cheng's clothes lit up and the voice of AI sounded in the field, shocking everyone including the coach of Alliance Central Military Academy. Qin Cheng looked down at the arrow on his body blankly. He only had seen 3 arrows. Yet when he fended off those 3, another arrow flew at him out of nowhere. He had no time to react again before being hit. Watch out for Han San. He's stronger than we thought, said Qin Cheng to Jing Jiwu. He already understood where that arrow came from. The first 3 arrows were just a cover, while Han San's arrow was hiding behind one of them. He had to fend off all 3 arrows before the last one showed. However, at that point he had no time to deal with the last arrow. It was easier said than done. He had never seen a single person who could do this in the entire archery tournament. As Qin Cheng was taken out by a smart machine, the game continued with the Alliance Central Military Academy at a disadvantage. The Blackhawk players were hiding in the woods, while their opponents were exposed on the slope with no cover. The players from the Alliance Central Military Academy were faced with 2 choices, either going up or down. Without hesitation, Jing Jiwu ordered everyone to go down, which was faster than going up and did not require them to expose their backs. It was not that easy to come down either. Blackhawk had made a thorough preparation for this part. None of them chose a strong bow. Everyone picked 11. 0 bows for the speed. It was a very weak bow for these student archers, but they could shoot continuously. At the command of their captain Su Tianhao, a storm of arrows landed on one of the Alliance Central Military Academy players. Without any cover, that player was out immediately. Ha! It was me. Shizhikong waved his recurve bow in excitement. Watch out! Han Sen wanted to pull Shizhikong, but it was too late. An arrow hit Shizhikong immediately. Although the arrows all had flat rubber heads, Shizhikong still rolled over on the ground in pain. That bow must be a 16. 0. Jing Jiwu is indeed a monster, said Su Tianhao after hiding behind a tree. Han Sen could also pull a 16. 0 longbow, but could probably shoot no more than 2 arrows. There was no way he could make continuous shots like Jing Jiwu. The 16. Zero Bao looked like an 11. Zero in Jingjiwu's hands. Quick! Do not allow them to come down, exclaimed Lu Meng at everyone. In another exchange of arrows, Jingjiwu made a shot at Su Tianhao, who was out immediately. Luckily, Han Sen got rid of another opponent as well. The audience became thrilled. Since Jingjiwu joined the school team, it was the first time that 3 players were out in the Alliance Central Military Academy. Amazing Blackhawk. Amazing Han San. This is definitely an epic-making game. The Alliance Central Military Academy was never pushed this far before. Blackhawk is only one step from victory, but that one step is so difficult, because in front of them is the best player in the Military Academy League, Jingjiwu, said Wen Xiuxiu, thrilled. The viewers also became excited. At an absolute advantage, Blackhawk still lost 3 players to Jingjiwu, who was indeed a monster. However, at this point, Jingjiwu was the only one that had survived on his team. On Blackhawk's side, the remaining were only Han San and Lu Meng. They had every intention to eliminate Jingjiwu, but all their attacks were in vain. He's no human, cursed Lu Meng behind a tree. Indeed, said Han San, also hiding behind a tree. Jingjiwu had rushed down the mountain and entered the woods. It was almost impossible to see him at this point, and both teams were reduced to the starting point. The viewers held their breath. Before the game, none of them had thought that the Alliance Central Military Academy would be pushed this far. Without a doubt, the tactics adopted by Blackhawk were extremely successful. However, Jingjiwu was still there, and it was almost impossible to beat him. As they wished, they would see the duel between Jingjiwu and Han San, because the 2 players were both there. Although Han San had some advantage with a teammate on his side. Haha, the coach of Blackhawk is really good. Lin Feng, you think Han San could win? Tang Xinliu smiled and said. Han Sen's bow is too weak. His 11. 0 bow is not enough to shoot someone like Jingjiwu, unless they were really close to each other, said Lin Feng. That's right. Because of the tactics they used, they all chose 11. 0 bows. Although that was successful in the beginning, facing a player like Jingjiwu, the weapon is their biggest weakness. Tang Xinliu knowingly nodded. Jingjiwu, who was moving freely, turned into a real monster, gliding quietly on the field. Neither Han Sen nor Lu Meng dared to move. Without knowing where Jingjiwu was, they were faced with great challenge, although they were 2. We cannot stay here, said Lu Meng, ready to get up. An arrow suddenly came to him. Move! Roared Han Sen, quickly shooting an arrow at the one threatening Lu Meng. Bang! Han Sen's arrow were bounced off immediately, and Jingjiwu's arrow only slightly turned, ending up on Lu Meng's shoulder. Jingjiwu's arrow was meant to hit Lu's heart, but in an archery tournament, getting hit in the shoulder also eliminated Lu. All yours, Senior Lu Meng left calmly, as he had done all he could. The audience were again amazed by how powerful Jingjiwu was. As long as Jingjiwu's here, we will never lose. Blackhawk could try as much as they want. Students of the Alliance Central Military Academy felt a sense of pride. Jingjiwu is indeed the monster. They had such an advantage. They should have got rid of Jingjiwu first instead of Qin Cheng. Bullcrap. How can a 11. 0 bow be enough to get rid of Jingjiwu at that kind of distance? Indeed, Jingjiwu could have completely dodged an arrow like that with his speed. Such a shame. Blackhawk is indeed a great team with a creative coach. However, they ran into Jingjiwu. Han San moved continuously, searching for his opponent everywhere. In the field mimicking a labyrinthine, Jingjiwu was not the only hunter. Han San was also looking for Jingjiwu. The 2 students quickly moved in the field. Although they had not made a single shot, their movements surprised a lot of viewers with rich combat experience. Without the help of any equipment, both Han San and Jingjiwu could always avoid the danger one step early and find a favorable spot. If it were just only one time, that would not be so impressive. However, after half an hour that you were still not able to make a shot, because either Han San or Jingjiwu could not find a good opportunity. It was like playing chess under blindfold conditions. Without seeing each other, the 2 masters competed psychologically, using the entire field as their chessboard without a sound. People who really understood the game could hardly breathe when they watched this. The tension and excitement were even more intense than a real combat. No matter Han Sen or Jing Jiwoo could have fallen into the range of their opponents a million times, but they could always turn away from a crisis. Jing Jiwoo had raised his bow 6 times and had to put it back down. And Han Sen was the same. So impressive. Both of them. Chiu Mingmei's eyes lit up and murmured, "This might be the greatest duel in the history of Military Academy League. No matter who loses, he is no loser," Wen Xiaoxiu said. The viewers on the Skynet agreed with her. Absolutely great. I'm afraid we could not see the same thing in the future either. It's a shame that they encountered each other so early. This should happen in the final. I wish to see Jing Jiwoo and Han Sen fighting each other again. But this year is Jing Jiwoo's senior year. Han Sen could participate again, but Jing Jiwoo will not. Such strong players. I don't want either of them to lose. One has to beat the other. It should be Jing Jiwoo. Han Sen's bow is too weak. If he uses a 14-0 plus bow, he would have a chance to beat Jing Jiwoo. However, for tactics, he chose a 11-0. Han Sen was born 3 years too late. If he's a senior student and has the same strength Jing Jiwoo does, the duel would be even better to watch. Almost everyone was lamenting for Han Sen that he did not get rid of Jing Jiwoo when he had the advantage. In the duel with the 11-0 bow in Han Sen's hand, he stood a very slim chance of winning. Jing Jiwoo could threaten Han Sen from 600 feet away, while Han Sen could not even guarantee a shot at Jing Jiwoo at 150 feet. That was why people felt terrible for Han Sr. Next year we will be here again. Seeing Han Sen was forced into the area of fallen trees and had to face Jing Jiwoo, Su Tianhao felt a strong regret. He had lost for 3 years and was never able to make it beyond the second round. This year he was here again, and he really wanted to win. But their opponent was the Alliance Central Military Academy. Even they had worked so hard, they were still about to lose. As Su Tianhao was saying next year, he suddenly realized that he no longer had another year. This was his senior year and last year in the tournament. With mixed feelings, Su Tianhao's eyes went wet. Even I have to give 10 years of my life. Please give us a miracle. Su Tianhao felt suffocated. Situ Xiang's eyes were also damp. She did not realize that Black Hawk could come this far. Her plan worked, and now it was king to king. The only thing was that Han Sen was holding a 11-0 bow. At this point, Situ Xiang wished she could enter the field and hand a strong bow to Han Sen, which was impossible. Han Sen followed her plan and took the best bow for the plan to work, which played out nicely. However, Situ Xiang regretted it so much that she did not ask Han Sen to pick a strong bow. Ji Yanran and Chu Lili were wringing their hands nervously and staring at the image of the game without blinking. Chu Lili, Han Sen will win, right? Ji Yanran wanted an affirmative answer from Chu Lili. Absolutely, he's the genius. Chu Lili said decisively. When Xiaoxiu saw Han Sen was forced into the area of fallen trees inside. Han Sen did really well. He was only holding a wrong bow at the wrong time. If he is also a senior student with a 16-0 bow, this would be a super duel. Most people agreed with Wen Xiaoxiu. Han Sen was indeed strong, but compared to Jing Jiwoo he was still somewhat lacking. It will still be you who defeat Jing Jiwoo, it seems. Tang Xinliu sighed. Although he was not great at archery, he saw Han Sen's disadvantages. Lin Feng said casually, not necessarily. He still hasn't given up. I can tell from his eyes. But I cannot imagine what chance he would have. In the duel in this open space, can he really win with a 11-0 bow? Asked Tang Xinliu. In this world, the absolute strength doesn't represent everything. Lin Feng watched Han Sen and Jing Jiwoo quickly moving in the area of fallen trees and said, we can never tell when the two players are like these two. Tang Xinliu knew that Han Sen was exceptional. However, under such circumstances, he did not see any chance for Han Sen to win. After entering the area of fallen trees, Han Sen did not try to run anymore. He had entered the range of Jing Jiwoo's bow, and there was no cover anyway. Running was pointless. Jing Jiwoo walked slowly into the area of fallen trees with bow and arrows in his hand, and did not immediately shoot at Han Senator. Instead, he stared at his opponent and said, you did well. Unfortunately, We will have no chance to fight again. It has to be today. Why next time? Now or never? Han Sen stood still and raised his bow. Jing Jiwoo did not speak, but nodded, raising his bow as well. 2 persons, 2 bows, 2 arrows. Under the light, they stood like 2 sculptures. After 0.1 second, the 2 suddenly moved at the same time. The arrows were in the air and the 2 bodies were moving. Jing Jiwoo's arrow was obviously way faster than Han Sen's. The moment he let go, the arrow was already in Han Sen's face. Han Sen turned sideways slightly and dodged that arrow by a hair. Jing Jiwoo was more at ease. At such a distance, Han Sen's arrow was too slow to pose any threat to him. However, Jing Jiwoo still approached Han Sen quickly and shot at him again. Wiggling left and right, Han Sen was shooting back as well. The viewers were dumbstruck. In a duel like this, the 2 had failed to shoot their opponent multiple times. Shockingly, Han Sen's strange movements led Jing Jiwoo to miss 3 times. My God! 16. 0 bow at 60 feet, yet Jing Jiwoo missed all 3. Is Jing Jiwoo's luck too bad, or is the guy's luck is too good? A team member of the Alliance Central Military Academy said. It's not about their luck. It is because Han Sen is too misleading. When he moved, he was constantly giving Jing Jiwoo the wrong idea, making Jing Jiwoo believe he was going into the other direction, which led to mistakes in Jing Jiwoo's judgment, explained Qin Cheng. He seemed to be just wiggling unintentionally. It turns out that's a serious skill. The team members all looked to Han Sen in surprise. You think you could dodge Jing Jiwoo's arrow unintentionally? Even at 900 feet? I'll bet you could not, replied Qin Cheng quietly. This Han Sen is really somebody. Can Jing Jiwoo still win? Exclaimed the team member. Although Han Sen is better than we thought he would be, his bow is too weak. As long as their distance is shortened to less than 300 feet, Han Sen will lose for sure. His arrow will pose no threat to Jing Jiwoo, while he will not be able to dodge Jing Jiwoo's arrows anymore, said Qin Cheng confidently. That's right. From 300 feet to 150 feet, Jing Jiwoo will have the absolute advantage. With his ability, he could make at least 6 shots in this range, which will secure his victory, said the coach of the Alliance Central Military Academy. Why 300 to 150 feet? Asked a team member puzzled. Because within 150 feet, Han Sen's arrows would start to pose threats to Jing Jiwoo, which is why Jing Jiwoo should avoid getting too close, explained Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng is right. Han Sen must be very eager to shorten their distance to less than 150 feet, but he would not have the opportunity, said their coach. Not only Qin Cheng believed that, Chiu Mingmei and other archery masters also believed that. The distance from 300 feet to 150 feet was held to Han Senator as long as he could get through that. He might still have a chance, said Chiu Mingmei. As Han Sen was only 300 feet from Jing Jiwoo, Situ Xiang was praying secretly, go over. He had to go over. Go over. Ji Yinran rubbed her hands together. Go over. Everyone who helped Han Sen to win was shouting inwardly, although they all knew that the chance was quite slim, when the opponent was Jing Jiwoo who was carrying a 16.0 bow. Even an evolver would probably not be able to make the perfect dodge. Han Sen moved forward, shortening their distance to less than 300 feet. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Jing Jiwoo started to shoot as he entered his perfect range. Even with Han Sen's speed, it would be hard to fend off the volley of arrows from Jing Jiwoo. However, when Jing Jiwoo made the first shot, Han Sen had shot a volley of 3 arrows in an instant. As Jing Jiwoo's arrow brushed off Han Sen's shoulder, Han Sen quickly shot another 3 arrows. No way! Qin Cheng and his coach exclaimed at the same time. Even Chiu Mingmei, Situ Xiang, Wen Xiuxiu, Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng were shocked. No one could have thought that Han Sen would launch a full-on attack at such a distance, which was beyond what an 11.0 bow could do. If Han Sen's opponent were any other military school student, Han Sen might have some chance. However, opposite him stood Jing Jiwoo and it was highly unlikely for Han Sen to hit the target, no matter how many arrows he shot. Han Sen rushed. He should have gotten closer. At such a distance, it is easy for Jing Jiwoo to dodge his arrows. When Xiuxiu was nervous, no matter how she saw this, Han Sen could not pose any real threats to Jing Jiwoo at such a distance. Launching the attack too early would do Han Sen no good. Terrible. Han Sen should have taken his time. Tang Xunliu couldn't help but say. He did not have time. This is his last opportunity. With Jing Jiwoo's ability, he could not get closer than 150 feet, and even if he could, he might still miss, replied Lin Feng. Although that's right, it is equally useless to launch an attack now. I believe he has only 20-something arrows left in his quiver, and when he uses them all, he will have no more supplies and then lose, said Tang Xunliu. So he has to win right here, said Lin Feng. How? No idea. Lin Feng shook his head. Even you could not think of an idea. I think Han Sen cannot make it after all. Tang Xunliu sighed. Under everyone's watch, Han Sen was getting closer and closer to Jing Jiwoo. An 11. Zero bow had its benefits as well, which allowed Han Sen to shoot volleys of arrows easily. A rain of arrows flew toward Jing Jiwoo. Although they all missed him, they forced Jing Jiwoo to move around. Han Sen grabbed the opportunity, shooting and running towards Jing Jiwoo. However, anyone could tell that at the speed, he would have used up his arrows before he made it to 150 feet. Jing Jiwoo was so strong that even when he was dodging all the arrows, he was still able to make the shots using unlikely positions. Han Sen was about 220 feet from Jing Jiwoo, and had to use Sparticle to the extreme to dodge Jing Jiwoo's arrows. An arrow flew by Han Sen's face. The flow of air even broke Han Sen's strands of hair. The arrow was so powerful that even it was made with a rubber head, it would still cause serious damage once it ended up on one's face. Han Sen still did not give up. As he moved away from Jing Jiwoo's arrow, he steadied himself with only one foot on the ground. With his body extremely inclined, Han Sen still managed to make a shot at Jing Jiwoo. After this shot, Han Sen completely lost his balance and fell to the ground. Han Sen's movements were provoking in Jing Jiwoo's eyes. When Han Sen lost his balance without trying to defend himself, he continued to attack. Jing Jiwoo was not afraid of such a challenge. He made 2 shots at the same time. One went to hit Han Sen's arrow, whereas the other one flew to Han Sen's face, who seemed to have lost his ability to dodge. It seemed that Han Sen had given up on avoiding Jing Jiwoo's attack altogether. Before he fell, he shot twice at Jing Jiwoo. The stands were filled with excitement. No one thought the duel would end so fast. At this point, it seemed that Han Sen had already lost. Han Sen's bow was so weak that his arrows could never hit Jing Jiwoo. Even if they could, they would be much slower than Jing Jiwoo's arrows, so he would still be eliminated first. And Jing Jiwoo's arrows were so strong that even the 2 arrows from Han Sen could hit Jing Jiwoo's. They would never be able to stop them. It seemed that the result was already clear. Neither of Han Sen's arrows could touch Jing Jiwoo's, while Jing Jiwoo's arrow traveled between Han Sen's 2 arrows, and was in Han Sen's face instantaneously like a lightning bolt. Damn! Ji Yanran did not want to watch anymore. It's over. Situ Xiang was filled with regret. How she wished she could give Han Sen a strong arrow for a fair duel. Han Sen should not have lost the game like this. Even the emperor did not beat the monster. When Xiao also lamented. Everyone thought Han Sen was about to lose. However, when that arrow approached Han Sen pulled the string when he completely lost his balance. The arrow in Han Sen's hand did not go out. Han Sen held the tail of the arrow and used its head to hit Jing Jiwoo's arrow. This way, Han Sen was using the weight of his body to move the incoming arrow, which was knocked away, and Han Sen himself down to the ground. At this time, the first of the 3 arrows shot by Han Sen collided with Jing Jiwoo's second arrow, while Han Sen's other 2 arrows flew toward Jing Jiwoo. It seemed that the last 2 arrows shot lost their accuracy since they were shot when Han Sen was falling. One turned left and the other turned right, flying past Jing Jiwoo's body. When the audience were sighing, Jing Jiwoo's expression changed. The arrow that was supposed to be blocked by Jing Jiwoo's arrow did not stop but continued to fly to Jing Jiwoo. How is this possible? How can Jing Jiwoo make this mistake? Qin Cheng suddenly stood up, grabbing the fence. An error? How did that happen? When Xiao was also shocked. Someone like Jing Jiwoo would never make a mistake. In his 4 years of military school study, Jing Jiwoo had attended thousands of competitions of a wide range, in which he had never made a single mistake. Wonderful. Situ Xiang did not know why Jing Jiwu would have missed, but she was overjoyed. Because of this mistake, Han Sen's arrow was already in Jing Jiwu's face. And Jing Jiwu also noticed that the other 2 arrows from Han Sen happened to block everywhere he could dodge. Instantaneously, Jing Jiwu made the right judgment. Like Han Sen, he drew his bowstring but did not launch the arrow. Jing Jiwu held the tail of his arrow and uses the head to hit Han Sen's. Everyone was looking at Jing Jiwu's hands. It seemed the head of Jing Jiwu's arrow was about to collide with Han Sen's. Everybody thought that Han Sen's arrow would be flicked away. After all, Han Sen and Jing Jiwu were using the same method. Now Han Sen's arrow was shot from a 11.0 bow, so it was even more likely that it would be bounced off. However, Han Sen's arrow suddenly became alive and moved half an inch away from Jing Jiwu's arrow head. Like a snake, it dove under Jing Jiwu's arrow and ended up on Jing Jiwu's chest. Looking down, Jing Jiwu was dumbstruck. Qin Chang was speechless. So was Wen Xiuxiu, Situ Xiang, every team member from the Alliance Central Military Academy and Black Hawk Military Academy, and all the viewers. Although everyone saw what had happened, they could not believe that Jing Jiwu would be hit like this. Ji Yan Ran and Chu Lily were cheering and jumping like a couple of maniacs. Jing Jiwu is out? Muttered Shi Kong. I believe so. Zhang Yang wasn't so sure about it. No one in the Black Hawk team believed it had actually happened. They could not trust their own eyes. The monster, the invincible monster, who had ruled the Military Academy League for 3 years, was hit like this. Alliance Central Military Academy. Jing Jiwu. Archer. Black Hawk. Han Sen. When the voice of the AI ran in the field, everyone came back to themselves. Shi Kong hugged Lu Meng, shouting and turning around. We won. Su Tianhao was still sitting there, surprise and joy filled his eyes. Zhang Yang threw away the towel in his hands and jumped over the fence, rushing over to Han Senator, and the other teammates followed him to Han Sen's side. Coach, did we just win? The team manager looked at Situ Xiang incredulously. Yes, we did. Situ Xiang was answering both the manager and herself. The entire venue and Skynet were going mad. Jing Jiwu lost. What's that arrow made of? Did I see it right? It dodged Jing Jiwu's arrow itself. An era has ended? The monster just lost. Unbelievable. When Xiuxiu felt that her blood was almost boiling and her voice changing. Disregarding that, she shouted at the top of her lungs, miracle. Black Hawk made a miracle. Han Sen created a miracle. The monster Jing Jiwu fell under the miraculous shot. Our new emperor has crowned himself with an arrow. If you are the emperor, let me crown you. If you are the emperor, please accept my faith and allegiance. If you're the emperor, I thank you for giving us a reason to cheer. If you are the emperor, please hold high your arrow of victory and guide us to a bright future. At this moment you are the emperor. At this moment you are our ruler. At this moment only you can bring us joy. At this moment we are your followers. We cheer for you. We take pride in you, because you are our almighty emperor. When Xiuxiu read aloud the prose she wrote to celebrate Han Sen's victory, all the fans of the Alliance Central Military Academy had gone, whereas the rest of the audience was dancing. The Skynet was all over this, as people were discussing how Han Sen beat Jing Jiwu like crazy. What a shot! How did he do it? The old king is gone and the new king is crowned. In the future, Han Sen will rule the Military Academy League. Long live the emperor! I still can't believe this. Did Jing Jiwu really lose? This is the beginning of a new era. The monster died under an arrow of the emperor. That shot was so weird. Did he do anything to that arrow? Can he control it remotely? He only won an archery match. It is way too early to call him the emperor. Long live the emperor. What a weird shot. No one could sleep that night. The entire Black Hawk school team lost sleep, including Situ Xiang. It was like a dream to beat the Alliance Central Military Academy with Jing Jiwu on their team. All the military academies had the same dream, while they were the only ones who realized it, to beat Jing Jiwu in archery. Although there were coincidences and lots of luck, a victory was a victory. They were the winners. If they didn't have a match tomorrow and had to rest, they would have gone out and partied all night. Even lying in bed, they were too excited to fall asleep. Han Sen, did we really win? Shi Kong asked, lying on his bed. Yes, replied Han Sr. Zhongyang, did we really win? Shizhikong asked Zhongyang again. Yes, replied Zhongyang. Victor. Before Shizhikong asked, Lu Meng said directly, if you keep disturbing us, we will suggest Coach Situ put you on the bench tomorrow. Damn it. Why would you do that? I beat even the monster and you won't let me go when we have a weaker opponent? Shizhikong jumped up. You can try and say one more sentence, said Lu Meng calmly. Shizhikong opened his mouth but did not make a sound. He was indeed afraid that he would not be able to represent the school tomorrow. Situ couldn't sleep either. Until now, she still felt unreal about the match result. Her team beat the Alliance Central Military Academy and realized the dream of all the other military school coaches. Han-sen, you are amazing. Situ wished that Han-sen were in front of him so that she could give him a huge hug. The Black Hawk team members could not sleep, and all the media also went nuts. No one could have thought that the Alliance Central Military Academy would lose to Black Hawk. Everything happened so fast. All the media reported the match between Black Hawk and the Alliance Central Military Academy. The highlights were Black Hawk's tactics and the duel between Han-sen and Jing Jiwoo. Most media quoted Wen Xiuxiu and called Han-sen the Emperor. Overnight the nickname was known in the entire alliance. Jing Jiwoo was so famous that Han-sen, the only person to beat him, became extremely popular quickly and was considered the new ruler of the Military Academy League. Suddenly, Jing Jiwoo seemed to be yesterday's news and Han-sen became the new hype. On the rooftop, 3 young men were looking at the night view of the city, leaning over the railings. How do you feel about the failure? Tang Xinliu drank some beer and asked Jing Jiwoo next to him with a smile. Not bad. That Han-sen was beyond my expectation. I did lose. Jing Jiwoo smiled. So what happened with the last shot? Tang Xinliu couldn't help but ask. The arrow was spinning, Jing Jiwoo said casually. What do you mean by the arrow was spinning? Tang Xinliu paused and did not understand Jing Jiwoo. The arrow was shot from a bow instead of thrown by hand. Unless the arrow was special, it was impossible that the arrow would spin. In the tournament, all the arrows were ordinary arrows provided by the sponsor, so the arrow itself could not spin either. I don't know, replied Jing Jiwoo. How is it that you don't know? Tang Xinliu looked at Jing Jiwoo in surprise. Jing Jiwoo was facing that arrow. With his skills, he would definitely know if the arrow was altered. Lin Feng cut in, indeed he does not know. There are ways to shoot a spinning arrow like that, using the flow of the air to make the arrow shift its direction. However, none of them could be realized by the unevolved. Interesting guy. Unfortunately, this is already my last year, and I will never have a chance to fight him again. Jing Jiwoo threw the empty bottle into the trash can and walked to the staircase. Bye guys, I hope to see you again. What plan do you have now? Asked Lin Feng. Originally I wanted to go to the battlefield after the tournament. Now that is not necessary anymore. I will leave tonight, said Jing Jiwoo without turning his head. I will wait for you, Lin Feng said, watching Jing Jiwoo leaving. Jing Jiwoo paused, turned back and smiled. You haven't fought him either, right? You mean Han-sen? Lin Feng paused and understood. Jing Jiwoo smiled and walked away. What does he mean? Tang Xinliu felt puzzled. He meant that if he did not beat Han-sen, I probably could not either, said Lin Feng casually. Hearing this answer, Tang Xinliu couldn't even hide his surprise. Black Hawk's opponents in the next few rounds were not strong teams, which gave them more opportunities to practice. With their newly gained confidence in Han-sen's incredible spinning arrows, Black Hawk became the champion of this year's archery tournament. Every media was crazy about the new champion team and used all kinds of words like Black Hawk Miracle, New Emperor, and incredible archery skills, making Han-sen the new star among all the military school students. Now, all the military schools knew that Black Hawk had an archer as good as Jing Jiwoo. When the archery school team returned to Black Hawk, they received the utmost welcome and the school rewarded them handsomely. Their performance was also recorded in the school yearbook. This was the first time Black Hawk had won a championship in the Military Academy League. If the current rules allowed one player to participate in multiple items, the president of Black Hawk would want Han-sen to sign up for each and every item. The individual game in the archery tournament was not a real competition. but an exhibition match among the 10 most popular archers. With Han Sen's fame in spinning arrows, he won the first place without any doubt. Although this glory was much less than winning as the team, it gave Han Sen extra academic credits. The spinning arrow was a creation by Han Sen using the reference of the beetle knight's spinning spear and the theory of yin-yang blast. During the 3 months when Han Sen fought the beetle knight, he learned nothing other than this skill, which led to his victory in the duel against Jing Jiwu. Even so, he was very lucky to win. If he were to do it again, Han Sen was not sure if he could still beat Jing Jiwu. The championship of Black Hawk was the one and only miracle. The sky was blue and the beach was warm. A beauty with skin as fair as milk, long legs and beautiful curves were dipping in the water wearing nothing but bikini. Lying under the beach umbrella, Han Sen could not move his eyes away from Ji Yanran in bikini. Life is good. Watching Ji Yanran's alluring figure, Han Sen felt that God loved him. Ji Yanran really kept her promise and took him on a vacation, which was beyond Han Sen's expectation. Ji Yanran even took care of asking for leave from school. I'm such a charming guy. Han Sen took off his sunglasses and looked at his own reflection in the lens, appreciating his handsome look. Why don't you go swimming? Ji Yanran returned to the beachside and asked Han Sr. Harry pulled her into his own arms, held her tiny waist, and whispered into her ear, we have 4 days and 3 nights, for which I need to save some energy. Ji Yanran suddenly blushed and pinched Han Sen's waist. While Han Sen was complaining, she ran away to another chair. Why is no one here? You didn't rent the entire beach, did you? Harry looked around and was curious why he never saw other tourists here. When have you ever heard such a thing as renting a beach? Ji Yanran rolled her eyes and said, this is a private beach, so of course there is no one here. You own the beach? Han Sen was surprised. I don't, Ji Yanran grinned and said. But this planet belongs to my uncle. Han Sen choked on the water he just drank. He knew that Ji Yanran was from a rich family, but did not imagine they would be so rich. Wonderful. As long as I'm with you, I would not need to work ever. Han Sen smiled and said. You wish. In my family, only sons can inherit family businesses. Now I can still use the family resources, but when I am married it's all up to you. Ji Yanran curled her lips and said. You have such a strong desire to marry me. I haven't even decided if I want to do that yet. Han Sen pretended to be surprised by her. Ha! Ji Yanran suddenly became angry from embarrassment and threw herself at Han Sr. With a sly smile on his face, Han Sen grabbed her hand and pulled her back to his arms, kissing her alluring lips. Ji Yanran struggled a little and gave up, enjoying the kiss as well. Han Sen's hand moved between Ji Yanran's waist and butts, as he hesitated if he should have this gorgeous girl right here on the beach. Suddenly, with the sound of a whistle, Han Sen saw an ancient yacht sailing over. Han Sen had only seen such a thing in movies. Ji Yanran immediately stood up from Han Sen's arms. As the yacht came into the pier, a young man of about 25 years old came down with a few bodyguards and walked towards the couple. Smiling, the young man waved to Ji Yanran from afar. Ji Yanran, it's been a while since you visited us. Brother, I'm a military school student now and don't have too much time. Ji Yanran introduced Han Sen to the young man. This is my schoolmate Senator Han Sen. This is my brother Ji Lingfeng. Brother. Han Sen called Ji Lingfeng directly. Ji Yanran blushed. Ji Lingfeng paused and smiled. Han Sen, are you the one who beat Jing Jiwu in the archery tournament? Yes, that's me, said Han Sen casually. So impressive. No wonder Ji Yanran would bring you back. Ji Lingfeng cast a glance at his sister. Ji Yanran blushed and pouted. Brother, did you come to pick us up or did you come to chat? We'll talk on the ship then. Ji Lingfeng took the couple on board, and then the yacht sailed away into the ocean. Han Sen, do you know any drinking games? Ji Lingfeng sat down in the lounge and put 2 bottles of wine in front of Han Sr. Some, Han Sen said with a smile. When the yacht stopped in front of a garden-like island, Ji Lingfeng came off the yacht on the back of his bodyguard. He was so drunk that he couldn't even walk himself. Ji Lingfeng went straight to bed when he reached the villa on the island. Han Sen and Ji Yanran had to have dinner without him. I remember that brother said there is a hot spring. Shall we go there? After dinner, Han Sen gazed at his girlfriend. Ji Yanran blushed as she knew what the guy was thinking. She had brought Han Sen here, thinking that because of her brother's presence, Han Sen would not dare to go too far. However, she did not expect Ji Lingfeng to get drunk so fast. In the huge pool of hot spring, Ji Yanran and Han Sen were the only two persons there. Within half an hour, Ji Yanran was pink all over in an alluring way. Han Sen could no longer control himself. He held the girl in his arms and walked quickly toward the bedroom. Her head buried in Han Sen's chest, Ji Yanran was limp as if she were drunk. Han Sen placed the Ji Yanran onto the white sheet. Ji Yanran's eyes were sparkling and her cheeks rosy. "My darling, here I come." Han Sen threw himself at her. The trip of 4 days felt like a second to Han Senator. When he got back to Black Hawk, Han Sen entered God's sanctuary and started to attend to the business of the special squad. The cloud beast still needed more than a month to evolve into a sacred blood creature. Han Sen planned to use the time to hunt a few mutant creatures. The best place to hunt mutant creatures was Dark Swamp. But the mutant creatures there were too large. Devil Desert also had plenty of mutant creatures, but they often showed up in groups, which was troublesome. After some thoughts, Han Sen decided to try his luck in the Jade Dragon Mountains. Before he became the head of the special squad, Han Sen only knew the names of some mountains nearby, but had no idea about the specifics. After he became the head, Han Sen read many useful insider materials, a lot of which were about the Jade Dragon Mountains. Although the Jade Dragon Mountains were discovered a long time ago, no one really dared to go hunting there. Even the 3 big gangs in the shelter did not dare to hunt creatures in the Jade Dragon Mountains. The main reason was the abundance of advanced creatures in the Jade Dragon Mountains. Han Sen heard that the Bloody Slayer also came from there. According to the materials he read in the accounts of those who had been there, several sacred blood creatures would appear together on the edge of the Jade Dragon Mountains. Most people who had been there had died, and the few who had made it back did not dare to go there again. It was beyond the question of ability. Where there were too many sacred blood creatures, a large group would not even be useful. The survivors had described a 300-foot-long gigantic serpentine, a bird as large as a piece of dark cloud, and a giant beast like a hill, among others. What impressed Han Sen the most was that the survivors did not see any ordinary or primitive creatures. The least advanced creatures there were mutant ones. Although it was risky, Han Sen had a sacred blood color shifter beast soul, which could help him sneak in and seek opportunities. As for his scent, Han Sen uses 1 point of his special squad credits and purchased a bottle of vegetation water, which was a tried-and-true solution to cover up the scent of mankind. After all the preparation, Han Sen left for the Jade Dragon Mountains, carrying the diamond sword and the Beetle Knight's spear. Even with Meowth's high speed, it still took Han Sen 8 days to reach his destination, without doing any hunting on the way. At the fringe of the Jade Dragon Mountains, Han Sen became extra careful. He took Meowth away and sprayed the vegetation water all over himself. Wearing his sacred blood armor, Han Sen walked toward the mountains. Although he had wings, Han Sen did not dare to fly around. A sacred blood flying beast soul was fast, but it fell short to a flying sacred blood creature. It would be a suicidal move if Han Sen decided to fly. Han Sen could not afford to use the color shifter beast soul right away, because he had a time limit to use a shape-shifting beast soul. Han Sen would not choose to shapeshift unless it was an emergency. The Jade Dragon Mountains were different from other places. Even in Devil Desert, ordinary and primitive creatures could be spotted everywhere. However, since Han Sen entered these mountains, he had not seen a single creature. The mountains were formed of black stones. There were hardly any plants on them. The landscape was desolate and bleak. Traveling for a long while, he eventually saw a creature, which was as big as a mamo beast. Just listening to its hoof beat, Han Sen could feel the earth was shaking. Although he did not know whether the creature was sacred blood or mutant, Han Sen had lost his interest in it just by looking at its size. As the creature ran around in the Jade Dragon Mountains, Han Sen followed it at a distance. With such a large creature in the front, all sorts of other creatures would be alarmed. This way Han Sen could reduce his risk significantly. After following the creature for a couple of hours, Han Sen did not run into any trouble. Indeed, the creatures in the Jade Dragon Mountains were advanced, but there were fewer creatures here than in other places. Han Sen started to think whether or not he should continue to follow this creature. It was a safe way, but he did not run into any mutant creatures. He wondered whether it was because there were none, or because they were scared away by this giant. As Han Sen was hesitating, he suddenly heard a scream. The huge creature running in front of him was suddenly bit in the neck and dragged away by a creature that looked like a golden lion. The giant body of the huge creature was barely any larger than the head of the lion-like creature. The lion chewed a little and swallowed it down. Han Sen was covered in cold sweats. The golden lion was as big as a mountain. In front of the golden lion, Han Sen was not much better than an ant. Even the golden rockworm king in its largest shape was merely a pet to the lion. Shocked, Han Sen was ready to retreat. As he turned around, he felt a chill and almost let out a scream. On the path where he came from, thousands of giant beasts that looked like the one eaten by the lion were running toward them. Their hoof beat was almost like thunder, making the entire valley tremble. Han Sen was distracted by the golden lion swallowing the beast he was following, and did not notice when the entire herd had got here. The herd was just 2 or 3 miles from Han Senator at their speed. They would arrive momentarily. Han Sen looked around and found that he was circled by steep mountains, and the only way out was blocked by the enormous golden lion. Han Sen gritted his teeth and summoned the color shifter, planning to hide on a mountain wall. If he did not move too fast, no creature could notice him. When Han Sen was about to climb, he noticed dark clouds were covering the sky. With a closer look, the dark clouds were actually formed by large black birds, each with a wingspan of 20 feet. Flocks of the birds occupied the peaks of the mountains, their red eyes staring at what was happening underneath. Birds had the best eyesight among all creatures. If Han Sen stayed still, the color shifter might be able to fool them. However, if he started to climb, there would be certain gaps which would expose him. Han Sen felt bitterly disappointed and cursed. Who the F*** #K said there were few creatures here? They're all acting in groups. Han Sen was running out of time. The herd of beasts were about to arrive, and on the bare mountain walls he had nowhere to hide. Even if he stood clinging to the mountain wall, he was not sure if he could survive the jostling of so many beasts. He did not dare to climb up either with all the birds watching. The mountain tops were covered by the birds, and he was not confident that he could escape the millions of eyes. Suddenly, Han Sen ran toward the golden lion. Although the golden lion was obviously 1,000 times stronger than the herd and flock, it was also so large that Han Sen was merely a bug in its eyes. When using the color shifter, the golden lion would not necessarily notice Han Senator. Instead of risking it climbing the mountain wall, Han Sen decided to try his luck with the golden lion. The birds would not dare to approach the lion, so he could just hide in its fur and try to run away when there was a chance. He tried to move toward the golden lion, which did not notice him. However, the birds on the mountains nearby were flapping their wings and squeaking. Obviously they had seen him. Many birds were diving to grab him. Han Sen no longer hesitated and dashed toward the golden lion, which was the only way to survive. Han Sen started to regret. He had been complacent lately. Knowing that Jade Dragon Mountains were incredibly dangerous, he had still thought he could always be safe with his ability. It was too late to regret anyway. Han Sen just prayed that the golden lion would not take him seriously. Maybe his prayers had worked. The golden lion did not notice Han Sen at all, but was distracted by the birds after him. The lion waved its paw and smashed one of the birds, which became a snack. The other birds flew away screeching, and no longer dared to chase Han Sen, who was next to the hind leg of the golden lion. The hind leg was a hill for Han Sen, and each golden hair as thick as Han Sen's arm. Han Sen quickly grabbed the hair and climbed up. He did not dare to leave the lion, as all the birds were watching him. Once he left, they would probably attack him again. The herd of the beasts were about to rush over, and Han Sen had to make it to the golden lion's back in order to survive. Luckily, Han Sen was too small for the golden lion to notice him. Grabbing the golden hair, Han Sen used all fours to move up. When he just reached the thigh, the lion suddenly stood up. Han Sen felt that he was thrown out of a running train, and quickly attached himself to a hair using Ghost Haunt. The angry herd of beasts were in the face of the golden lion and started their attack. However, it was like using an egg to hit a stone. Could not even be called an attack. The herd were simply suicidal. The golden lion could kill several of them with one swipe. Sometimes it even threw a beast into its mouth. Momentarily, the valley had become a blood river, and the carcasses had piled up. The golden lion did not even take the thousands of beasts seriously. In its eyes, they were merely a dinner. The herd kept charging, which was a futile effort. The golden lion fed as it wished, and thousands of beasts all died within half an hour. After eating some of the meat itself, the golden lion lost interest in the carcasses and went deeper into the mountains. The flocks of blackbirds then made a dive, throwing themselves at the remains of the beasts. Sitting on the back of the golden lion, Han Sen was quite upset. He thought he would eventually have an opportunity to leave the lion, but it turned out he was being naive. The golden lion was enormous and had an incredible speed. The flocks of birds were following the golden lion everywhere, treating it like a stable food source. The leftover meat of the lion's meal would always go into the bird's belly. What troubled Han Sen was that the birds were all mutant creatures. With their size and strength, thousands of them together were quite scary. What was worse was that, among them there were two bird kings that had a wingspan of over 50 feet. Han Sen was positive that they were sacred blood creatures. They were very similar to the silver bird that almost killed him, and there were a pair of them. Han Sen did not know what to do. He was trapped on this enormous lion. The birds did not dare to approach the lion, while he did not dare to leave the lion, which was a dilemma. The silver lining was that when the golden lion was feeding, he could use a string-attached arrow to drag some meat over, which was all mutant meat. After a few days, his mutant geno points had increased a few. Several days later, the golden lion was deep in the Jade Dragon Mountains. Although it did not travel all the time, it was incredibly fast. Han Sen was not sure where he was. Around him were the same black mountains. Fortunately, the golden lion did not change its direction, so Han Sen knew how to go out. However, on his way here, he had seen numerous horrifying creatures wandering around in the mountains. Following the golden lion, he could keep himself safe, since no creatures could beat the lion. However, when he thought about going out, Han Sen did not have a solution. I should have definitely remained humble. Han Sen regretted so much that his pride drove him to Jade Dragon Mountains. It turned out God's sanctuary was way more dangerous than he had thought. He had believed that based on his capability, he could go anywhere he wanted within First God's sanctuary. However, after entering Jade Dragon Mountains, he found out how wrong he was. Han Sen was trapped on the lion for more than a month and did not have any chance to run away. The birds were like minions, following the golden lion everywhere. The golden lion had left the Jade Dragon Mountains and entered a plain following a wide river. Han Sen wondered where it was going. In more than a month, Han Sen had seen countless frightening creatures torn into pieces by the golden lion. One time he used a threaded arrow to draw back a piece of meat from a giant snake and heard the voice saying one sacred geno point gained, which was shocking to him. It turned out that some of the prey of the golden lion were sacred blood creatures. Traveling across mountains and rivers, the golden lion ended up on the ocean, which could not stop the lion either. Han Sen was completely speechless. He did not know where the golden lion was going, but one thing was for sure: he did not know how to go back. Even if he remembered the way back, based on what he saw on the way here, he could not go back safely alone. Han Sen thought about jumping into the ocean, but the giant figures swimming on the bottom of the sea made him give up the idea. One thing was rather odd. The enormous lion could always attract tons of creatures to give their lives and become its food. After observing for a long while, Han Sen discovered that it was not a coincidence. The creatures did not wish to commit suicide, but was attracted by the birds. The birds could make a sound similar to baby cries. For some reason, when creatures heard that noise, they would be attracted over like crazy and end up dead under the lion's paw. Han Sen then understood that the reason why the birds could follow the golden lion was not that the lion could not kill them, but that the lion wanted them to be there. Maybe the birds were indeed like what Han Sen thought, the minions of the golden lion, attracting praise for the lion and enjoying the leftover. Even the creatures in the ocean could not resist the sound of the birds. They would often come over, and when the lion needed to feed, the water nearby would become red. Although Han Sen had known that God's sanctuary was almost endless, he was still shocked by what he saw on the back of the lion. Now he understood why humans could not even make a full discovery of first God's sanctuary alone. Following the lion, Han Sen had benefited a lot from the leftover meat. At this point, his sacred geno points were increased to 61 and mutant geno points to 84. Han Sen did not know whether he should feel sad or happy. At this rate, although he could not go back to eat the sacred blood creature he was feeding, his progress was not slow. What made Han Sen felt desperate was that another 2 birds in the flock had evolved into sacred blood creatures recently. With 4 sacred blood birds following the lion, Han Sen felt that he really had nowhere to go. When he was about to give up, the birds suddenly scattered and disappeared. Han Sen thought they would come back, but he never saw the birds again. One day later, Han Sen saw a golden island appearing on the horizon. On the island stood a golden mountain connecting the ocean and the sky. Clouds were halfway up the mountain, and snow was covering the summit. At the foot of the mountain was a sea of red flowers. The entire island was covered by the same kind of flower, except for the mountain itself. The golden and red colors together made an astonishing landscape. When Han Sen had recovered from his surprise, the golden lion had stepped on the island. Han Sen did not know how to describe what he felt at the time. After crossing mountains, rivers, and the ocean, it turned out that the golden lion came to the desolate island just to give birth to its offspring. The golden mountain seemed to be a volcano with a large basin on top. The golden lion was crouching inside the basin, howling. Han Sen had got off the lion's back and watched the lion for 7 days. In the beginning, he thought the lion might have gotten sick from eating too many red flowers, and wanted to see if the lion was going to die. However, after crying for a week, the lion gave birth to an elephant-sized baby lion. It turned out the lion came here to give birth, so it just gave birth to its baby. End of story. Han Sen sighed and prepared to leave. The golden lion was so strong that Han Sen would not survive its attack even though it was weak from giving birth. As Han Sen turned around, he suddenly heard a shrill scream from the lion, which suddenly spit out a large amount of golden blood. Han Sen paused. There was no other creature here, so why would the lion suddenly spit out blood? Momentarily, the golden lion spit out more blood like a fountain. As Han Sen was surprised, he suddenly saw a golden crystal globe with a diameter of 3 feet. The crystal was as brilliant as a diamond and seemed to have the entire galaxy sparkling inside it. Han Sen gazed at it and thought, "What is that?" After spitting out the miraculous golden crystal, the golden lion stopped roaring and tried to separate the crystal from its blood with its paw. Because of its giant size, the lion had a hard time moving the golden crystal in front of the baby lion that it just gave birth to, which had not even opened its eyes. Roar! After doing all that, the golden lion regarded the baby lion licking the golden crystal and closed its eyes. It seemed that it had died. Han Sen was dumbstruck. He wasn't sure if the golden lion was really dead, but blood kept coming out of its mouth and the basin and became an inch-deep pool. There was no way the lion would live. The baby lion that was just born had no idea what had happened. With its eyes still closed, it was holding the golden crystal with 2 paws and licking it with its tongue. "Let's do this." Han Sen was good at assassination and was very sensitive about how lively a creature was. It was obvious that the golden lion had died. The golden crystal it spit out seemed to be something quite precious. Han Sen watched the baby lion licking it became stronger after a while. Han Sen gritted his teeth, summoned wings and flew into the basin. He drew the beetle knight spear and stuck it between the baby lion and the golden crystal. Using the spear as a lever, he moved the golden crystal away from the baby lion's paws. The golden crystal rolled away toward the wall. The baby lion became upset. Being just born, it could not even open its eyes or stand up, and its paws were still weak. All it could do was to sniff in the direction of the golden crystal and make puerile growling. Han Sen had flown into the air, observing the giant golden lion from afar. Seeing it remained completely still, Han Sen then felt relaxed and flew toward the golden crystal. He first knocked at it with his spear. It sounded like a stone. Han Sen reached out to touch it. It did feel cool. The lion would not do any harm to its baby, right? Since the baby lion could lick it, there should be no problem. Han-san glanced at the growling baby lion, which was struggling to come over, and made up his mind. He too licked at the golden crystal. As his tongue touched the golden crystal, he felt the crystal melting into liquid. Although there was not much taste, the cooling sense was refreshing. As he drank it, Han-san felt a chill. It felt that all his spores were suddenly open, and that he had more energy than he could use. Amazing stuff indeed. Han-san felt so energetic and overjoyed that he licked the crystal continuously. It was like sucking on an icicle. The faster he licked, the more liquid he got. Very soon Han-san had licked away a football-sized piece of crystal. As he was drinking the golden liquid, he almost felt reborn. Energy filled all of his cells. What is this? This is much better than Viagra. This must be the life essence of the golden lion? Han-san was overjoyed, as he knew the golden crystal must be something amazing. The baby lion quickly struggled to get up. Han-san pondered and tried to hold the golden crystal up, which was lighter than he had thought, just around 200 pounds. Han-san held it up and flew to the other end of the basin. The baby lion wouldn't give up. Sniffing around, it kept crawling, persistent to get the crystal back. I did not want to kill you because you are just a baby. But since you will not give up, I will have no mercy. Han-san made up his mind and stabbed the spear at the baby lion. Ding! The spear did not even break the baby lion's skin. The spearhead was even bounced back by its fur. Han-san widened his eyes and looked at the baby lion incredulously. The spear was from the beetle knight and could be compared to any sacred blood beast's soul weapon, yet it did not even break the fur of a baby lion. How could that be? Even if the golden lion was a strong creature, the baby was just born and already had such a strong physique. Han-san did not manage to hurt the baby lion, but irritated it. Stimulated by the pain, the baby lion opened its eyes. Although its eyes were not completely open, a fierce look had appeared in its golden pupils. Managing to stand up, the baby lion let out a tender roar. Throwing itself at Han-senator, although it was not steady, the baby lion was rather fierce. Han-san clenched his fists and poked at the baby lion's eye with the spear. Han-san was using the spinning force this time, and the spearhead was jabbed into the lion's eye like an electric drill. Roar! The baby lion let out a painful cry and rolled over. Han-san became even more shocked. The spear carried all his strength and was targeted at an eye, which was the most vulnerable part of the whole body. Even so, the baby lion's eye was still intact. #T. It is impossible to hurt it. Han-san fought the baby lion using the spear, which was like a toy in front of the baby. Although it could bring the lion pain, it could not really hurt it. Han-san almost doubted that the spear was a fake, and changed to the diamond sword and the three-blade harpoon. However, no matter what weapon he used, where he attacked, the golden lion would only suffer a bit pain. The golden lion, on the other hand, became more and more fierce. Gradually, it could steady itself and became stronger and faster. Although the baby lion could not threaten Han-san yet, it would be able to very soon. Since Han-san could not harm it, the baby lion was undefeatable. When the baby lion got tired, it would lie down and rest. When it got hungry, it would feed on the golden blood. As time went by, the baby lion grew stronger and stronger. Han-san felt terrible. He had used everything he got, but there was no way he could kill the baby lion. Eventually, Han-san decided to take off with the golden crystal when the baby lion was still little. It was not because he did not want to kill the baby lion, but because he has no way to do that. He had tried everything but could not even break its fur. There was little point in staying there. Han-san flew into the sky holding the golden crystal, with the baby lion roaring and jumping underneath. Unfortunately, the baby lion was just a baby and could not perform at the same level as its parent. Although it could jump 3 feet high, there was little it could do to Han Sr. What a freak! Han-san glanced at the baby lion, left the golden mountain, and landed on the island. There were many creatures in the ocean, so Han-san could not fly far with the golden crystal. If he happened to encounter some strong creatures, it would be a lot of trouble. On the island, there were just the dead golden lion and the baby lion, so he should be safe temporarily as long as the baby lion could not come down the mountain yet. Han's son planned to eat the golden crystal first and then leave the island. Racing against time, Han Sen licked the golden crystal the first chance he got. As he drank the golden liquid until he was full, he suddenly heard a voice, life essence of super creature golden growler consumed. 1 super geno point gained. Han Sen suddenly widened his eyes, as if he were struck by a lightning bolt. He almost thought there was something wrong with his ears. As he recovered from his surprise, he quickly checked his own data. Han Sen, unevolved status. None lifespan. 200 requirement for next evolution. 100 geno points gained. 100 ordinary geno points. 100 primitive geno points. 84 mutant geno points. 61 sacred geno points. 1 super geno point. Han Sen was dazed for a long while, and suddenly let out a laughter. He laughed so hard that tears came out. Super gene. Super gene. Ha, it turns out there is super gene beyond sacred gene. Sacred genes are not the end. Han Sen could not begin to describe his excitement. Humans had discovered God's sanctuary for almost 2 centuries, and had been constantly growing. In the beginning, it was very difficult for humans to survive here. It was difficult for the beginners to kill even a mutant creature, let alone a sacred blood creature. However, with the development of hyper-genoarts in the evolution of more and more people, it became easier to hunt advanced creatures. In recent decades in First God's Sanctuary, there had been more and more people who evolved with every type of genopoints maxed out. However, until now, no one had come up with the concept of super genes, which probably meant that no one had really killed a super creature before. Even if one had seen a super creature, it was not likely that one had the ability to kill it. Han Sen had witnessed how strong the golden growler was. Even the baby golden growler was quite frightening. Han Sen was already among the top of those who were in First God's Sanctuary, but even he could not hurt a newborn super creature. It was easy to imagine why human had never learned the existence of super creatures and super genes. Even if the entire steel armor shelter came to attack the adult golden growler, Han Sen believed the result would still be the death of every human. It was the same as when there was no one who had maxed out on sacred blood genopoints or gained a sacred blood beast soul. No one could kill a sacred blood creature. When Son of Heaven killed the bloody slayer, he still had to use a sacred blood beast soul arrow. Now, human did not have super genopoints or super beast soul, so it would be almost impossible to kill a super creature. Han Sen finally understood why he could not even hurt the baby golden growler. They were not even on the same level. Although the golden growler was just born, it obviously had the characteristics of a super creature already. The black crystal that I got from that black beetle, could it also be the life essence of some super creature? Han Sen thought about it and defeated his own theory. The black crystal didn't melt like the life essence of the golden growler. Otherwise it was so small that it would be gone by now. The black crystal did not change a bit. Han Sen did not have too much time to think. Holding the life essence, whenever he felt he could eat again, he would suck on the golden crystal until he was stuffed. Hearing the voice sounding in his mind again and again, Han Sen felt that must be the happiest thing in life. Han Sen thought that his trip was totally worth it at this point. It took Han Sen more than a week to finish the entire block of life essence, and he got 10 super geno points, which surprised Han Senator originally. Han Sen thought that he must eat the entire super creature as well to get all 10 geno points, which did not seem to be the case. Maybe for super creatures, the geno points were concentrated in the life essence it carried. In fact, Han Sen went back to the basin, trying to eat some of the golden growler's meat. However, he soon discovered that since he could not even hurt the baby golden growler, he had no way to consume the body of the giant lion. Although he felt disheartened, Han Sen did not have any good methods. He had to comfort himself that maybe the meat of the golden growler would do nothing. I wonder how humans were able to kill the first sacred blood creature. Han Sen was pondering but had no conclusions. In God's sanctuary, there was no Skynet for him to consult. He hesitated and flew away from the island. Since he could not kill the baby golden growler, he should not stay there anymore. As the golden growler grew faster and faster, he might end up getting killed by it. Luckily, Han Sen had sacred blood wings. Otherwise, he would not even be able to cross the ocean. With his experience following the golden growler, Han Sen learned how big and complicated the god's sanctuary was. Now he was taking extra care wherever he went. Han Sen thought that his trip over the ocean might be highly risky. After all, he could no longer tell the directions on the ocean, and there were plenty of marine beasts. Although those beasts could not reach him in the sky, the sacred blood birds might endanger him. Maybe it was luck. Han Sen flew for 2 days without running into any danger, and also killed a mutant fish, whose meat contributed 2 more mutant geno points. At this point, Han Sen had 86 mutant geno points. More fortunately, Han Sen even saw an island and a large modern ship next to it. Although there were no visible electronic equipment, Han Sen could still tell from the material of the ship that it was a high-tech product. It even had the inscription Moon Goddess on it. However, the ship seemed to be gravely damaged and weathered. It must have been here for a long time. That did not matter to Han Senator since there was a ship on the island. There must be people too. Maybe there was even a shelter on the island, which would be fantastic. That way, Han Sen could use the teleport system to go back to school. He had been in God's sanctuary for several months and never sent any message back. He must have already missed the semi-annual assessment. He was not that worried about the assessment, but he knew that Ji Yanran must have been worried sick. When Han Sen came close, he no longer felt good about it. The island was neither big nor small. Han Sen could see the entire island from the sky, but he did not notice any buildings. Landing on the island, Han Sen took back on his beast souls and was ready to find somewhere to have a rest. Suddenly, he saw a person walking out from the jungle. Seeing Han Sen, that person paused, waved to Han Sen and ran over. The existence of human beings made Han Sen felt better about the place. He believed this meant the place was not too far away from a civilized location. Although humans could teleport the parts of ships and piece them together in God's sanctuary, no ship had modern energy systems since no technologies could be used here, which was why all the ships could only sail in a small range. In addition, the ocean was a more dangerous place than the land in God's sanctuary, so no one dared to go too far with a ship. Normally speaking, ships were used to go to the surrounding areas and hunt weak marine creatures. Han Sen regarded the person, who was a 20-year-old young woman wearing a blue beast soul armor. She looked at Han Sen excitedly. "Are you from Green Island?" The young woman asked with a trembling voice. "I'm sorry. I don't know where Green Island is." Han Sen shook his head and wanted to ask the woman where he was. At this time, a few more persons ran from the jungle nearby. They were all about the same age as the woman. They were equally excited when seeing Han Senator. Everyone was asking Han Sen all kinds of questions. But the most frequent one was the woman's question. "Are you from Green Island?" "I am sorry. I am not from Green Island. I came from Steel Armor Shelter, suffered a shipwreck and ended up here. May I ask where I am?" Hearing Han Sen's reply, these people suddenly became extremely disappointed. No one would answer Han Sen's question. All the people went back into the jungle. "Miss, what is this about?" Han Sen caught up with the woman he saw first and asked. The woman said indifferently, "Now you're here. It is like you are sentenced to life. You now have a lot of time to discover what this is about." She soon came back to the jungle like everyone else. Han Sen could guess that they probably suffered a shipwreck and ended up here. However, he still wanted to figure out where he was. After all, they must have taken a ship here and should have an idea about the location of the island and how far it was to the nearest shelter. Han Sen quickly followed those people, who did not intend to chase him away either. Very soon, Han Sen followed them through the forest and arrived at a cave. Inside the cave there were many supplies produced in the Alliance. It was a large cave with bonfire inside, so it almost felt like camping. Han Sen could tell that these people had been living here for a long time. They were more than a dozen people of the same age. From Han Sen's perspective, these people were about the same age as Qin Xian. But Qin Xian only stayed in First God's sanctuary for a long time because she wanted to max out her sacred geno points. These people obviously did not have the same intention. "Newbie, if you want to stay here, you must obey our rules and do your job. Otherwise we do not have extra food to waste on you," said a serious guy to Han Sr. "There are plenty of creatures in the ocean and on the island, so I think I will be able to feed myself," Han Sen smiled and said. The group watched Han Sen with contempt, as if they had heard something funny. No one spoke though. It was as if they didn't even deign to mock him. The guys continued, "We are all unfortunate people. Here is a reminder. The Wind End Island is full of danger. Do not wander around, otherwise you might lose your life." "What kind of danger?" asked Han Sen in surprise. The guy did not speak, but a skinny guy next to him cut in. "There are sacred blood creatures on the Wind End Island. Are you able to kill those?" "Sacred blood creatures? I did kill a few." Han Sen laughed. "Boy, you should know who you were bragging to before you brag. Do you know who we are?" said the skinny guy with his lips curled. "I would be more than happy to know." Han Sen was curious about these people. "Have you heard about the special squad?" asked the skinny guy complacently. "You are members of the special squad?" Han Sen regarded the group in surprise. Han Sen did not expect to meet people from the same organization on a desolate island. "Since you have heard about the special squad, you must be a well-informed person yourself. You should know what we do. And since even we could hardly survive the place, do you know what you should do in the future?" said the skinny guy. "Such a coincidence. I am also in the special squad. I wonder which shelter are you in charge of?" asked Han Sen with a smile. "What? You're also a member of the special squad?" The skinny guy looked to Han Sen in surprise. Other people were also shocked and seemed to doubt what Han Sen had said. Han Sen did seem quite young. He would be 18 years old at most. Although the members of the special squad in First God's Sanctuary were young, due to the high criteria for the members, those who could join were generally over 20, who would have a better geno point count and richer experience in God's Sanctuary. "My name is Han San, head of Steel Armor Special Squad." Han San told them his identity, which was no secret, so there was no point to hide it from them. "Are you kidding me? At your age, you would be lucky to become a member. Head my ass." The skinny guy smirked and did not believe Han San would be the head. He then pointed to the guy who spoke first and told Han San, "Boy, see? This is what a head looks like. This is our captain, Fu Shan. Hi, I am Han San from Steel Armor Special Squad. Which shelter are you from?" Han San felt lucky to meet members from the special squad. The skinny guy thought Han San was lying and became angry. Before he wanted to say something, Fu Shan stopped him. Fu Shan looked Han Sen up and down and said, "As far as I know, the head of Steel Armor Special Squad is Qin Xian, and her deputy is Yang Monli. They're both ladies and there is no guy in the leadership. I have never heard of the name Han Senior. You must have been trapped here for more than half a year." Han Sen's gaze swept across the group. "So what?" The skinny guy stared at Han Sen and asked. "No wonder you did not know that Qin Xian had gone to Second God's Sanctuary. And I am the new head of Steel Armor Special Squad." Han Sen smiled and said. Unfortunately, he did not bring his identity card with him, and could not use the Skynet to prove himself either. "We can't just take your word for it. Show us your ID." The skinny guy still did not believe him. "I do not have my ID with me. If you don't believe me, I don't have a way to persuade you." Han San spread his hands and said, "There is no point for me to lie to you, so why would I do that?" The woman whom Han San saw first suddenly looked at Han Sen and asked, "You should know Qin Xian very well then?" "Yes," Han Sen thought about it and nodded. "Then you must know what was behind her left ear?" the woman asked slowly. The whole group was watching Han Sen, awaiting his reply. "If I remember correctly, there is nothing behind Qin Xian's left ear, but a small red birthmark behind her right ear," said Han Sen casually. He had been in numerous combats with Qin Xian and knew this very well. Fu Shan and everyone else looked to the woman. Obviously, they didn't know whether Han Sen was telling the truth either. The woman let out a sigh of relief. "You're right. Qin Xian does have a small red birthmark behind her right ear. However, she usually covers it with her hair, so ordinary people would not be able to see that." The woman said to Han San, "Although I'm not sure if you are really the head of the special squad, now I know you are indeed close to Qin Xian. Miss, are you also in the special squad?" Han Sen asked the woman. He believed that others were from the special squad because they looked like it. However, this woman did not. "My name is Su Ruyan. I'm sort of a client of the special squad," the woman said with a smile. Han Sen realized something and said, "So you're the one who hired them to sail here?" Su Ruyan smiled bitterly and said, "This is not our original destination. We were attacked by a giant sacred blood creature on our way and ended up here. We have been trapped here for about a year." "A year? No wonder you do not know me," thought Han Sr. Han Sen continued to ask, "Where is this place? Do you know how far we are from the nearest shelter?" The skinny guy named Lu Ji said, "It's pointless to ask that. Even if you could fly, you would not be able to get away from this place." "How so?" Han Sen was puzzled. When he came to the island, he did not find any advanced flying creatures. Maybe the group had believed that Han Sen was indeed one of the special squad? Lu Ji and Su Ruyan told Han Sen everything about their situation. Lu Ji was being dramatic. There were indeed no flying creatures near this place, but there was a sacred blood marine beast wandering around the island, scaring them away from hunting creatures in the ocean. On the island there was only one type of creature, which looked like gigantic bears. They moved swiftly and could even walk on the mountain walls. With a vertical eye on their foreheads, these creatures had incredible eyesight. They were mostly primitive creatures and few of them were mutant creatures. Their king was a sacred blood creature. The king of the ghost-eyed bears was much stronger and faster than others. It was almost impossible to hurt it, and it had clever tactics, which made the special squad members feel quite helpless. All of them had to live on the wild plants and mushrooms in the forest, while avoiding the ghost-eyed bear group at the same time, which was why they were leading a hard life. In the beginning, they did not know how strong the ghost-eyed bears were and tried to hunt them down, which caused a great loss. They used to have nearly 30 members in the group, but after the fight, they only had a dozen people left. Yet the ghost-eyed bear king only lost a few primitive ghost-eyed bears. However, among the deceased, only one person belonged to the special squad. The squad used to have 10 members and now there were 9. As for the other deceased, they all worked for Su Ruyan. What surprised Han San was the fact that Su Ruyan was in the management of Starry Group. Han San also learned that they came from the Green Shelter on Green Island. Now they only knew that it took a ship half a month to arrive at Green Island from where they were. Other than the fact that Green Island was in the west, they had no idea where its specific location was. After all, after being attacked by the sacred blood marine beast, they were completely lost. Su Ruyan would not tell what they came here for, and being employed by Su Ruyan, the special squad could not leak the details of their mission either. However, Han San could tell that Su Ruyan was quite somebody, as they had been trapped on the island for a very long time, but others would still listen to her. "Su Ruyan, I am also in the special squad. How about you and I make a deal?" asked Han San after learning everything. "We have ended up here. What deal can I possibly make?" Su Ruyan frowned. Han Sen was someone she could not see through. Su Ruyan knew Qin Xian, and had an idea about where Steel Armor Shelter was, which was far from this place. She did not believe what Han San said, but was surprised that he knew Qin Xian. Ordinary people could not know about the red birthmark behind Qin Xian's right ear. "Miss Su, what plan have you now? Do you want to be trapped here forever?" Han Sen did not reply to her, but asked with a smile. "Other than waiting for a rescue team, what can I possibly do?" asked Su Ruyan. "I believe you must be someone important enough for the Starry Group to send a team. However, if they could find this place, I don't believe it would take a whole year. They haven't come so far, which means this is a hard place to find. Even if they don't give up, I wonder when they will be able to locate you," said Han Sr. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Of course they knew this. However, the rescue team was their only hope at present. "What do you want to say?" Su Ruyan asked, displeased. Han Sen's words worked against her authority in the group. The reason why everyone still looked up to her was that they believed people would come for Su Ruyan's rescue. "I mean, while you're waiting on the island, don't you want to eat better?" Han Sen asked calmly. "You have food." Su Ruyan watched Han San, unable to see any possibility of him carrying a large amount of food. "I don't have any food with me, but there is plenty of food on this island," Han Sen smiled and said. "You're thinking about the ghost-eyed bears? I think you should give up. I don't want to see anyone die." Su Ruyan was terribly disappointed in Han Sen's idea. If they had any chance at hunting the ghost-eyed bears, they wouldn't wait until this day. Su Ruyan did not even believe that Han San was the head of Steel Armor Special Squad. Even if he was, that would not change anything. Fu Shan was the head of a special squad and had a whole team with him. He did not have much chance against the ghost-eyed bear either. Being alone, Han Sen had no advantage whatsoever. Su Ruyan did not want to say anything to Han Sen anymore. She said she was tired and returned to her tent. Without actually seeing the ghost-eyed bears, Han Sen suggested to hunt them, which left Su Ruyan with a terrible impression. Before Han Sen could even suggest a deal, Su Ruyan expressed her distrust. But Han Sen didn't care. When he had the meat of ghost-eyed bear, he believed Su Ruyan would beg for a deal. Su Ruyan must have a lot of resources to be able to hire the entire Green Special Squad. Han Sen felt he was responsible to blackmail her in order to thank God for sending him here. In addition, Han Sen hated everyone in Starry Group, and she would be no exception. Brother, you should be practical. Do not mess with ghost-eyed bear. Lu Ji patted Han Sen on the shoulder and said. Obviously, members of Green Special Squad did not believe Han Sen could hunt ghost-eyed bears. They had been trapped on the island for a very long time and had a million strategies, yet none worked. The terrain on the Wind End Island was very complicated. With their strength and flexibility, the ghost-eyed bears could easily move around. The Sacred Blood Ghost-eyed Bear King and a dozen mutant ghost-eyed bears cost them a lot of good men when they had more people. Han Sen alone would never make it. Fu Shan are interested in my deal? Han Sen did not answer Lu Ji but asked Fu Shan. Tell me about it. Out of everyone's expectation, Fu Shan did not turn down Han Sen directly. Captain, what's to talk about with this guy? Do not believe his words, said Lu Ji hurriedly. Other members also tried to talk Fu Shan out of it, but Fu Shan only gestured everyone to keep silent. Han Sen smiled and said, Fu Shan, since we are all in the special squad, how about we hunt the ghost-eyed bears together? Afterwards, I will take the meat of the Sacred Blood Ghost-eyed Bear, and we can share the rest half and half. What do you think? Fu Shan frowned. Han Sen was being too arrogant indeed. He did believe Han Sen had something special about him, otherwise it would be impossible for him to come here alone. However, Han Sen's words still made him cringe. Boy, you have no place to talk like that, said Lu Ji impatiently. Really? Han Sen of course disagreed. When he just came to the island, he saw some of the ghost-eyed bears from the sky. Ghost-eyed bear was not a unique species to the island, and Han Sen had seen them before. On the way he came here on the back of the golden growler, Han Sen had seen a Sacred Blood Ghost-eyed Bear from a large group swallowed by the lion alive. The Sacred Blood Ghost-eyed Bear had no chance of survival in front of the golden growler. Han Sen did not even know it was called Ghost-eyed Bear at the time being. Before being swallowed, the Sacred Blood Ghost-eyed Bear tried to resist, and Han Sen had learned what it could do. It was indeed very strong in terms of speed and strength. The scariest part was its vertical third eye, which gave it an ability similar to the Fairy Queen. After it opened its third eye, it was even able to avoid a strike from the golden growler. However, that was all it could do. Han Sen believed that the Sacred Blood Ghost-eyed Bear was merely a bit stronger than the Sacred Blood creature he killed in the Sand Valley. Because of the terrain and the number of the ghost-eyed bears, it was indeed difficult for them. Han Sen, on the other hand, had Sacred Blood wings and was a great assassin. He could use the Color Shifter Beast Soul to launch a sneak attack, and did not need to fight the ghost-eyed bear head-on. If the members of Green Special Squad were willing to help, Han Sen was able to take out the entire ghost-eyed bear group. Without their help, Han Sen could do the same, which only took longer. A cut of half the meat was a great deal for the Special Squad fellows. Also, Han Sen wanted to finish up the business here earlier in order to go back to the shelter sooner. However, since they would not help, Han Sen did not bring it up again. After resting for a night, Han Sen left the cave and decided to hunt a ghost-eyed bear to show the group, especially Su Ruyan, so that he would be able to blackmail her. Are you really going to hunt the ghost-eyed bears? Asked Su Ruyan standing in front of the cave. You could expect a ghost-eyed bear for lunch, but do think about what price you are willing to pay. Han Sen waved at Su Ruyan without turning back and marched into the jungle. Fu Shan, what do you think? Su Ruyan looked at Fu Shan, as he did not realize Han Sen would dare to hunt ghost-eyed bear alone. Just some brat. If he wants to die, let him. I do not believe he is from the special squad, let alone the head. Lu Ji had never seen someone like Han San in the organization. Su Ruyan did not reply. She still believed Han Sen was someone special, although she could not tell how. I could not see through this person. However, I could not risk the lives of my team members, Fu Shan pondered and said. He also believed that Han Sen was somebody, but as the head of the special squad, he could not take such risks on behalf of his team members. Su Ruyan nodded. Same as Fu Shan, she was not willing to take more risks. I hope that he will not die in the jungle. Fu Shan sighed. Although he thought Han Sen was special, it was almost impossible for someone to survive the attack of the ghost-eyed bear group. Once noticed by the ghost-eyed bears, one was unlikely to run away. Last time they had to sacrifice a dozen lives before they were able to get away. Su Ruyan saw Han Sen disappear in the jungle and had complex emotions. She did not believe that Han Sen could really hunt a ghost-eyed bear either. Other people thought Han Sen was either mad or arrogant to hunt the ghost-eyed bear alone. If Han Sen was not killed by the ghost-eyed bear, he would probably ask for food from them. After going into the jungle, Han Sen followed a trail and sneaked into the habitat of the ghost-eyed bears. Before the deal was made, Han Sen did not plan to wipe out the entire ghost-eyed bear group. He decided to kill one first and go back to negotiate. A ghost-eyed bear was around 6 feet tall and covered in brown fur like steel brush. With a vertical eye on its forehead, it was able to come and go easily on the mountain walls. In the mountains, Han Sen shapeshifted into the color shifter silently. The ghost-eyed bears were moving around, while Han Sen was lurking in the dark. His goal was a mutant ghost-eyed bear, which would make Su Ruyan more willing to pay. No wonder they were not able to kill any ghost-eyed bear. The terrain does not work in anyone's favor. Han Sen looked around and saw cliffs everywhere. The ghost-eyed bears were able to run on the cliffs, which made them impossible to kill. Fu Shan and Su Ruyan led different teams to collect food and left a few people to guard the cave. Although they had a lot of plants and mushrooms saved in the cave, it would not hurt to have more food supply around. After going out for a while, they suddenly heard howling from the ghost-eyed bear's habitat. Did he really go? Exclaimed Lu Ji. They knew from the sound that the ghost-eyed bears had noticed the intruder. There was one howling after another, so it seemed that the entire group was chasing Han Sr. It's a pity. He did not last too long. Su Ruyan sighed. The howling stopped after a long while. The group did not dare to stay out for long. Since the ghost-eyed bear group had been provoked by Han Sen, it would be terribly dangerous for them to run into the bears. Su Ruyan and Fu Shan discussed briefly and decided to give up on looking for food, ready to go back to the cave. A mutant ghost-eyed bear. Not far from the cave, they suddenly saw a huge ghost-eyed bear, which scared everyone. People quickly summoned their beast souls and then found out the ghost-eyed bear did not move and was actually on someone's back. The person carried the dead ghost-eyed bear and walked toward them. Watching the ghost-eyed bear moving up and down as the person walked, everyone widened their eyes. It's the boy. He did not die, and really hunted a ghost-eyed bear, a mutant one. Lu Ji saw the person's face and exclaimed. The others were also shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Han Sen was really able to hunt a ghost-eyed bear, and the mutant one, which was incredible. The first time they went, half of the people died and they were only able to kill some primitive ghost-eyed bears. Not a single mutant one was killed. The creature had incredible speed and strength. To kill one of them on the cliff was almost impossible. However, Han Sen alone hunted a mutant ghost-eyed bear back. Fu Shan looked Han Sen up and down and did not see a single injury on Han Sen's body, which surprised him even more. It was obvious from the howling that the entire ghost-eyed bear group was alarmed, but Han Sen still came back safe and sound, taking the body of a mutant ghost-eyed bear, which made him wonder how strong Han Sen must be to be able to achieve this. Su Ruyan also noticed that and was rendered speechless. Did you really hunt the ghost-eyed bear yourself? When Han Sen came close, Lu Ji asked. I believe so, unless this thing is not called a ghost-eyed bear. Han Sen smiled and continued toward the cave with the body of the ghost-eyed bear on his back. The body of the ghost-eyed bear was too big, and he was not very interested in consuming it himself. He intended to leverage this mutant ghost-eyed bear to negotiate a deal with Su Ruyan, so he made sure that everyone saw it. When the people guarding the cave saw Han Sen come back with a mutant ghost-eyed bear, they were surprised as well. "Miss Su, are you interested in a deal now?" Han Sen scanned everyone's face and asked Su Ruyan. "Very much so." Su Ruyan's eyes lit up. They were all trapped here for more than a year. In the beginning they had some meat jerky to eat, and after that they had to go vegan. It had been a while since they had any taste of meat. Seeing the body of the dead ghost-eyed bear, they immediately thought of barbecue. Of course, Su Ruyan was thinking more than just this mutant ghost-eyed bear. Since Han Sen was able to kill a mutant creature so easily, it meant he could wipe out all the ghost-eyed bears. If he could do that, they could benefit from more than just the meat. In fact, they had been lying to Han Sen from the very beginning. Their destination was always this island because they wanted something here. They did, however, run into an accident on the sea. That part was true. After they got here, they were not able to get what they wanted because of the ghost-eyed bears. Surprisingly, Han Sen was strong enough to wipe out all the ghost-eyed bears, which was fantastic for Su Ruyan. Su Ruyan believed that someone would eventually come to their rescue. It was just a matter of time for the Starry Group to locate this island. If she was able to get what she wanted before they came, that would be the best. Otherwise, she would be no more than a failure. If she obtained that thing after the rescue team came, the credit would no longer be hers. Su Ruyan watched Han Sen with desire. Although she did not know how Han Sen achieved that, she believed his presence would work in her favor. "So Sen, what's the deal?" Su Ruyan looked to Han Sen and softened her voice. "It depends on how good your appetite is," Han Sen said, grinning. "How much do you want for this mutant ghost-eyed bear?" As calculative as Su Ruyan, she would not easily expose her real objective. Su Ruyan was secretly thinking that it would be fine for her to pay a high price for this mutant ghost-eyed bear. She could even pay more for Han Sen to hunt a few more mutant ones. There were in total a dozen mutant ghost-eyed bears. As long as Han Sen killed them all, one sacred blood ghost-eyed bear would not be such a big threat to the group. By then her goal would be achieved. However, Su Ruyan did not realize that Su Ruyan was planning on the blackmail from the very beginning. "I would not elaborate on the value of this mutant ghost-eyed bear. According to market price, you can have it for 100 million, said Han Sen, narrowing his eyes. When the group heard the phrase market price, they were optimistic because based on the market price, the meat of a mutant creature would be 2 to 3 million. Even he doubled it, that would be a small amount. However, Han Sen's price made her cringe. Lu Ji opened his mouth wide and thought, a mutant creature for 100 million? What kind of market price is that? Han Sen, this is a bit too high. Even a rare mutant creature would only be marked 2 to 3 million on the market. Even if I am willing to pay you 10 times that price, that would be 20 to 30 million. Don't you think 100 million is too much? Su Ruyan frowned at Han Sr. You're right, outside this island that is the market price. However, we are in a different place, so of course we have a different price. Here the market price is 100 million each. If you think it's too expensive, that's fine as well. I will just keep it for myself. Han Sen remained calm and smiled. Han Sen, we are all unfortunate people, and should help one another. Don't you think you're being too selfish? In addition, you're also the head of the special squad and a colleague of many people here. Would you sell them at the same price? Su Ruyan suddenly had an idea. If Han Sen answered yes, then everyone would be mad at him. If he said no, then it would be the same whether he sold it to Su Ruyan or Fu Shan. Su Ruyan did not care if she cannot eat the meat. As long as Han Sen could wipe out all the mutant ghost-eyed bears, she would be achieving her goal. Of course, I always have the same and fair price for everyone. Han Sen then looked to the Green Special Squad. And I did invite them to cooperate before. It is not my fault that they turned me down. Lu Ji blushed when hearing Han Sen's words. He was the one who objected the most and thought Han Sen was a lunatic. Su Ruyan heard Han Sen's words and was secretly excited. She kept a straight face and snorted, Han Sen, aren't you afraid that everyone will turn on you? Or are you not in the special squad at all? Since Han Sen came back, Su Ruyan and her men were circling Han Sen and the mutant ghost-eyed bear. As Su Ruyan made a long face, her people were also staring at Han Sr. Obviously, Su Ruyan was trying to threaten Han Senator originally. She was afraid that Fu Shan and his team might help Han Senator, as Han Sen's answer probably pissed off the entire special squad. She believed that Fu Shan would take her side if there was a fight. After all, they were trapped on an island and had not had meat in a long time. Fu Shan should not reject working with Su Ruyan against Han Sr. 200 million. Han Sen came up with a price that doubled the last offer. He did not even raise an eyebrow, as if he did not hear Su Ruyan's threatening remark. Fu Shan, this kind of behavior would never come from someone in the special squad. We should control him and interrogate him, said Su Ruyan. Su Ruyan thought Fu Shan would work with her for sure. After all, the special squad members were also checking out the mutant ghost-eyed bear greedily, and they did not have any affection toward Han San either. To her surprise, Fu Shan shook his head and said, I have no idea whether he is in the special squad, and that doesn't concern me. Fu Shan ordered everyone on his team to step aside. It was obvious that he did not want to meddle in this matter. Although his team members wondered why Fu Shan made the decision, they had a lot of trust in their captain and followed his order. Su Ruyan was dumbstruck. Based on her understanding, Fu Shan was a rational person. Even if he did not want to harm Han Sen, he would agree to take the mutant ghost-eyed bear first. Fu Shan's decision forced Su Ruyan to reevaluate Han Senator. The only explanation for Fu Shan to make a decision like this was that Fu Shan did not believe they could beat Han Sr. So, it seems that you do not want to deal with me. Han Sen picked up the mutant ghost-eyed bear. What are you doing? Su Ruyan did not dare to try to stop Han Sr. Since I'm not welcome here, I will find a place for my own. I have a mutant ghost-eyed bear anyway. If I eat it slowly, it could last me 3 to 5 months. Han Sen put the mutant ghost-eyed bear on his back. Fine, 100 million. I will purchase this mutant ghost-eyed bear. Su Ruyan gritted her teeth and said. What she needed was for Han Sen to kill the ghost-eyed bears. If Han Sen really hid somewhere and enjoyed the food for himself, that would defeat the purpose. The price is no longer 100 million. It is 200 million now. Han Sen's reply made Su Ruyan want to strangle him. $200 million is fine. However, it is impossible for me to bring so much money to God's sanctuary. I can write you a promissory note and the Starry Group will pay you in the alliance. After calming down, Su Ruyan had a strong desire to kill Han Senator. It did not matter how many promissory notes she wrote Han Sen at this point, because the rescue team from the Starry Group would not let Han Sen live. Sorry, I only take cash. Han Sen turned Su Ruyan down and looked her up and down. Although you could pay me with beast souls as well. Han Sen knew that they could not bring so much cash, and wanted their beast souls in the first place. What do you propose? Su Ruyan felt a stronger incentive to kill him. The market price for a sacred blood beast soul would be around 100 or 200 million. So I would say a sacred blood beast soul for a mutant ghost-eyed bear. Han Sen said to Su Ruyan. It seems that you have no intention to make a serious deal. Su Ruyan became annoyed. There was no way for her to trade a sacred blood beast soul for a mutant creature. We're doing business, you could give me a counteroffer, said Han Sen grinning. 5 primitive beast souls for the mutant ghost-eyed bear, suggested Su Ruyan. 5 mutant beast souls are more like it, said Han Sen blinking. After bargaining, Su Ruyan was able to trade a mutant beast soul for the mutant ghost-eyed bear, which pleased Han Senator both from a mutant creature. A beast soul was worth a lot more than the meat. In other places, this would be an impossible deal. As for the sacred blood beast soul, Han Sen knew that Su Ruyan would never give him that in the first place. Han Sen chose a mutant mount beast soul from the 3 offered by Su Ruyan. The mount was the most valuable. Han Sen did not need any mutant beast souls himself, and only wanted an expensive one to sell. Great working with you. Han Sen took the beast soul and smiled at Su Ruyan. He left the cave soon after and did not want to stay in the same place with these people. Su Ruyan could not help walking toward Fu Shan. Fu Shan, are you okay with him doing whatever he wants? She was not trying to blame Fu Shan, but only wanted an answer. Look closely at the body of the mutant ghost-eyed bear, said Fu Shan calmly. Su Ruyan was dazed and walked toward the body of the mutant ghost-eyed bear. The rest of the group also approached the body, trying to understand what Fu Shan meant. Very soon they all became silent. Originally, they saw much blood on the body and thought there must have been fierce combat between Han Sen and the ghost-eyed bear. However, with a closer look, they noticed that the blood on the body all came from a single cut. The ghost-eyed bear was only cut in the throat and was not hurt anywhere else. It was obvious that it was killed with one blow, before it could make any struggle. Everyone was shocked. To kill a mutant ghost-eyed bear in such a clean way was something incredible. Going into the ghost-eyed bear habitat alone, killing a mutant ghost-eyed bear with one blow and coming back with the body safe and sound. He is not someone we should view as an enemy, explained Fu Shan quietly. He did not know whether Han Sen was indeed in the special squad. Even if Han Sen wasn't, Fu Shan did not want to antagonize him. If Han Sen was, then they belonged to the same organization and he had less reason to fight Han Sr. Su Ruyan did not speak. As Fu Shan had explained, whoever could achieve that was awe-inspiring. Normally speaking, a mutant ghost-eyed bear would not stay too far away from a sacred blood one. Su Ruyan could not imagine how Han Sen managed to do that. So what? He is also trapped on this island now. When the rescue team comes, he will not be able to fly away, thought Su Ruyan cruelly. After leaving the cave, Han Sen flew to a high mountain and observed the entire island. When he tried to blackmail Su Ruyan, he felt something odd in her reactions. Han Sen was asking for a ridiculous price both to blackmail and to test her. Su Ruyan's reactions and some details in her behavior made Han Sen believe that the island must be special. Han Sen did not believe that someone like Su Ruyan would pay such a high price and be so tolerant just to have a nice meal. Very likely their destination was this island in the first place. She probably wants something related to these ghost-eyed bears, otherwise she should not be so interested in them. Han Sen was more and more confident in his guess. As a great assassin he knew how to read people, and he could tell a lot from what Su Ruyan had said and done. There was not much special about the habitat of the ghost-eyed bears. When Han Sen went to hunt the bears, he had explored the place as well. There was nothing other than the ghost-eyed bear group, which only had one sacred blood king among them. It was impossible for Su Ruyan to make this trip just to hunt the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. No sacred blood creature in the world was worth so much trouble. In addition, Han Sen knew from the fact that they could not do anything about the ghost-eyed bear that they did not come here for this specific creature. Otherwise, if they prepared well and had enough tools, it would not be that difficult to hunt the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. If they did not come here for the ghost-eyed bear, but for something related to the ghost-eyed bear. Han Sen pondered, touching his nose. He suddenly thought of something, maybe it's for that. Han Sen flew higher into the sky for an overlook of the bear habitat. Going higher and higher, Han Sen thought he must be right. The mountains on the island were layered. Watching from above, they looked like a giant lotus, with each mountain resembling a petal. The ghost-eyed bears lived in the center. That's it. Han Sen was overjoyed when looking at the odd shape of mountains. The only place that would guarantee a beast's soul in God's sanctuary was the nest of creatures, in addition to the mystery island. The number of creatures in God's sanctuary was almost unlimited. In an area, even if all the creatures were killed, new creatures would appear before long. Humans had done extensive research on this and concluded that most creatures did not come from their own reproduction, but somewhere humans called nest. These nests were usually hidden tens of thousands of feet underground. Once in a while, a large number of creatures would be born from the nest. Humans were still not sure how the creatures arrived at different locations in God's sanctuary. In a random expedition, some people found a nest that was exposed on the ground for some reason. After some exploration, they found that in each nest there would be an egg. If one were to break that egg, one would get a beast soul for sure. The egg itself was not dangerous, but normally speaking, there would be many creatures living in the nest, which made it difficult to go all the way into the nest and break the egg. If one were lucky, there might be only ordinary and primitive creatures in a nest. However, if there were sacred blood creatures in a nest, one would have to be prepared for a bloodbath. For those who were able to kill a sacred blood creature, it was rather a good thing since they could have extra gains. The nests rarely appeared on the surface, so only a few people had seen them. A nest on the surface had one significant feature. Always located in a type of terrain called the life lotus. The life lotus was formed by layered mountains, and the entrance to the nest was always located in the center of the lotus. According to what Hans Sand had read from the Skynet, creatures in the nest would not go out directly from the entrance. Until today, no one knew how the creatures in the nest ended up all over God's sanctuary. However, the entrance to the nest was occupied by the group of ghost-eyed bears. Su Ruyan and others did not expect this to happen, and thus failed to enter the nest. Hans Sand did not realize that the reason that the group had not entered the nest yet was mainly because they had lost most of their equipment on the ocean, under the attack of marine beast. Since you had failed, I should probably go first. Hans Sand was considering how to enter the nest with great joy. Originally, he wanted to hunt some ghost-eyed bears and gain more mutant beast souls from Su Ruyan. Knowing that this was a nest, he would not hurt the ghost-eyed bears anymore. Undoubtedly, these ghost-eyed bear were the best watchdogs. With them here, the group would never be able to enter the nest, and Hans Sand could look for the egg peacefully inside. Well done, Su Ruyan. You tried to lure me to kill more mutant ghost-eyed bears and you could enter this nest. Hans Sand smirked secretly. Unfortunately, I already know your plan and you shall be disappointed. Hans Sand landed on the mountain and sneaked toward the center of the life lotus. He had been there once, and would be able to enter the nest without alarming the ghost-eyed bears. As for the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear, Hans Sand prepared to kill it after breaking the egg. Obviously, these ghost-eyed bears did not live in the nest. Their occupation of the surrounding area was merely a coincidence. Hans Sand used the color shifter to move slowly to the entrance. After more than an hour, he was in front of the nest. Like what was described on the Skynet, the nest was a stone cave going straight down like a well. The stones were black and smooth, and the entrance was so narrow that only one adult could pass at a time. Hans Sand did not hesitate before sliding down. With a fall of 12 feet, his feet touched the ground. In front of his eyes appeared a path zigzagging down. Surrounding him were black stones, among which there were many gleaming green crystals. Although they looked dismal, it was still much better than darkness. People called these crystals green gold, which could be seen everywhere in nests. They were not harmful to health but were not useful in any way either. Hans Sand decided to be careful and summoned his phantom ant armor, protecting himself thoroughly and slowly walking down the winding path. According to the Skynet, the length of this path should be around 8 miles. Normally speaking, there would be no creature on this path. Hans Sand did not dare to fully trust the Skynet and was still being wary. However, the Skynet was right this time and he did not see a single creature on the way. When he finally saw a wall of green gold blocking his way, Hans Sand knew he had arrived at the destination. According to what people said on the Skynet, as long as he broke this wall, he would see the real nest. However, once the wall was broken, if there were creatures inside, they would launch attacks immediately. And one must prepare oneself for that. The war being intact also confirmed the fact that the ghost-eyed bear did not come from this nest. Hans Sand tried to see through the wall of green gold and determine if there were creatures inside. But the green gold was not clear enough. Since he was already there, Hans Sand decided to go for it. He grabbed the diamond sword, took a deep breath and slashed the sword at the wall. Bang! The green gold was not a tough material and only 1 inch thick. With Hans Sand's strike, a 6-foot-tall, 1-foot-wide opening suddenly appeared. Hans Sand looked inside the opening warily with the diamond sword in his hand and was dumbstruck by what he saw. It was an underground metropolitan bathed in green light. The roof was decorated with millions of pieces of gleaming green gold, like an entire green galaxy. All sorts of black rock cells crisscrossed like a labyrinth. There was nothing artificial. They were more like some hornet nests, both random and regular at the same time. Hans Sand knew that these cells constituted the so-called nest. In each cell there might be a creature. Once the creature noticed his presence, it would try to kill him without a second thought. Hans Sand saw that there must be tens of thousands of cells of all sizes, some as small as his hand, while some as large as palaces. They were all interconnected in a strange and natural way. All the deities in this world, please give me your blessings. I wish there would not be too many creatures. Some primitive creatures would do, prayed Han-san as he tiptoed. Although there was enough space for him to fly across the nest, Han-san did not plan to use his wings. When he flew up, all the creatures could see him clearly and would potentially attack him in groups. It was not like the roof was so high he could avoid all the attacks, so Han-sen decided against that. Creeping past a cell, Han-sen's eyes were fixed on it. If there were anything wrong, he would go back immediately. To his relief, the cell was completely quiet until he walked past it. It was only a beginning though. The black cells were like time bombs of different sizes. Han-sen did not know when a cell would explode suddenly. As Han-san was almost scared to death, he had already passed more than 1,000 cells without seeing any creatures. Could this nest be empty? Maybe all the creatures had left? Han-sen wondered. It should not be. According to what I read, unless the egg is broken, the nest will continue to breed new creatures. Since the wall was still intact, I don't suppose anyone has been here. So the egg must still be here as well. How come there is no creature? Han-sen did not dare to relax. Although it seemed everything was going well, he still remained alert. Every time he passed a cell, Han-san would always stare at it, in case a creature would catch him off guard. However, after seeing tens of thousands of cells, he did not see a single creature. It seemed the nest was really empty. This is so weird. According to the Skynet, the nest discovered before would always have at least hundreds of creatures inside. And sometimes it could even be thousands. How come there is nothing here? Suddenly Han-sen heard a crack. He immediately looked in that direction. It was a 9-foot-tall cell more than 30 feet away from him. It had cracked and the cracks were expanding. Finally, Han-sen did not get too nervous. He walked back a few steps and found a spot with more space, eyes fixed on the cell looking like a tomb. As the cell continued to crack, it was falling apart. Will stop. Bang. Suddenly the cell was knocked open by something and collapsed. A figure rushed out of the cell. A humanoid creature? After seeing the figure, Han-san suddenly grasped the diamond sword tighter. Normally speaking, a humanoid creature was very likely to be a sacred blood one. The creature was a skeleton that looked like it was made of white jade. Between its bones, there were no gaps like an ordinary skeleton. With these extra links, it was extremely flexible. On the skeleton's bones there were many black patterns, and in its hands were a pair of black daggers. Gears. Han-sen was surprised. The humanoid creature had its own gears, which were 2 daggers instead of 1, which meant the creature would not be easy to deal with. The skeleton turned to face Han Sr. Its eyes were not hollow but contained a pair of white eyeballs. Staring at Han-san, the skeleton slowly approached him. In the beginning it was slow. Gradually it became faster and faster. In a dozen steps it swirled to Han-sen's face like a storm. One of the black daggers were at Han-sen's throat in a sudden. At this point, Han-san was certain that the skeleton was a sacred blood creature. He did not fear it. Swinging the diamond sword, he was about to stop the dagger. The daggers were short, so Han-sen's blow would definitely knock them away. However, the moment the diamond sword was about to hit the daggers, the skeleton twisted in an impossible way and took back its dagger. With a swing, the skeleton's other dagger almost came between Han-sen's brows. Han-san could almost feel the coldness of the blade through his armor. Ding! Han-san summoned the 3-blade harpoon in his left hand and blocked the dagger in his face. In the next moment, while the skeleton had it back toward Han-san, it quickly twisted his arm backward and stabbed at Han-san again. The suddenness took Han-san at a disadvantage. He did not have time to take back his sword, or swing the harpoon. Whoosh! Han-sen used the sparticle and made a crucial step, dodging the dagger by a hair. The phantom ant armor was still scratched by the tip of the dagger, and left with a shallow mark. Han-sen was shocked by how sharp the daggers were. Instantaneously, the other dagger in the skeleton's hand came from another incredible angle. Han-sen was also a master at short blades like these, but he had never seen someone could use these weapons in such a fascinating way. The skeleton's movements were as if they were all wrong. He could never predict the skeleton's next move, which made him feel very uncomfortable. It was like a musician hearing a song with all the wrong tempos. In addition, the skeleton was incredibly fast. Its attacks were almost continuous, making Han Sen almost desperate. This kind of close combat made the diamond sword a burden rather than a help. Han Sen did not even have time to put down the sword, because the skeleton's strikes were dazzling. The skeleton's footwork and dagger skills left Han Sen in a huge disadvantage. Suddenly he was injured in the chest. If it were not for the sacred blood armor, Han Sen would have been dead by now. With goosebumps all over his body, Han Sen summoned Meowth, which turned into a black tiger and threw itself at the skeleton. The white jade skeleton almost glided on the ground, moved away from the tiger and stabbed at Meowth with its dagger. Meowth turned back and snapped at the skeleton, which quickly took back the daggers and moved away. With its back toward Meowth, the skeleton turned its arm around in an impossible angle and stabbed at Meowth's stomach. Han Sen seized the opportunity and slashed the sword at the skeleton, his other hand grasping the harpoon to block the attack toward Meowth. Fighting a man and a cat, the white jade skeleton still seemed effortless and constantly made threatening attacks at Han Sen and Meowth. Very soon, Han Sen discovered that it was not a great idea to summon Meowth, as the skeleton actually used its miraculous footwork to confine their movements. This creature is rogue. Han Sen cursed secretly. When Meowth was attacking the skeleton, he quickly ran away. At this point, both he and Meowth were injured, while the skeleton remained unharmed. There was no point in continuing the fight. Han Sen decided to retreat and think of a different method. Luckily, Meowth was distracting the skeleton so that Han Sen could run far enough before he took Meowth back. The white jade skeleton would not leave Han Sen alone and quickly ran after him. Han Sen did not dare to hesitate anymore and dashed toward the path where he came from. The skeleton would not give up. It was even faster than Han Senator with Meowth's help. Han Sen retreated while fighting, eventually arriving at the broken wall. Han Sen quickly crawled through the opening, and the skeleton followed him. Drop dead. Han Sen was happy to see the skeleton moving into the narrow path, where its footwork would no longer work that well. Han Sen quickly drew the Beetle Knight's spear and stabbed it at the skeleton. In such a small space, a longer weapon was a lot better than a shorter one. The skeleton's daggers could not even reach Han Sen, and the skeleton had nowhere to hide. It had to cross the daggers in front of its chest to block the incoming spear. However, Han Sen's spear carried a strong spinning force, and the skeleton failed to stop it. Han Sen thought he must have been successful, but the skeleton quickly glided back like a phantom, faster than Han Sen when he used Sparticle. The skeleton seemed to be quite intellectual. Knowing it would not be Han Sen's match in the narrow path, it no longer tried to follow him, but chose to stay and guard the wall. Han Sen had to leave the nest. He had to think of a way to get rid of this white jade skeleton. Otherwise he would never be able to reach where the egg was. Damn! There just happens to be a powerful sacred blood creature in this nest. Han Sen felt quite upset. He quietly crept out of the nest and killed a primitive ghost-eyed bear for food. Knowing that where the ghost-eyed bears lived was the entrance to the nest, Han Sen wanted to keep the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear and the mutant ones alive as watchdogs to keep other people out. Han Sen looked for a safe place in the mountains and collected some branches to make a fire. He then barbecued the primitive ghost-eyed bear, the paws of which were delicious. However, Han Sen's thoughts were on how the white jade skeleton fought. The skeleton had incredible techniques with the daggers which mimicked assassination skills, in a way that the opponent would not be able to predict any attack. Han Sen could tell that these techniques were still somewhat different from assassination. It was purely technical, and did not leverage the opponent's psychology. Using these techniques, the skeleton created a kind of disorder and made it impossible for someone to judge how it would react. In addition, the structure of the skeleton was also different from a normal person, allowing it to achieve all kinds of movements. If I want to kill it, I have to understand this tempo, otherwise I would never win. Han Sen carefully thought back every detail of the combats with the skeleton, trying to find some patterns from its movements. Su Ruyan was a bit worried that Han Sen might know about the Life Lotus. Although few people had seen a nest, all the information was readily available on the Skynet. If Han Sen could tell that there was a nest here, that would be horrible news to her. Not seeing Han Sen all day, Su Ruyan became a bit uneasy. She quickly consulted with Fu Shan and went to find Han Sen along with him and some other guys. They found Han Sen rather easily. Han Sen did not plan to hide anyway, since he did not want to make her overly suspicious. Su Ruyan and the Green Special Squad were not weak at all. If they were willing to sacrifice some lives, they might be able to enter the nest as well. At this point they were not willing to take that kind of risk, and Han Sen did not want to push them. Han Sen was not sure how strong Su Ruyan's followers were, but he could tell that the Green Special Squad had strong members. Based on the criteria of a special squad, Han Sen assumed that all of them might be as strong as Gambler. When Su Ruyan and the rest came to find Han Sen, he was sitting on the lee side of the hill, enjoying delicious ghost-eyed bear barbecue. On the fire there was more meat sizzling with grease. In fact, they had followed the fragrance to find him. It seemed that Han Sen had gotten another ghost-eyed bear. Others could not tell the level of the ghost-eyed bear anymore, since it was already cut into pieces. "Welcome. What brought you here?" Han Sen did not mean to stand up. He continued to chew on the barbecue meat and licked his fingers once in a while. Others were very much tempted by the barbecue. Although they each got some meat from the mutant ghost-eyed bear purchased by Su Ruyan, it was only a small piece. Most of the meat was kept as their food reserve. For people who had not tasted meat for a year, the small piece only triggered more greediness. Seeing Han Sen eating away, they all could not help swallowing. Su Ruyan saw that Han Sen was still here and felt much more relaxed. Everything would be fine if Han Sen did not enter the nest. "Han Sen, we came to talk about buying more ghost-eyed bear meat. You should know that the ghost-eyed bear would not last very long with so many people in the group," Su Ruyan smiled and said. She was only trying to tempt Han Sen to kill more mutant ghost-eyed bears. Han Sen pondered and replied, "That is not easy. I hunted again today and did not find any chance to kill a mutant ghost-eyed bear, so I had to kill a primitive ghost-eyed bear. How much will you pay for a primitive one?" Su Ruyan did not really need the meat, and a primitive ghost-eyed bear would be useless to her. She smiled and said, "We've all witnessed your ability. It is so easy for you to kill a mutant ghost-eyed bear. Now don't be humble. Yes, we maxed out on our primitive geno points a long time ago. We hope that you could get us a few more mutant ghost-eyed bears, and we would pay you well," one of the guys working for Su Ruyan said. Han Sen smirked inwardly, but pretended to be ignorant. "It's not that I do not want to earn more beast souls. The mutant ghost-eyed bears were not that easy to kill. If they keep moving in groups, there is nothing I can do. I am even eating primitive ghost-eyed bear myself. If I could hunt a mutant one, why would I eat this?" The rest believed Han Sen's words, since they did not believe that mutant creatures were convenient to kill either. After all, ghost-eyed bear was a strong creature. As an unevolved person, Han Sen could not be that strong. Su Ruyan suddenly smiled and said to Han Sen, "So how much do you want for a primitive ghost-eyed bear?" "Same price," Han Sen said, not even thinking. The group of people were dazed and did not understand what Han Sen meant. Su Ruyan looked at Han Sen and asked, "San, you did not mean that you want a mutant beast soul for this primitive ghost-eyed bear?" "Exactly," said Han Sen, nodding. "That makes absolutely no sense. A mutant ghost-eyed bear for a mutant beast soul. So why is a primitive ghost-eyed bear also worth a mutant beast soul?" asked Lu Ji. Lu Ji was planning to exchange one of his less advanced beast souls for a primitive ghost-eyed bear so that he could eat better. Who knew that Han Sen would ask for a mutant beast soul? Those who worked for Su Ruyan immediately protested and wanted to bargain with Han Sr. Han Sen insisted on the price. "What I'm selling is meat, so it does not matter whether it is primitive or mutant. Same price, take it or leave it. I am trapped here anyways and have no use of your beast souls. As long as I can fill my own stomach, I would rather not to take any risks." None of them was willing to trade a mutant beast soul for a primitive ghost-eyed bear, so they all had to go back to the cave empty-handed. Han Sen did not mind that. Every day at lunchtime, he would go to the windward side of the cave and start a barbecue, trying to tempt the group. In the beginning they could still hold it back and just eat pieces of the first ghost-eyed bear they bought. However, the taste of meat is addictive. After eating meat, they could hardly swallow the plants anymore. In addition, that first ghost-eyed bear did not last very long. Smelling the delicious barbecue every day, all of them wanted to kill Han Sen and take the meat for themselves. Han Sen was doing that every day both to keep them hooked, and to reassure Su Ruyan that he had no idea about the existence of the nest. In fact, Han Sen would enter the nest every evening to fight the White Jade Skeleton. However, the White Jade Skeleton was so powerful that Han Sen could not get rid of it anytime soon. In the process of fighting the skeleton, Han Sen gradually became familiarized with its dagger skills and footwork. He was obsessed with finding a way to beat the skeleton. Han Sen had carefully observed the footwork and dagger skills of the White Jade Skeleton. In addition to the skeleton's movements that could not be achieved by any human, its footwork and dagger skills alone were very impressive. Both its footwork and dagger skills were always out of order. Even Han Sen, who was great at prejudgment, cannot capture how the skeleton moved and attacked. Without a doubt, it was a special kill set, which Han Sen was very eager to imitate. You must know your enemy before you could beat him. And the best way to understand your enemy was to learn his special tricks. Also, the skeleton's trick would be a great supplement to Han Sen's assassination skills, which was also why Han Sen would like to invest a lot of time in learning it. If he could master this trick and create the same disorder, then his target would be less likely to have the chance to fight back. These days, when fighting the skeleton, Han Sen could only use the three-blade harpoon single-handedly, which weakened his attacks. I wish I had a sacred blood dagger, thought Han Sen secretly. The skeleton was good at close combat, which was why Han Sen could hardly use the diamond sword or the beetle knight spear, since the longer weapons would be more of a burden than a help when fighting the skeleton. At this point, Han Sen's issue was that he could not prevent the White Jade Skeleton from getting close to him. The White Jade Skeleton could approach him in no time with its disordered moves. Here is a mutant beast soul. Do you dare to accept my challenge? If you win, you could take the beast soul and I want nothing from you. However, if you lose, how about you give me a ghost-eyed bear for free? A young man came to Han Sen with a mutant beast soul machete in his hand. Han Sen glanced at him. If Han Sen remember correctly, the young man's name was Wang Junfeng, one of Su Ruyan's guys. It seems that Su Ruyan has become impatient and wants to test my true ability. Han Sen sneered and asked coldly, "How will you challenge me?" "Hand-to-hand combat. Falling or admitting defeat will be considered losing," answered Wang Junfeng. Han Sen curled his lips and threw a contemptuous look at Wang Junfeng. "In my dictionary there is no such word as losing. The winner will lose and the loser will die. If you dare to play, then we can have a go. If not, go back to your cave." Su Ruyan wanted to test his ability, and Han Sen would not let her do that. The woman was unkind, but Han Sen did not think he himself could beat all these people. In addition, he was also in the special squad, so it would be inappropriate to kill a client of his organization, especially in front of his colleagues. Otherwise, it would be much easier to just kill the woman. Wang Junfeng heard Han Sen's words and turned pale. He looked back at Su Ruyan, who was standing by the cave. After some hesitation, Su Ruyan walked over and said, "Han Sen, we're just fooling around. Why are you being so serious?" "Fooling around?" Han Sen looked at her with a half-smile. "A challenge means human life to me. If you want to challenge me, you're welcome any time." It was clear what Han Sen meant, so Su Ruyan was rendered speechless. After a long while, she turned around and went back to the cave. Wang Junfeng quickly followed her back and did not dare to lay a hand on Han Sr. Han Sen wished that they would have the guts to fight. Since the woman meant him harm, he would welcome any chance to kill her minions. And if the other party was the one who started the fight, the Green Special Squad would have no reason to blame him. Han Sen had set up his barbecue every day near the cave for half a month. Eventually, someone came to him. It was Fu Shan instead of Su Ruyan. He was alone too. "For a ghost-eyed bear," said Fu Shan, and transferred a mutant beast soul to Han Sr. Taking a look at the mutant beast soul, which was a spear, Han Sen smiled and said, "No problem, tomorrow morning I will deliver the ghost-eyed bear to you." Fu Shan nodded but did not leave. He sat down next to Han Sen and said quietly, "I am not sure if you are in the special squad. Either way, since you have come here, you have to rely on the Starry Group's rescue team to go back. To that end, try not to piss off Su Ruyan too much." Hearing the down-to-earth suggestion, Han Sen said, "Does this mean that if I were in the conflict with her, You will be on her side? I brought my team members with me, and one of them has already died. I have to take the rest of them back alive, answered Fu Shan calmly, without answering Han Sen's question. Han Sen nodded. He understood the load on Fu Shan's mind. He would choose to do exactly the same if he were in Fu Shan's shoes. Han Sen did not completely antagonize Su Ruyan also because he knew that he would be putting the Green Special Squad in an awkward position, which would probably lead to consequences when Han Sen got back to the Alliance. Although the Special Squad was a military organization, their management team would not be able to save them from a random island in God's sanctuary. The only possible rescue would be from the Starry Group, since they were the only ones who knew where Su Ruyan went. If you trust me, I could make peace between you and Su Ruyan. When the rescue comes here, I will make sure that you leave this place together with us, said Fu Shan sincerely. I thank you for your kindness, but I am not going to bow my head to the woman. The worst-case scenario, I will die here of old age. And even that is better than begging Su Ruyan. Han Sen did not even need the Starry Group ship to go back. Fu Shan gazed at Han Sen and got up. Think about it. If you need anything, come to find me. Han Sen watched Fu Shan leave and continued to think about the skeleton's footwork and dagger skills. Han Sen believed that Fu Shan meant well, but Han Sen would not consider his proposal. Han Sen hated Su Ruyan and Starry Group. There was no way he would make peace with them. If I don't blackmail her enough, how could I thank Son of Heaven for what he had done to me? Han Sen thought with a sinister smile. As time went by, it had become harder and harder for the group of people to resist the temptation of meat. In addition, for most of them, a mutant beast soul was not very hard to come by. They all had several mutant beast souls and a lot of them even had sacred blood beast souls. The less important mutant beast souls were gradually transferred to Han Sen for the primitive ghost-eyed bears that he killed. Su Ruyan had never visited Han Sen, but traded through Fu Shan. Han Sen knew about it but did not say anything. Han Sen's plan was to first use the primitive ghost-eyed bears to strip them of their less important mutant beast souls. After Han Sen broke the egg, he would start to kill the mutant ghost-eyed bears to trade for their key mutant beast souls. This way he could benefit much more than simply killing these people. When Su Ruyan paid a grand prize for entering the nest, she would discover the egg was already gone. Han Sen wondered what would be the look on her face at that time. In these 3 months, Han Sen had learned more and more about the weird footwork and dagger skills of the skeleton and saw the light. If it were not for the fact that Han Sen was interested in learning more about the skeleton's tricks, he could have killed it half a month ago. At this time Han Sen had fully grasped all the tricks the skeleton had. It was time for him to kill the skeleton and break the egg. In darkness, Han Sen once again sneaked into the nest and was greeted by the skeleton's attacks per usual. Different from what happened in the past, Han Sen did not plan to retreat this time. He seized his 3-blade harpoon and calmly stared at the incoming skeleton. Han Sen now knew everything about the footwork and dagger skills of the skeleton. As the dagger almost reached him, Han Sen moved his feet slightly and stabbed his 3-blade harpoon from an impossible angle at the skeleton. Both Han Sen and the skeleton had an unpredictable style, but the difference was that Han Sen only had one weapon, while the skeleton had 2. Even so, Han Sen was still at an advantage. He knew everything about the white jade skeleton and felt like he could control the skeleton. Suddenly, Han Sen had an epiphany. The seemingly disordered footwork and dagger skills were actually of a unique order. It was because Han Sen's understanding of order was too shallow that he felt it was out of order. After 3 months of learning, Han Sen finally understood the order of disorder, and gained a deeper understanding of rhythm and order. With this epiphany, Han Sen had greatly improved his way of thinking. His opponent's footwork and dagger skills suddenly became boring in his eyes. Without any hesitation, Han Sen made a fierce step. The moment he brushed against the skeleton's skull flew up into the air. Its pair of daggers failed to hurt Han Sen, and its weird footwork did not bring it away from the 3-blade harpoon. Sacred blood creature skeleton king killed. No beast soul gained. Meat inedible. Han Sen was not disappointed that he gained neither beast soul nor meat, for what he had learned in the 3 months was much more valuable than a sacred blood beast soul or meat. In addition, the Sacred Blood Skeleton King had a pair of gears. Different from the golden axe and iron hammer, the pair of bone daggers could be sold at an incredible price. They were on the same level as the diamond sword, not to mention they came in a pair. After appreciating his new weapons for a while, Han-san put them away and kept going. In the entire nest, he did not run into another creature. After reaching the end of the nest, Han-san saw a translucent ellipsoid set in the black stone wall. Inside the ellipsoid, there seemed to be a flickering light. The ellipsoid was taller than himself, and looked exactly the same as eggs portrayed on the Skynet. Han-san regarded it and used the diamond sword to cut it open. Crack! The ellipsoid was cut in half and liquid like glue flowed from it. Egg broken. Identifying beast soul. The voice was different from the one after a normal kill. Han-san did not get the beast soul directly. Han-sen had also read this part on the Skynet. After breaking the egg, the beast soul gained would be random. Although it was possible to get anything between an ordinary beast soul to a sacred blood one, based on other people's experience, most people got sacred blood beast souls, except for a few poor devils. God bless. Don't make me one of the poor devils, tell me this is a sacred blood beast soul, prayed Han-senator. Although the chance was very slim, it was still possible for Han-sen to gain a less advanced beast soul. Before laying his eyes on the beast soul, Han-sen was quite nervous. After praying, Han-sen paused as he suddenly thought of one thing. If the beast soul gained from breaking an egg was random, would it also be possible for him to gain a super beast soul from it? In the past, Han-sen did not know the existence of super creatures. But now, since he had discovered a super creature, there must be a corresponding super beast soul. Since it was random, Han-sen might as well get a super beast soul. God, forget about my prayer just now. Let's do it all over again. Give me a super beast soul. This might be the very first super beast soul gained in human history. You have to help me. And other deities as well. I will be so pious to all of you if you grant me a super beast soul. Han-sen quickly took back his own request and prayed some more. The liquid from the broken egg started to glow and gradually condensed into something like a holographic image. Han-sen watched the beast soul formulating in front of him without a blink and kept praying, Super beast soul. It has to be a super beast soul. Boom! The moment the beast soul was officially formed, it turned into a shadow and entered Han-sen's mind. At the same time, he heard the familiar voice. Beast soul identified. Sacred blood beast soul flame lieutenant gained. Han-sen was slightly disappointed that he did not get a super beast soul, but he understood that it was normal not to win the lottery. Sacred blood beast soul was something nice too. Han-sen summoned the beast soul he just gained. With a ball of fire, a devil-like creature appeared in front of Han-sen's eyes. It was burning with red flames and looked rather magical. Type of beast soul of flame lieutenant, aura. Looking at the 4 letters aura, Han-sen's disappointment disappeared completely. Instead, he was overjoyed. The 4 letters were simply a godsend in Han-sen's eyes. Rare did not begin to describe the scarcity of beast soul aura. Even a mutant beast soul aura could be sold at an incredible price. And that did not just apply to First God's Sanctuary. Even in Second God's Sanctuary, a good beast soul aura, even just a mutant one, would be highly popular, despite the fact that most sacred blood beast souls from First God's Sanctuary would be useless there. As long as there was an aura, all the beast souls around it would be enhanced. As far as Han-sen knew, Son of Heaven had a mutant beast soul aura. When he summoned the beast soul aura, it could improve the ability of all the beast soul within the range of 30 feet by 20%. Beast soul weapons would become sharper. Armor and shields would become tougher. And even shape-shifting beast souls would bring the users more power. For a team, a beast soul aura was definitely a core strength. When a team went hunting, if they had a beast soul aura, their efficiency would be multiplied. Since a beast soul aura could empower all the beast souls within a certain range, if there were several beast soul auras in the same team, then the enhancement would be enormous. Unfortunately, aura beast souls were so rare that in the entire steel armor shelter, only Son of Heaven had a mutant beast soul aura. Even Huangfu Pingqing, who had a company dealing beast souls, did not have beast soul auras for sale. All the teams wished to have an aura beast soul, So bringing an aura into the second god's sanctuary, Hansen would be invited by many experienced people to join their teams. Aura beast souls must be the most valuable type among all beast souls, as its functions were incredibly popular. Hansen did not even expect himself to gain a beast soul aura, because they were so hard to come by. And this one he gained was a sacred blood one, which brought him so much joy. How my prayers worked. A beast soul aura would make me popular everywhere I go. Hansen celebrated. It was already late and Hansen took back the flame lieutenant and went out of the nest. Although he had already gained great stuff, Hansen did not forget to blackmail Su Ruyan. Since there was nothing left in the nest, Hansen could now kill the mutant ghost-eyed bears and sell them to Su Ruyan. However, Hansen would not deign to look for her himself. Instead, he let Fu Shan know of his intention to hunt mutant ghost-eyed bears, and his worry that Su Ruyan would not be interested in them. After Fu Shan told Su Ruyan about Hansen's thoughts, Su Ruyan became thrilled and agreed to purchase however many mutant ghost-eyed bears Hansen could hunt. Although at this point everyone only had important mutant beast souls left, Su Ruyan did not even care about the beast souls she owned when hearing the fact that Hansen was about to kill mutant ghost-eyed bears. She promised that she would purchase all the mutant ghost-eyed bears that Hansen would hunt. One mutant beast soul for one mutant ghost-eyed bear, and she would take them all. Although mutant beast souls were precious, they were nothing compared to what they would gain after entering the nest. So her priority was that Hansen killed as many as mutant ghost-eyed bears as possible. In addition, Su Ruyan had her own thoughts. Since Hansen was trapped on the island anyway, when the Starry Group's rescue team arrived, he would have to board their ship to leave the Wind End Island. At that point, if she asked him to give back all the beast souls, he would have to obey. No matter how strong he was, Hansen would not be willing to die on this island of old age. Su Ruyan had no idea that Hansen was never counting on the Starry Group. So far, he did not fly away only because he was not sure about the location of the Green Island. When the ship of Starry Group came here, he did not need to go on board. As long as he followed them from afar, he could fly to the Green Island. Hansen's only concern at the point was that Starry Group would not send a rescue team. In that case, he would have to make a guess about the location of Green Island, which would be relatively riskier. Hansen knew that if he killed too many mutant ghost-eyed bears at one time, then the ghost-eyed bear group would become too weak. Then the others would not need to buy ghost-eyed bears from him, and could just choose to hunt themselves. Since the Starry Group was not here yet, Hansen could not leave the island anyway. He took his time and killed a mutant ghost-eyed bear once every few days to exchange for a mutant beast soul. After a month, when Hansen had gained the 7th mutant beast soul from Su Ruyan started to discuss with Fu Shan about going to the nest. As she estimated, it was about time that Starry Group finished training new staff and sending them over. She had to beat those people to the beast soul in the egg. Otherwise, she would have achieved nothing in this trip, which could harm her position in the Starry Group. Hansen also felt it was about time that Su Ruyan made the move, so he did not expect that she would order 3 more mutant ghost-eyed bears from him. The Starry Group is indeed full of wealthy people. Hansen thought his source of income had already drained, and did not realize that Su Ruyan was such a big spender. Hansen killed 4 mutant ghost-eyed bears in one day. He sold 3 of them to Su Ruyan and kept one for himself to increase his mutant geno points. On this day, Su Ruyan and others enjoyed a meal of meat stew, after which they hurried to the nest. Hansen was not at all worried and continued to enjoy his barbecue. He seemed to have no intention to follow Su Ruyan. Su Ruyan's only concern disappeared seeing Hansen had not noticed them. She led the team and quickened her pace. In the mountains that formed the Life Lotus there was no real path to walk on. They had to climb the rocks to get through many places. At many places where there were paths it was also incredibly scary to go through. The paths were less than a foot wide, and with a slip one would fall and die. For humans could not do the same as ghost-eyed bear. In addition, on the ocean, the group had lost their climbing equipment and one of the team members who had sacred blood wings, which made their situation extra hard. After entering the Life Lotus, they were soon noticed by the ghost-eyed bears, whose giant bodies came and went like wind on the steep cliffs. Seeing the group of ghost-eyed bears came to them fiercely, Su Ruyan ordered everyone to find a secure spot and get ready to fight. The mutant ghost-eyed bears posed the most threat to them, while the primitive ones were not much trouble. At this time, since most of the mutant ghost-eyed bears had been killed by Han Sen, they could cope just fine. The group of people stayed on a relatively flat platform and killed all the ghost-eyed bears coming at them. Having been holding back for more than a year, the group lashed out all their anger on these creatures. With a shrill howling from the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear king, all the ghost-eyed bears retreated instantaneously to higher mountains, leaving the group of people alone. The group continued marching ahead and killed all the ghost-eyed bears they saw. Because the mutant ghost-eyed bears were too few in numbers, they were not much of a threat. The sacred blood ghost-eyed bear dashed to them from the cliffs fiercely, its white fur gleaming like silver. Han Sen had already landed on the top of a high mountain, watching the fight while eating barbecue. He had been curious how Su Ruyan planned to deal with the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. On mountains like these there was not much room for people to move around. In order to fight a strong sacred blood creature, one would have to have sacred blood wings. As Han Sen was making different presumptions, he suddenly saw Su Ruyan's body turning into a giant more than 12 feet tall. She raised a fist and threw a punch at the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. Her fist was like a sledgehammer and landed on the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear hard. The body of the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear was very strong. Unless one were to use a sacred blood weapon, one could hardly hurt it. However, with Su Ruyan's punch, the arms that the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear raised to defend itself were broken, after which the giant fist continued to hit the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear in its chest. The rib cage of the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear collapsed. Spitting out blood, the ghost-eyed bear fell off the cliff and was about to die. Su Ruyan, on the other hand, quickly shrank in size and turned back to herself. She looked a little pale. Han Sen was dumbstruck and did not understand what kind of beast soul Su Ruyan had used. Looking at her face, Han Sen did not think she could do that again. No wonder Su Ruyan had never given any thought to the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear, but feared the mutant ones a lot. Since she could only use the miraculous beast soul once, she could not afford to waste it on the mutant ghost-eyed bears, but had to save it for the sacred blood one. Han Sen did not have more time to think. He quickly summoned the horn bow and the mutant black stinger arrow, aimed at the falling sacred blood ghost-eyed bear and made the shot. The black arrow went across the sky like a lightning bolt. As if it were equipped with a GPS device, it pierced the ghost-eyed bear's head through its open mouth. When Su Ruyan, who had perfectly utilized the power of the beast's soul, was secretly celebrating, she was suddenly dumbstruck by the arrow coming out of nowhere. She quickly looked to the direction where the arrow was from, and saw Han Sen on top of the mountain with a bow in his hand. Bang! Under the cliff the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear fell to the ground. Su Ruyan watched Han Sen with her eyes almost spitting fire. Since Su Ruyan did not hear the voice telling her the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear was killed, it was obvious that the kill was counted on Han Sen's head. Han Sen was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. It seemed that every time he stole the last kill, he would always gain a beast soul. And this was no exception. Sacred blood ghost-eyed bear killed. Beast soul of sacred blood ghost-eyed bear gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. What a great harvest! It's a shame that they were not hurt. There is no chance for me to kill Su Ruyan, Han Sen said with a sigh. Throwing a fierce stare at Han Sen, Su Ruyan gritted her teeth and said nothing. They went all the way to the entrance of the nest and started going down. Su Ruyan specifically arranged for several people to guard the entrance, so that Han Sen could not follow them inside. Han Sen did not have any intention to follow them into the nest, which he knew very well was basically empty. At this point, Han Sen had already come down from the mountain and ran away with the dead sacred blood ghost-eyed bear. Rushing to the nest, the group of people did not have time to think about Han Senator. On the other hand, they believed it was not that easy for Han Sen to go down the cliff. And even if he managed to leave with the body, he had nowhere to go but the island, so they could always find him later. However, Han Sen had flown away with the body before anyone noticed. When the group of people went down to the nest, They found the green gold wall was already broken. After they went in, since there were no dead creatures and the cells were all intact, they still had some hope. When they arrived at the egg and found it was broken as well, all of their hearts sank. Han-san, I will kill you. Su Ruyan was driven mad and wanted to find Han Senator. However, no one could find him at this point. Even the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear's body was gone. Su Ruyan did not want to believe the fact that she had got nothing while Han-san had got everything. She took her team to search the entire island, but Han-sen had completely disappeared. Shocked and mad, no one had any idea where Han-sen had gone. In fact, Han-sen only took the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear's body on the ocean to hide for a period of time. After the searching, he went back to the Wind End Island, found an extremely steep cliff, and started to eat the sacred blood meat. Meat of sacred blood ghost-eyed bear eaten. 1 sacred Geno point gained. Each time he gained sacred Geno point, Han-sen was extremely excited. After eating the entire ghost-eyed bear, 5 more sacred Geno points were added. Han-sen now had 66 sacred Geno points. For a while, Han-sen avoided the group of people. With mountains everywhere on the island, the group was too small to search thoroughly anyways. In addition, when they searched before, they already thought that Han-sen was no longer on the island. Otherwise it would be impossible for the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear to disappear from the island. Less than half a month after Han-sen finished eating the sacred blood ghost-eyed bear, he saw a fleet sailing over to the island. Each ship bore the logo of Starry Group. Han-sen did not know what Su Ruyan told the rescue team. 1 day later, the fleet left the island. Han-sen followed the fleet afar. The ships could only rely on the wind to sail and was not very fast. All Han-sen needed to do was to keep the fleet in his sight. In fact, Han-sen even thought the fleet were too slow. However, there was no modern technology allowed in God's sanctuary, so it was only natural the ships were slow. In nearly a month, Han-sen did not run into any danger and fed on some marine creatures from time to time. As for the sacred blood marine beast mentioned by the group, Han-sen had never seen it. Maybe it was scared away by the fleet. Han-sen finally understood that when the group of people came here, they must have come in a similar fleet. However, they ran into a sacred blood marine beast, and only 1 ship of the fleet arrived at their destination. And that ship collapsed in the end as well. One day, Han-sen eventually saw a piece of land and felt overjoyed. When he landed on the place he saw, he realized that it was the green island the group of people were talking about. However, it was not a real island, but a peninsula connected to the mainland. On the peninsula there was a green shelter. Han-sen used the teleport device in green shelter to return to Blackhawk. It had been almost a year since he came to God's sanctuary. Han-sen wondered how his friends in the Steel Armor Special Squad were doing. After returning to his dorm, all his roommates were delighted to see him. They thought that Han-sen must have died in God's sanctuary considering how long he had been gone. In this day and age, this sort of thing was very common. Few people could come back after disappearing for a long time. Han-sen's roommates were all sophomores and about to become juniors. However, Han-sen must take the makeup assessment, the score of which would determine whether or not he could stay in Blackhawk. There were many precedents like this, so there was a rule that as long as the returning students passed the assessment, they would be allowed to continue their study. If they could not pass, they would be expelled. Han-sen was not that worried about the assessment. He took up his comlink and saw many unanswered calls, the majority of which were from Ji Yanran. His mother also called him many times. Zhang Damfeng, Qin Xian, Yang Manli, Tang Zhenliu, Wang Mingmeng, Huangfu Pingqing, Lin Beifeng and Chu Lili had also called him. Han-sen first dialed his mother's number, and the call immediately went through. Although Luo Sulan did not know that Han-sen had disappeared in the God's sanctuary, but she was quite worried since Han-sen had not called him in a long time. Han-sen did not mention anything about his adventure, but told his mother that he was busy with his study. He would rather hear his mother's complaints than for her to worry. After chatting with his mother for a long time, Han-sen tried calling Ji Yanran. Although he knew that it very likely would not go through, he still decided to give it a shot. Indeed, her service had been discontinued. Han-sen's roommates had already told him that Ji Yanran had left Blackhawk to do an internship. They said she was serving on an interstellar warship. After being enlisted, one must use a special comlink and could not use an ordinary one. So there was no way that Han Sen could reach his girlfriend. His roommates also told him that Ji Yanran had lost a lot of weight since Han Sen disappeared. She also became extremely silent. Except for studying like there was no tomorrow, she rarely went to any Hand of God Society activities. Several months ago, she left Blackhawk for an internship on the warship. Han Sen felt guilty, but there was nothing he could do. He dialed back to call everyone who had called him and told them he was safe. Chu Lily went to the warship together with Ji Yanran, so Han Sen could not contact her either. Qin Xian's number was still in service, but no one answered. Han Sen assumed she must be in Second God's sanctuary. Han Sen thought that since he had been gone for so long, a new head of the special squad must have been appointed in his stead. After all, there were rules about that. What he did not expect was that he still had the position, and Yang Monli had taken care of all the business of the special squad. Han Sen was surprised. In this condition, Yang Monli as his deputy could have stepped up and replaced him. However, she chose to leave the position to him. After talking to other members in the special squad, Han Sen learned that the management wanted for Yang Monli to take his place, but Yang Monli refused. Han Sen was surprised about his finding. He knew that Yang Monli had always wanted to become the head of the special squad, and could not imagine she would give up such a perfect opportunity. He dialed Yang Monli's number and wanted to thank her. However, Yang Monli simply told him what happened in the special squad in this year in an impersonal tone and did not give him any chance. In fact, the two of them did not have the best relationship, and Han Sen felt it was difficult for him to say something nice as well. Although Han Sen did not care that much about this position, he still needed to thank Yang Monli for helping him. "Brother, why didn't you inform me when you came back?" Huang Fu Pingqing called Han Sen and said. "Because I'm scared," said Han Sen with a smile. He had blackmailed Su Ruyan in the worst way possible and of course had offended the Starry Group. Huang Fu Pingqing was Son of Heaven's cousin, so Han Sen was not sure if he should call her. Ares Martial Hall had always been conducting business among different shelters, so no one would know better how to go back to Steel Armor Shelter from Green Shelter than Huang Fu Pingqing. Han Sen wanted to get the information from Huang Fu Pingqing on how to going back to Steel Armor Shelter. Otherwise, he would not be able to eat the sacred blood creature he had been feeding. How did you dare to blackmail Su Ruyan like that since you're scared? If my cousin Son of Heaven is still in Steel Armor Shelter, I would advise you never to go back. However, he had evolved and gone to Second God's sanctuary, and you wouldn't have any chance to see him there again. Obviously Huang Fu Pingqing had learned what Han Sen had done on Wind End Island, and she was rather shocked. Son of Heaven became an evolver? Han Sen was dazed. But that made a lot of sense since Son of Heaven had about the same genopoint count as Qin Xian, and it was about time that he evolved. "Do you want to go back from Green Shelter?" asked Huang Fu Pingqing seriously. "Of course I do. Do you have any good ideas?" Han Sen did not expect Huang Fu Pingqing to bring this up first. Of course. However, it could be very costly. Huang Fu Pingqing grinned and said. "How much?" Han Sen had blackmailed a lot of mutant beast souls from Su Ruyan and had gained a lot of other stuff. At this point he could afford spending some money. "If it were anyone else, I would not go through such trouble no matter how much I could earn. However, in your case, as long as you're willing to become a member of Ares Martial Hall, I would make sure that you go back safely." Huang Fu Pingqing blinked at Han Sr. "Please name the price first," Han Sen frowned and said. He did not want to be regulated. In addition, since seeing the super creature Golden Growler, Han Sen had a different mindset. At the time being, his goal was to hunt super creatures and gain super geno points. Becoming a part of an organization would only slow him down. "How about the sacred blood beast soul you gained from the nest?" Huang Fu Pingqing was quite flexible. "This price is too high, isn't it?" Han Sen frowned. "You know that from Green Shelter to Steel Armor Shelter, you have to go through more than 5 other shelters. The trip would be highly unsafe. I will have to dispatch our guys in each and every shelter to take you back safely. The difficulties and costs were beyond your imagination. If it were not for you, I would not even do it for 2 sacred blood beast souls," said Huangfu Pingqing seriously. How about you give me a map, and I can travel on my own? Han Sen pondered and suggested. Without someone leading the way, you might easily run into troubles. Think again before you choose to do this, advised Huangfu Pingqing. That's fine. I just need a map, insisted Han Senator. There was no way he would give her the sacred blood beast soul. However, the map, which was not even very detailed, was a trade secret. Han Sen used 5 mutant beast souls to buy all the data and map from Huangfu Pingqing. Han Sen teleported to God's sanctuary, made the deal with Huangfu Pingqing's guys in Green Shelter, and obtained all the materials and map. However, Han Sen did not leave for Steel Armor Shelter immediately. He must pass the makeup assessment in Black Hawk first. If he entered God's sanctuary and spent a lot of time there again, he might be expelled for real. The makeup assessment was quite smooth for Han Senator. He did not do that well in some theory courses, but his overall grades still met the requirements. Han Sen had also won many victories for the school before, so he successfully became a sophomore and could be a junior in a short period of time. Of course, Han Sen had missed all the Military Academy League contests and the chosen contest in God's Sanctuary, for which he did not feel sorry, since all he could think about right now was super creatures and super geno points. Other things were of little meaning to him. However, it was impossible to kill a super creature with sacred blood beast souls alone. It was the same as a sacred blood creature could hardly be killed with just mutant beast souls. Sacred blood beast souls posed little threat to a super creature. Han Sen used everything he got and could not even hurt a baby golden growler, not to mention an adult super creature. With a lot of thoughts, Han Sen decided that in addition to maxing out all types of geno points, the one thing that could significantly improve the possibility of success was hyper-geno art. Only the strongest hyper-geno art could lead to a breakthrough and allow him to hunt in super creatures. Maybe I would be able to become the first person who maxes out on super geno points in human history. Han Sen was completely focused on super geno points and could not be distracted by anything else. How to kill a super creature was the most important question in his mind. There was not anything about super creatures on the Skynet or the Special Squad insider materials. It was very likely that humans had never killed a super creature so far. Maybe some people had encountered super creatures, but since they were not able to kill one, they would never know that it was a super creature, but took for granted that it was an especially strong sacred blood creature. When Han Sen first saw the golden growler, he also thought it was just a strong sacred blood creature, and did not realize there was a higher level. Without any data, Han Sen had to rely on himself to kill super creatures. Without any way to gain a super beast soul, Han Sen had to practice some stronger hyper-geno arts. Han Sen would max out on his sacred geno points one day, which was bound to happen. However, even with all 4 types of geno points maxed out, Han Sen did not believe he could be a threat to any super creature. Han Sen had to become stronger in order to kill a super creature. Having seen how powerful the golden growler was, Han Sen had an idea what kind of strength could be threatening to a super creature. Han Sen's only hope at the point was hyper-geno arts. He had been practicing Jadeskin, but it was not a hyper-geno art that could be rushed. If Han Sen had started since his childhood, maybe he would have made more progress. However, he started quite late and it took time for him to be significantly stronger. At the time being, Han Sen still had 5 S-Class St. Hall licenses. In the past year, the Special Squad had provided him with nearly 100 points, which could also be traded for S-Class licenses or Geno solutions. However, Han Sen had no idea which hyper-geno art could increase his strength significantly. Han Sen found Bai Yishan's number from his comlink. As a professor and maester in the St. Hall, Bai Yishan was a part of many research programs of hyper-geno arts. There should be no one that knew hyper-geno arts better than him. Han Sen decided to ask for his help. Bai Yishan was glad to see Han Senator. He had always been paying attention to Han Sen, and more specifically, how Han Sen had practiced Yin-Yang Blast and put it into use. When Han Sen first disappeared, Bai Yishan was constantly asking the president of Blackhawk about Han Senator. However, Han Sen had been gone for so long that Bai Yishan thought something had happened to him. Surprisingly, Han Sen came back, which made Bai Yishan very happy. He asked Han Sen many questions about his practice of Yin-Yang Blast. Han Sen took his time and answered all Bai Yishan's questions. After that, Han Sen asked, Professor, I have some questions about hypergenoarts that I like to ask you. Do you have a minute? What you want to ask? Asked Bai Yishan. I want to know, in all the hypergenoarts that could be practiced by the unevolved, which one had the most destructive power? Han Sen asked. Destructive power is a vague term. Bai Yishan thought about it and said, for example, the yin-yang blast you practice could be very destructive if you use it properly. You could even use a mutant beast soul weapon to kill a sacred blood creature with that hypergeno art. Isn't that enough? It is unfortunate that what I want to kill is much stronger sacred blood creatures, thought Han Senator. He smiled bitterly, organized his words and said, Say, is there a hypergeno art that would allow me to shred the shell of a sacred blood crystal-shelled turtle with bare hands? The sacred blood crystal-shelled turtle was a creature known for its tough shell. People called it the toughest sacred blood creature in First God's Sanctuary. In Han Sen's opinion, the fur of the golden growler should be even tougher than the shell of the sacred blood crystal-shelled turtle. However, he could not describe it to Bai Yishan, so he thought of an example. To tear apart the shell of the sacred blood crystal-shelled turtle without the help of any tools was almost impossible, even for those who had maxed out on all types of geno points. Bai Yishan heard Han Sen's question and started to think. Isn't there a hypergeno art that could increase one's strength significantly to make that happen? Han Sen frowned. If he could not even tear apart the turtle's shell, it would be less likely for him to kill the golden growler. Bai Yishan thought about it and replied, It would be easy to achieve that if you were to practice the hypergeno arts for evolvers. Many hypergeno arts that change your body cells could achieve the effect you described. However, the hypergeno arts for the unevolved, I could not think of any. Han Sen, why are you asking me this? You do not have to achieve that. With any sacred blood beast soul weapon, you could kill anything you see in First God's Sanctuary. When you evolve and go to Second God's Sanctuary, everything will become natural for you. Bai Yishan looked at Han Sen puzzled. It is just a personal preference. Is there really no hypergeno art that could allow me to do that? Han Sen insisted. If there was no hypergeno art that could help him to achieve that, all he could count on would be super beast souls. However, the source of the super beast souls remained an issue. Han Sen could only think of the nest so far, and he was not even sure whether there could be super beast souls in the eggs. In fact, you would not need to think about all that. If you practice yin-yang blast well, you could use the yin force to penetrate the turtle shell and break the inner organs of the sacred blood crystal-shelled turtle, suggested Bai Yishan, getting a kick out of the fact that he was the one who invented yin-yang blast. Han Sen secretly shook his head. If that could work, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He was able to stab the baby golden growler in the eye, but could not even hurt it with yin-yang blast. Even the most vulnerable eyes were so tough, Han Sen could only imagine that the baby golden growler had tougher inner organs. If he did not have enough strength to begin with, even with the yin force, Han Sen would not be able to hurt its organs. Professor, isn't there a hypergeno art that could fundamentally enhance one's strength to an incredible level? Han Sen had to ask. Seeing the disappointment in Han Sen's face, Bai Yishan touched his chin and thought for a long while before he said, I can't say there isn't, but... Bai Yishan paused and did not continue. Han Sen, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He thought there was no hope and did not expect to get a positive answer. He quickly asked Bai Yishan, Professor, do you have any hypergeno art in mind? Bai Yishan hesitated and then continued, It's not exactly a hypergeno art. You know that hypergeno arts all came from ancient martial arts. More than 20 years ago, an incomplete version of Heresy Sutra was unearthed. Since it was incomplete, most ancient martial arts recorded in the book are no longer suitable for practice. Only an ancient martial art called Heresy Mantra was relatively complete. If you could practice this ancient martial art to a certain level, it would be easy for you to break gold with bare hands. Is the Heresy Mantra in the S-Class section of the Saint Hall? Asked Han Sen excitedly. Bai Yishan shook his head and said, although many authoritative professors had done research about the Heresy Mantra and wanted to modify it into a hypergeno art, they had discovered its problems after many experiments. So, is the Heresy Mantra not as powerful as they thought it would be? asked Han Sr. Baishan replied, "It's not that." After practicing heresy mantra, the volunteers did experience incredible enhancement in their physique. However, they also went through something weird. Something weird? Han Sen looked at Baishan. Baishan pondered and organized his words. So, every volunteer who tried to practice heresy mantra would have too good an appetite. After hearing Baishan's reply, Han Sen was dazed. He assumed it was some serious issue and did not expect it to be as simple as too good an appetite. Baishan knew what Han Sen was thinking from his look. He said seriously, "Maybe you cannot imagine what it's like to have too good an appetite. I'll put it this way, normal people would feel full, but those who practiced heresy mantra would lose the sense of fullness. No matter how much stuff was already in his stomach, he would still feel hungry." Among the 6 volunteers who tried to practice heresy mantra, 2 were almost stuffed to death. When they stopped practicing heresy mantra, the sense of hunger slowly disappeared. "So, does the heresy mantra work well?" Han Sen asked. "I don't know." Baishan's reply made Han Sen pause again. Baishan had said earlier that heresy mantra was very effective. Baishan understood Han Sen's thoughts and explained, after practicing heresy mantra, the 6 volunteers had witnessed great improvements in their speed and strength. However, because of the unbearable hunger, they all gave up practicing. Since none of them had reached the first phase of heresy mantra, the enhancement of their physique disappeared with their sense of hunger. I would say one would have to reach the first phase to tell how heresy mantra works. So nobody else practiced heresy mantra again? Han Sen could not help asking. We had many volunteers who had practiced it, but none of them could get past the hunger. Nobody could persist to finish the first phase, said Baishan. How many phases are there in heresy mantra? Han Sen started to get interested in heresy mantra. Since there were no risks after giving up, he would like to try his luck. After all, this was the only thing that Baishan could think of after hearing his needs. Han Sen had to see how it worked. There are 4 phases: keeping the vital energy, seeing through the mirage, longevity, and immortality. The volunteers never even reached the first phase of keeping the vital energy. That was why heresy mantra was never adapted into a hyper-geno art. "Professor, would you mind if I try to practice heresy mantra? I could give you an S-class license for it." Han Sen decided to give it a shot, for there was some hope. In order to kill super creatures, Han Sen would not say no to any possibility. No need for the license. Since heresy mantra has not yet been listed as a hyper-geno art, it is not for sale. If you're really interested, I can apply for a volunteer opportunity on your behalf. You could practice heresy mantra, but need to provide certain data to the Saint Hall, said Baishan. "Thank you so much. I would love that." Han Sen then asked Baishan more questions about hyper-geno arts. Baishan could not think of any hyper-geno art that could meet Han Sen's demands. Even the advanced atomic fission would not necessarily allow one to tear the turtleneck apart with bare hands. And that was a hyper-geno art that took 1 to 2 decades to get anywhere. Heresy mantra was different. According to Baishan, if the volunteers did not give up, they could reach the first phase in about 3 months. Han Sen then asked Baishan about other hyper-geno arts that could improve his fitness in general. When fighting super creatures, Han Sen not only needed to be strong, but also need to be fast enough to dodge the super creature's attacks. After chatting with Baishan for several hours, Han Sen finally hung up. Baishan went to apply for Han Sen's volunteer quota, while Han Sen went to the Office of Academic Affairs for some paperwork. He needed enough time to travel from Green Shelter to Steel Armor Shelter, so he must miss some activities on campus, including archery competitions and a series of tests and examinations. Fortunately, Black Hawk had related regulations in this regard. After Han Sen provided enough proof, the school approved his application. Han Sen planned to leave Green Shelter when he got his hands on heresy mantra. He planned to practice it on the way, since it was not something dangerous to practice other than generating the sense of hunger. The worst-case scenario, he could just give up practicing, which would cause him no harm. Baishan was very efficient, and since Han Sen all the information of heresy mantra the second day. Since heresy mantra had not been adapted into a hyper-geno art, It was written in an ancient language and was very hard to read. It was an age when everyone practiced martial arts. Most people knew some terms in the ancient language, and so did Han Senator. However, heresy mantra was still beyond his understanding. Luckily, the professors that studied heresy mantra before had left a lot of footnotes, and the previous volunteers had provided notes and data as well, which had helped Han Sen greatly. Bai Yishan also gave Han Sen some tips, which would help Han Sen avoid making mistakes when practicing heresy mantra. It seemed that Bai Yishan had also done profound research on this ancient martial art. Han Sen did not rush to start practicing. Instead, he memorized all the information first. He did not know how long it would take for him to reach the next shelter after leaving Green Shelter. Unable to use any electronic reading device, Han Sen decided to save everything in his mind so that he would not need to carry all the documents. Before he set out, Han Sen called Lin Beifeng. When learning Han Sen was to travel through 6 shelters or more, Lin Beifeng exclaimed, "Han Sen, how did you end up there?" "Never mind how I ended up there. Are you interested in doing the beast soul business again?" Han Sen felt it was hard to explain and skipped the whole story. "Yes, of course. Only a dumbass would turn down gold. When will you leave?" "Let me do some research on it first," said Lin Beifeng excitedly. "Tomorrow morning," replied Han Sen casually. In fact, Huangfu Pingqing also came to him, wanting to do the same business. However, with Huangfu, he must sign an official contract with Ares Martial Hall and stay for a while in each shelter to collaborate with Huangfu Pingqing's men. Feeling it was too much trouble, Han Sen turned down Huangfu's offer and decided to make money with Lin Beifeng. They probably stayed up all night and sent Han Sen the information he collected before dawn. He also transferred $1 billion to Han Sen's account. "Han Sen, I don't have enough time to raise money, and this is what's left in my allowance. Spend it however you like. I have collected the information of all the unique beast souls of each shelter you will pass, but it might not be thorough." Lin Beifeng had a lot of trust in Han Sr. "You're giving me so much money in once. Aren't you afraid I might disappear?" Han Sen did not expect so much money from Lin Beifeng. He thought Lin Beifeng might give him a dozen million or 100 million at best. "This is nothing. If I did not piss my dad off recently, I could invest 10 times this much." Lin grinned. "And of course I trust you. If you say the word, I could give you 10 billion for free as long as you remember me as a friend." Han Sen took the money and went to Green Shelter, deciding to purchase some beast souls before he went to the next shelter. Han Sen did not want to waste too much time. He wanted to go back to Steel Armor Shelter as soon as possible, otherwise the sacred blood creature he had been feeding would go to waste. According to the information Lin Beifeng gave him, Han Sen purchased lots of beast souls and went to the next shelter. Han Sen had searched on the Skynet to test the authenticity of the map Huangfu Pingqing gave him. Although the information online was not as clear as the map, he was able to tell that the map was indeed correct. In addition to traveling, Han Sen had been practicing the first phase of heresy mantra, preserving vital energy. Heresy mantra was different from Jade Skin in that it did not enhance one's physique overall, but focused on the strength in blood. Blood came from the heart and went through the veins in the whole body. Hence, by practicing heresy mantra, one's heart and veins would become stronger. If the heart could be compared to an engine, then its horsepower could be improved by as much as 10 times after one practiced heresy mantra. This was merely an explanation for dummies. Even the professors at the St. Hall could not understand how it actually worked. After many researches and experiments, although no one had successfully reached the first phase of heresy mantra, people now understood that heresy mantra was a process to strengthen the heart, veins and blood. One had to be able to withstand the power produced in the process of practice, otherwise one would explode. Preserving vital energy was the fundamental step of practicing heresy mantra. If it was not done correctly, the other 3 phases would cause one's heart to explode. Han Sen did not dare to slack a little bit when practicing heresy mantra. He fully prepared himself before he even started. Once the practice started, it could be run automatically during walking and sleeping unless stopped on purpose. After several days, Han Sen started to feel the sense of hunger Bai Yishan described. No matter how much he ate, he would still feel hungry, not only in his stomach but his entire body. Among all the footnotes, Han Sen had noticed an interesting hypothesis. The reason for the hunger during the practice was that heresy mantra needed a huge amount of energy to improve the genes that controlled the heart and veins, while the nutrition contained in food was not enough. In this case, the entire body was under a lot of pressure, and all the energy went to support those specific body parts, which was why other parts of the body had basically no energy. This theory was not corroborated. The previous volunteers were consuming most advanced nutrition solutions every day, which was still not enough to balance the hunger, which made people question the theory. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.